Hello and welcome to this course, Responsive Web Design and Web Development with HTML5 and CSS3. First of all, I want to thank you so much for embarking on this journey with me. I'm really glad that you're here. You've come to the right place to learn about web design and development. In this course, I'm going to show you step by step how to design and develop a beautiful website from complete scratch, using the latest web technologies HTML5, CSS3 and a little bit of jQuery. You will build a unique website using a new skill set that you will be proud of. A website that is both beautiful and functional. But there is more. In this course, you will not just learn how to code, because building real-world websites is more than just writing some code. It's a step-by-step process that requires designing, coding, and so much more. And you will learn all of that in just this course. So, I hope you are as excited as I am to start learning all the powerful new skills I packed into this course. We will learn hands-on web development with HTML5, CSS3, and some jQuery. Together, we will work on a real-world landing page for a fictional company I made up just for this course. The proven 7 real-world steps from complete scratch to a fully functional and optimized website. You'll learn simple-to-use web design guidelines and tips to make your website stand out from the crowd. I'll show you how to get and use amazing images, fonts, and icons to make your website shine. All for free. Responsive web design, which means that you will learn how to create websites that work beautifully on all screen sizes. And this is a must-have skill in today's mobile world. How to use jQuery for super cool effects like animations, scroll effects, and sticky navigation to set your website apart and wow your users. During the entire course, you'll learn how to work with brackets the super effective way, which is the best text editor for web development in the world. And finally, I'll teach you how to optimize your website for good speed performance and for search engines. So, how is this course structured? The course is basically divided into 4 main parts. First, in section 2, you will learn the basics of web design. And with that, I mean all the guidelines, tips, and tricks you need to master beautiful web design in a simple and practical way. After that, in sections 3 and 4, you'll learn the very basics of front-end web development with HTML and CSS. These are short and easy to understand lectures that will get you ready for the killer website project. Which brings us to part 3. This is where the fun begins. Over the sections 5 and 6, you will put in action our proven 7-step plan and use the latest web technologies to build a stunning real-world website. Once you're comfortable with some pretty advanced HTML5 and CSS3 techniques, you will even be adding some cool jQuery effects to the game. And in the end, you will make your website super fast and optimize it for search engines. And to finish, you will even learn how to launch your final website to the internet for the entire world to see it. Now, I know how you're feeling. All of this feels a bit overwhelming, right? But don't worry, you're not alone. I am Jonas and I am your instructor. Believe me, coding doesn't have to be hard or scary or boring. I'm here to guide you step by step and to help you with everything I can. I really want you to be successful with this course. And I know how you feel because I've been exactly where you are right now. I started to learn web design and development about 8 years ago. There was no such thing as Udemy courses back then. So I went through the pain of going through I don't know how many books and literally thousands of online articles and tutorials. And I want to spare you all that pain. So I packed everything I learned on that long journey right into this course. I'll show you everything. I would actually say that this is exactly the course I wish I had when I first started building websites. So please feel free to contact me. You can ask me anything. And you can reach me on Facebook, Twitter, email, and of course in the forums of this course, but more on that in the next lecture. So join me now on this adventure and start your next lecture right now, where I will tell you all you need to do to be super successful with this course. Hello and welcome back to the HTML Basics section. In this section, we will finally start coding some HTML. But before we get to the actual coding, we need to first pick a text editor. This is the program that we will use to write all our code. A modern text editor should have features such as syntax highlighting and code completion for quick development. In this course, I will use a text editor called Brackets. It is perfect for web development and offers some features I really love and are really useful. I would even say that this is the best text editor for web development out there. It's available for Mac OS X and also for Windows. And the best thing, it is completely free. So let's go download it. So here in Google, it is quite easy to find it. Just type brackets.io. Okay, then download and install it right here. I don't have to do this because I already have it installed here on my Mac. I strongly suggest you to use this editor, but if you are already familiar with some other text editor, you can of course use that for this course. So I hope you managed to install Brackets by now. So now let's go open our Brackets app. When you do that for the first time, you'll see this simple demo HTML file explaining how the editor works. We don't need that for now, because I will show you everything you need to know over the next sections. For now, I just want to briefly go over the most important parts of the interface. It's very simple, yet very powerful. So as you can see right here in the middle goes all the code we're gonna write over this course. On the left side, we have the files that are currently opened, named here the working files. And there's also a file tree that shows all files contained in a project. In this demo project, it's only an HTML and a CSS file and a folder, screenshots. And then we have the right side, and there is a plugin bar. There are tons of cool plugins for Brackets, which are like apps that extend the functionality of the editor. And we will actually use some of them later in the course. So very simple, but very powerful. And the most important thing here in the middle, where we will write our code. So that was a very small introduction to Brackets. Now let's go started with some HTML in the next lecture. See you there. Now that we have our super text editor installed, let's talk about HTML. Now, this HTML section, together with the CSS section, is designed to get you started for our big web page project that we will be working on later. Here, we will just cover some very basic things like the structure of any web page, how to use headings, paragraphs, images, and links, just to get you started. But let me first show you what we'll build in this section and in the next one, using HTML and CSS. It's a very, very simple fake blog post web page. But it looks pretty cool for your first web page, right? So, starting with HTML. But first of all, what is HTML? HTML stands for Hypertext Markup Language. So it's a markup language and not actually a programming language. HTML documents are described by HTML tags, like these three you see here. Each HTML tag describes a different type of content, such as headings, paragraphs, or links. We use tags to mark up the beginning and end of an element. Each element is written with an opening tag and a closing tag, with the content in between. So the closing tag is just the same as the opening tag, but with a slash. We will see all of that when we start real coding. And web browsers, such as Google Chrome, can read HTML files we code and translate them into visible web pages. Alright, now that we know what HTML is, we can move on to some real coding in the next lecture. In this video, we'll create a new project in brackets and talk about the common structure of any HTML document. Let's start by creating an empty folder where we will put our first HTML file. I'll create this folder right here on my desktop, but you can create your working folder wherever you like. We'll call this one blog post because, as I showed you before, we will start by building a simple blog post web page. I'll leave it empty and just leave it here. And now let's finally open up brackets to start coding. Now by clicking on this button here, we can open the folder we just created. So it's this blog post folder right here. And brackets now uses this folder as our project folder, so all files contained in this folder will be part of our project. Now we are able to create an empty file, and for that just hit the File menu and then New, and that's it. Very simple. Now let's save it and give it a name. Just File, Save, and we're going to call it index.html so that the computer recognizes this as an HTML document. Index.html is the standard name for the main HTML file of any project. So as I mentioned before, HTML documents are described by elements. Now all HTML documents have a common structure where the HTML element is the first one, always. So we'll start with this one, HTML, and close it. And now you see brackets helps us here and closes the tag automatically for us. Pretty useful. Okay, now inside the HTML element there are always two key elements in every structure. It's the head and the body. These are the main components of any web page. So let's just put them into the HTML element. So head, and brackets also helps us with this. It automatically recognizes what we want to write. So now I just hit return and close the tag, and like magic the other closing tag appears. So the head, and the same thing for the body tag. And save it. You can also hit Command S or Control S on a Windows machine. The head element can include a title for your website, CSS styles, some information for the browser or for search engines, and more. We will work on all of that later. The body element is where all the visible stuff of your web page goes, like all the content such as text, links, images, lists, and many more elements. So this is the very basic structure of an HTML document. But actually, there is one thing missing here, and that's the so-called doc type. The doc type declaration must be the very first thing in your HTML document, even before the HTML tag. So let's just put it here. It goes like this: doc type and the doc type then HTML. Alright, this is technically not an HTML element, but an instruction to the browser about what version of HTML the page is written in. So with this declaration, I just told the browser that this file will be in HTML5. And save our document again. And speaking of saving, let's install our very first brackets extension. I will just hit this button here, like I showed you before. And here, clicking on the available tag, and we'll write autosave. This little extension takes care of saving all our files whenever we leave the brackets app, which is very useful. So I already have it installed, but you can just click here on this install button. Alright. Now we know how to create the basic structure of an HTML element. In the next video, we'll finally start to code some visible stuff for our first web page. In the last lecture, we created the basic structure of our first HTML document using the head and body element. Now let's start to fill it with some content. Now, back to our web page. In the head of the web page, let's just give our website a title for now. For that, we're going to use the title tag. Title. And write something like my first blog post in here. And now for the body. Let's start with some text. HTML has text for headings, starting with the H1 element for the main headings, all the way down to H6 for less important headings. So I'm going to use a H1 element here, and let's just repeat the text from the title, my first blog post. Alright. Now, do you want to see what this looks like in a browser? There's where brackets strength comes in again. One great feature of this editor is the so-called live preview. So when I hit this button here, it opens a new browser window with a live connection between our code and the browser, so that we can see all the changes we make in our code being immediately rendered by the browser. So when I go back to brackets, we see now that this symbol here has changed its color to orange, which means that the connection is now live. I will put these two windows side by side, so the brackets editor on this side and the Google Chrome window on this side, so we can see our changes immediately. I think this only works with Google Chrome though. If you prefer to use another browser, let's say Firefox or Safari or even Internet Explorer, you can totally do that. In that case, you gotta open the HTML file we created right from the blog post folder, and then hit the reload button each time you want to see the changes we made in the code. So this is what an H1 element looks like in a browser without any styling. Also notice how the title that we defined for our web page displays in the Google Chrome tab. Let's continue with some secondary headings now, which are, as you may guess, H2 elements. Okay, I'll write something like, this is my first blog post. And you see, like magic, that text appears on the right side in the browser. And since it's so fun, let's add another one right here. Let's say HTML is amazing. Amazing. Okay, now it's time for some paragraphs. Paragraphs are elements for larger text. And we use them just like this. Now we need some text for these paragraphs. So let's just go to Google Chrome and look for some blind text. So blind text is commonly used if we don't have any real text for a web page. And I'm just going to copy all of this and paste it right here. Okay, that's a lot of text. Maybe, I don't know, cut it here so it's not so much. Okay, we can close this. And alright, here we have a paragraph with some nice text in it. Now I will just make the same thing for the other paragraph. I want below this H2. And now we see we have two paragraphs here. Now suppose you want to apply some basic formatting to the text. Do you want to see how? Alright, let's do it. I'm going to start with bold text using the strong tag. Like, this is a very... Now I use the strong element and close it. And now the word strong text, because it is strong. No, because it is bold actually. Just some random text, just so you see how this works. So these two words are bold now. And now some italics, for which we use the EM tag, which stands for emphasis. So again, some random text. I would like to. Now the EM element, emphasize, how important it is to follow this course till the end. Okay, and now we have the emphasize word actually emphasized with the EM element. And last, some underlined text using the U tag, which you should actually not use on a real website, but I will show it to you anyway. So this is some U underlined text. Okay, now see, it's underlined here. But another thing you maybe noticed is that even with all these line breaks I made here in the HTML document, nothing happened here in the browser. So in fact, I can do as many as I want here. You see, nothing happens. If I want a line break on my actual website, I have to use the BR element, which stands for break. It goes like this. Okay, now you see the line here breaks. Just to try it, let's put another one here. Again, it worked, and another one here. So now we have one line for each of the little sentences I wrote. Congratulations! You just created your first HTML page. It is like the most basic HTML you can possibly imagine, but it's really not bad for the beginning. And in the next lecture, we will add some images to this web page to make it a little less boring. Welcome back. In this video, I'm going to show you how to include images in your web page and also what HTML attributes are. So back to our web page, where we want to include some images. But before we can do that, we need some images, right? Okay, so I'll just head here to Google Chrome and type HTML5 because, you know, that's the language we're using. And I like this one, so I will save the image right into our project folder and call it logo. So that's one of the images, and beside that I also want an image for the author. Now you can of course use a photo of yourself, but I will use this very handy website called Random User, where you can get random profile pictures. So I will just save this one. I will call it author. Okay. Also down here, I will just write the name of this gentleman so I don't forget it. Gonzalez. Okay, so this is the author of our page. Now, to put images on our web page, we use the img tag, which actually has no closing tag, so it's just img. Yeah, that's right. There are some HTML elements which have only the opening tag and no closing tag, and the img element is one of them. Just going to close this. Alright. Now I want to put the image here between this first paragraph and the secondary header. So img, and then close it. And now we're gonna see element attributes for the first time. Attributes provide additional information about an element. Because now, to indicate which image we want to display, we use the source attribute, which is src. src. And now brackets helps us again and shows us all the available files in our project folder. And here in this place, I want to see the logo image. So I just choose this and hit enter. And here we go. Now the same thing with the author. Go down here and insert the other image. Okay, img, src, and brackets predicts what we want to write. So hit return and choose the author. Then close it, and now it should be there. Here it is. Now beside the source attribute, we should also give the img elements an alt attribute, which is an alternative text for the image, if the image cannot be displayed in the browser for some reason. I will just put here some text, and the alt text should be some text which describes the image. In this case, I will type in the HTML5 logo, and down here I will say this is the author photo. Now as you can see, this text doesn't display on the website. It's really just in case that the image cannot be displayed for some reason. So this was images. I think that now you know how you can display images on your website. It's really easy and straightforward. Next up, we have a lecture about links. See you there. So far, we have placed headings, paragraphs, and images on our blog post webpage. Another very important thing in web pages are links. So let's go back to the little web page that we were playing with. So, links are defined with the A tag, which stands for anchor. And we use the href attribute to tell the browser where the link should take us. For example, let's link to the Udemy website. Let's do it right here after this image. And as I said, we use the A tag with the href attribute. So the link to the Udemy website is an external link because that website doesn't make part of our project. So in that case, we have to indicate the complete path to the website we want to link to, which means that it has to start with http:// For Udemy, that would be http://www.udemy.com. Alright, and now I close it, and here goes the text that will appear on the web page. So, link to Udemy. So let's see if this works. Click right here, and yeah, it takes us to the Udemy website. Alright. Now back in brackets, we see this message right here. And this happened because we left the web page we were working on. And so the connection between brackets and the browser was lost. So let's close this and hit it again. Okay, now the connection is back up. A solution for this would be to open the link in a new tab, right? Sometimes that's actually a good thing to do. So I'll show you how to do that. It's quite easy. We just need to define the target attribute. So target, and then from these 4 options, we choose the blank options. And now let's test it again. And I click here. Okay, and so the Udemy site opens in a new tab without leaving our original blog post. So if we close this, we are just back to our web page. We can also link to any document inside our current project. For example, other web pages, which is very important, or even images or other documents. And those will be internal links. So let's just add a link to the HTML image we used before. And I will do it right after this link. So again, the A and ref, and I will choose this logo here. And again, we want it in a new tab. I will say HTML logo. Okay, and this also works. So you see, we cannot only link to other websites, but also to other documents such as images. These were links. Now you know how to make internal links and external links to other web pages. Congratulations! You made it to the end of the introductory HTML section. That's awesome! Remember that this section was designed to make you familiar with HTML. So far, we covered the basic structure of a web page, headings, paragraphs, images, and links. We'll start to really work with HTML when we're going to start with our killer website project. But before we do that, in the next section I will introduce CSS to style the HTML we just created. Now to end this HTML section, make sure you take the following quiz to remember some things you learned so far. So, good luck! Welcome to the CSS Basics section. So far, we have used HTML to put content on our web page. Now, we'll use some basic CSS to actually style that content to make it look the way we want it. After this section, you will be able to build a simple layout with some formatted content. We will continue to work on this simple blog post web page that I showed you before. So we will add some more content, build a simple layout, and style the whole thing. After this section, we will be ready to start on our killer website project. So, what is CSS? CSS stands for Cascading Style Sheets. CSS defines exactly how HTML elements should look. It allows us to make a clear separation between content and style. HTML is the content and CSS is the style. These two images show the exact same HTML, with the only difference that the website on the left side has not been formatted with CSS yet. It's just bare HTML, which doesn't look very good, of course. So how are we going to use CSS in practice? There are three ways to use CSS. First, we can write CSS code right inside an HTML tag using the style attribute. Second, we can write CSS code in the head section of an HTML document. And third, CSS code can be put into an external file. And this is what we're actually going to do. Remember what I said about how CSS allows us to separate content from style? That is why we'll put all our visual styles in a separate file, because it's a much cleaner solution and therefore everybody does it that way. So let's go back to brackets and do this. So let's start by creating a new file, just as we did before with the HTML file. So File, New, and then save it with Command S or Control S, and I will call it style.css. Okay, that's it. You see? Now it appears here in our project folder. Now I'm going to go back to the HTML file, because now we have to tell the HTML file in which CSS file the new styles will be. So to link these two documents, we use the link tag in the HTML head. Just like this. Link. And this is another element which has no closing tag, so it's just link. I hope you remember HTML attributes, because we will use them right now. So to start, we tell the browser that we want to link a style sheet. This rel and style sheet. Then next, we tell the HTML document that it is a CSS file. And finally, with the href attribute we used before for our links, we tell the document where the CSS styles are. Style.css, which is the file we just created before. So I hit enter, and now these two documents are linked. Alright, now we are ready to start writing some CSS, and let's do that in the next lecture. In this lecture, we're going to start to write CSS for text formatting, so you can see how CSS works. It's really easy. So, we'll jump right into the CSS file here to start write some code. CSS is written in rules. Each rule consists of a selector and a declaration block. To exemplify that, we'll start formatting the main heading. So h1 is the selector, because it will select all h1 elements. This means that all h1 elements will be formatted with the code we will write in the declaration block, here in curly brackets. So I will start with the text color. We will choose green in this example. So color, and I'll just write green. And then semicolon. And you see the h1 element actually changed its color to green. So to sum this up, the property here is color, and the value of that property here is the name green. Next, we want to change the text size, right? So just write font size, and brackets gives us some suggestions as we write. And now I will choose just 40 pixels. You see, it changed. Maybe 50 pixels. Now 40 pixels was better. You see, we are already designing in the browser. We're changing the values of the attributes and see which looks best. Now suppose we wanted to change the font family. Let's say to Helvetica New. Let's do that. It's font family, right? And now just type Helvetica New. And again, the H1 element changed its family. Now, if that font is not available on your system, which is likely if you're on Windows, let's tell the browser it should use Arial instead. And to do so, we just write Arial after a comma here. And then the semicolon, as before. So Helvetica is the first choice, and Arial is the second choice. And now let's go do the same thing for the H2 elements. We want them to look the same, but with a smaller font size. So let's copy this H1 rule and paste it down here and change this to H2. Now these two look exactly the same. The H1 looks exactly the same as the H2 elements down here, because for now we didn't change anything. So let's change this here to, let's say, 25, and that's a much better font size. Now we repeated some rules here. You see, the H1 and the H2 have the same color and same font family. And we should actually avoid that, because repeating code is bad practice. Instead of repeating, we can just group the common rules together. This is something we will be doing a lot, so I'm just showing it to you. So I write H1 and H2 and the declaration block. So everything that is common here, I will cut and paste it up here. And the font family is also the same for these two. So, did you see what I did here? Now I can delete this from here because it's already declared here in the common declaration. Now let's quickly format the paragraphs. I will first go back to the HTML file and delete this random text we put here, just to see how strong and emphasize and underline works. As you can imagine, we'll use the P selector here. But I'll show you another bracket secret here. Instead of switching to the CSS file, you can edit CSS right here in the HTML file. Just click on the P tag and then hit Command E or Control E. Command E, and this opens a CSS editing section right here in this file. This is called Quick Edit. Now I hit New Rule. Now it automatically puts the P selector and the declaration block here for us. Okay, I want the font size to, let's say, 18 pixels. Great. And let's justify this text. And for that we use the text align property and set it to justify. Very well. We could also use right, center, or left, but we want to justify here. I will also adjust the font family. Do you remember how to do that? It is font family, and it was Helvetica New, or as a second choice, Arial. Alright. Maybe you notice that the link text is still in the original format down here. Now we could go ahead and format the A tag, right? But I will show you a much better solution. So let's switch back to the CSS file. And at the beginning, I will add a rule for the body. And since everything is inside the body, this rule will apply to everything visible on a web page. So this means all elements that have no defined styles. So this is like a global rule. So body, and that's it. So the first thing, I can go ahead and copy the font family right into the body. Like this. Okay, now you see that everything has the Helvetica Neue font family, even the links which I didn't even style yet. If I delete this font family declaration down here for the P element, it still looks the same because we defined that everything inside the body will have Helvetica Neue as font family. And I will do the same thing with the font size. We'll cut it here, paste it here in the body. So the paragraph is back to the 18 pixels, but now the links are also with 18 pixels. Now the reason this works is because of CSS inheritance, which is a very important concept in CSS. We changed the font size in the body, and so the elements that are inside of the body inherit its style. So child elements inherit the properties from their parent elements, unless we override their styles, as we did right here in the H1 in H2. Sorry, in the H2 declarations. Alright, I think this was a good introduction to CSS code. So congratulations! You have created some nice clean CSS code here, without repetitions, and have made the text look pretty good for now. Isn't that great? Now this was a lot of stuff to absorb, so feel free to go through it again and make sure you understand exactly what we did, because it's very important that you understand everything from here, because from now we will use these concepts for the next lectures. Let's talk about colors in CSS. In CSS, colors are displayed combining red, green, and blue light. This is the RGB model. In the RGB model, each color is defined by a combination of red, green, and blue using a hexadecimal notation. The lowest value for each color is 0, which is 0 in hexadecimal, and the highest value is 255, which is FF in hexadecimal. So, for instance, a complete red has FF, which is the highest value in the red channel, and 0 in the green and the blue channel. Yellow is a mixture of red and green, so it has FF in the red and in the green channel, but 0 in the blue channel. You get the idea, right? You can just pause the video and look at the RGB model if you want to analyze all colors there. So, by mixing red, green, and blue together using different values between 0 and 255, we can obtain over 16 million colors. For instance, this nice green is represented with this hexadecimal code 1DA717. So we have 1D for red, A7 for green, and 17 for blue. Mixing these together makes this nice green. But don't worry so much about these numbers, because picking our colors in brackets will be very easy. And for gray colors, just make red, green and blue take the same value. For instance, 8B, 8B, 8B gives us that first shade of gray we see here. If all 6 values in a hex code are the same, like 555, 555, we simply write 555. Now one last thing. CSS colors can also have transparencies. If we want colors with transparencies, we do not use the hexadecimal notation. Instead, we write them like you can see on the green square. This gives us the same green we saw before, but with 75% transparency. So, I will now show you how all of this works in brackets. Back to the CSS file of our project, let's try to change that green color of the headings we defined before, because we will actually never use color names like green as we did in the last lecture. So, put the cursor here on this color and then hit Command E, just as we did before in the HTML file. But this time it's not a CSS editor which comes up, but this nice color picker. So this is a pretty powerful color picker. You can click everywhere around here to choose the color. And you actually can see the color changing in our web page. We can also use these sliders here to change the color hue and transparency. So here I can change the color. If you wanted a yellow color, blue color, I don't know. So we can choose anything right here. And with this slider, we can adjust the transparency. As we saw before, this now is this RGBA notation, and here we have the transparency value. Now I will just put this back up to 100% and change to the hexadecimal notation that I showed you before. So you can play around with these colors as you wish. I will just choose some nice green for our headings. Well, maybe this one. So now I will close this, and now we have a beautiful green color for all our headings. Another thing, I will go to the picker again. Now if we push this all the way to this side, we have actually all the shades of gray from complete white, which is FFF, all the way down to black, which is 000. So if we move up and down here, we can choose a gray color. But as I said, what I want is a green color. So just put it here. And here bracket even shows us the colors we use the most in our design. This can be pretty useful if you use multiple colors. Alright, so let me close this color picker, and I think that's it for now with colors. So now you know how to work with colors in CSS. See you in the next lecture. Now that we're familiar with colors, we are going to talk about two new selectors, classes and IDs. In the last lecture, we used H1, H2, P, and body selectors to select the corresponding HTML elements. But now, suppose we wanted to style only one of the paragraphs, not all of them. That's why we have classes and IDs. We can attribute class or ID names to elements, and then use these classes or IDs to select them in the CSS code. So let's do that. First, I need to tell you that the same class can be attributed to as many elements as you like, while an ID can be used only once inside each HTML document. So let's see what we can do here. So we have 3 paragraph elements, if you remember. It's this paragraph here, and also the author name is also a paragraph. So now let's say we want the author paragraph to be bigger than the main text. So we have two text paragraphs and we can use classes for that. So let's go back to our index.html file. Let's just close this. And so here in the p tag, just add class, and then choose a name. It can be anything. I will call this main text. And then the same thing with this second paragraph. This is also main text, right? So main text. Now there's only one paragraph for the author name, so we can use an ID here. So it's just, as you can imagine, ID, and I will call it author text. And now let's go back to our CSS file. And here down here we can now add the new selectors. So to style the paragraphs with the main text class, we'll add dot main text. And you see on our web page with this live connection to brackets that there's like a blue square around this paragraph and the other one too, but not the author paragraph. So which means that we selected these two elements. So what I can do here is to say that we want these paragraphs to have a justified text align. Text align justify. And now down here we have the author paragraph, if you remember, and it's an ID. And to select that ID we use the hash symbol and say author text. Alright, and as we said, we want this to have a larger font size, like 22 pixels maybe. Font size, we'll set it to 22 pixels. And you see, it's bigger now. And yeah, 22 pixels looks just right. So nice, it works. I actually don't need this one anymore, it's kind of redundant, because in this rule I already said that I want these two paragraphs to be justified. And since this one doesn't need to be justified, I can just delete this and nothing will happen. Just clear some lines, save it, never forget to save. And yeah, I think that's it for the coding. Now using IDs is actually not a good practice because, as I said, they can only be used once. So usually we use classes for all our styling, even if we have only one class with a specific name, because we will never know what will happen to our code down the road. So let's just quickly change from ID to class right here first. So I want this to be a class, and then I will also change it in the CSS, and now it's back to normal as we want it. Great, this was an important lecture because we'll be using classes all the time. Next up, I will teach you another very important thing in CSS, the so-called box model. See you there. Welcome back. I will now quickly go over yet another very important concept in CSS, the box model. So, basically all HTML elements can be seen as boxes. What the box model does is to allow us to define space between elements and to add a border around elements. The box model consists of margins, padding, borders, and the actual content of the box, for instance, text. This image shows very well how the box model works. So, the content is where text and images appear. The padding is like a transparent area around the content, but inside of the box. The border of the box goes around the padding and the content and may be transparent or not. And finally, the margin is the space between boxes. Now, padding, margin, and border are properties in CSS and can be specified for the entire box or for individual sides, top, bottom, left, or right. We will use all of them later. The box model also allows us to set the height and the width of an element. Now, the annoying thing about the standard box model that I just showed you is that you just set the height and the width of the content, not of the entire box itself. This means that padding, margin, and border will be added to the height and width we specify, which is actually not what we want. But fortunately, we have a good solution for that. There is this very useful CSS property called box sizing. If we set box sizing to border box, the height and the width will be defined for the entire box. We will use this in a second. Because there is one last thing I need to tell you about the box model. In HTML, there are block elements and inline elements. Block elements use the full width of the browser and force line breaks. Headings and paragraphs are examples of block elements. And inline elements don't do any of that. For instance, images, links, strong and EM elements are all inline elements. What's important about them is that you can neither set their height or their width. But enough with theory lectures. Let's get our hands dirty with what we just learned and get back to brackets. As you can see on our web page, here in Google Chrome, there are already some margins between elements. For example, this one here and this one, it's all full of margins already. And that's because all browsers add some default margins if we don't specify any. So let's start by remove the default values. And to do that, we create some rules that will affect all elements on our web page using the asterisk selector, which goes like this. So we just type this. Now all elements are affected. That's why you have these blue boxes here around all the elements. This is a way of brackets showing us that all these elements are affected by this selector. Now here we set all margins and paddings to 0, and that's how it works. Just write margin 0 and also padding 0. So you see all the margins completely disappeared. Now, do you remember the box sizing property? We want to set it to border box for all elements, and this is the right place to do exactly that. So just write box sizing and then choose border box. Save it, and alright. So no margins and no paddings anymore. Now, I think we should add some margins to some of the elements. First, I would say that the main heading needs some margin, right? This main heading right here. So remember, margin is the white space between boxes. We want some margin between these two headings, the H1 and the H2 heading. So we add a margin bottom to the H1 element. So you remember I said we could specify the margins to all the sides of an element. And so now I will specify the margin at the bottom. And let's put 20 pixels here. That looks like a reasonable amount of white space here. And now the same thing for the secondary headings, because you know I also don't like that there's no space between the H2 element and the paragraphs. So it's again margin bottom, and here I think 10 pixels might be enough. Okay, that looks much better, don't you think? Finally, I would like to add some margin after the main paragraphs. So if you remember, the main paragraphs are this one and this one. And we defined it in the lecture before using this class here. So again, margin bottom, and let's say 20 pixels. So we get some nice spacing here. So it looks a little bit cleaner right now. And that's it for this lecture. I hope you learned a lot about the box model, which is really important. So if you didn't, just go back and look at it again, because in the next lecture we will really need it, because we will start to build a simple layout where we will use the concept that I showed you in this lecture. So, see you there. Hello, excited for a new lesson? I hope so, because this is going to be a long one. Now that we know how the box model works, let's build a simple layout for our blog page. This is where all the fun begins. We want a layout just like this one. So we want a box with our main content, a box for the author info, and a box to show what other blog posts are on our blog. We will start by putting all the content we have so far inside a container and center that container on a web page, like most of the websites you use every day do. We will do that by using the div element, which we have not talked about yet. The div element is one of the most used elements. Div stands for divide, and so we use it simply to divide our page into sections by creating boxes where we put our contents in. So let's wrap all the content we have so far inside a div element. Starting right here, just write div. Some space, and I'll copy everything, all the content we have so far. I will cut it and paste it right here. Now I need to indent this code by using the tab key. I will show you in a second, so that the code looks much better and is easier to read with these indents. So HTML is the first level, that is the second level, that's the third level, and everything inside the div is the fourth level. And then third level, second level, first level. So now let's call this div container. So container. And like I showed you before, we will use Command E, this time with the cursor on this class name. Command E, and then we will make a new rule for this class. So the class selector and the name of the class container, and now we can write our styles for this class. First, I will define the width of this. and I will use 1140 pixels as a width. The standard width has been 960 pixels for a long time, but as screens are getting larger and larger, we can also make wider web pages. So let me just make these windows bigger so we can see what's happening here. And now we want this container to be centered in the window, not all the way to the left. So let's go back to brackets and do that. And it's actually easier than it sounds. In order to do that, we have to define the left and the right margin of the container to be auto. Margin left, auto, and margin right, auto. And the auto means that the left and right margin are adjusted automatically according to the context of the element, which is the browser window in this case. So let's see what happened. So now, like magic, the website is centered. Now even if I adjust the browser window, our content always stays centered. You see? Now let's go back and create those three boxes that we saw earlier. Again, we use the div element to do that. Div, and I will call the first one blog post and close this. Now instead of copying all the content, I will just delete this closing tag and put it where we want it to be. And it's down here, you see? Because here is the part where the author begins and everything above it is the blog post. And brackets automatically closes that for us. And now again, let's indent this code so that it's easier to read. Just like this. Now below this, I'll create the container for the other blog posts, which will be the green box if you remember it. So div class other posts. It's a great name for this, I think. Now I'll just put some dummy text here for now. And finally, the box for the author. Div class author box. Don't want this here. Okay, now indent the code and save it. Never forget to save. So let's just give them different background colors so we can see on a web page what's going on. Again, I will hit Command E because that's the easiest way instead of switching back and forth between HTML and CSS files. So in order to specify a background color, it's very easy. Just write background color and then choose a color. Well, if you remember from our color lecture, blue is red 0, green 0, and blue FF. Okay, let's close this. Blog post, now the other posts. New rule for this one. And now again, background color. This one is green, so 0 for red, FF for green, and 0 for blue. If you put the cursor on this color, we can actually see it. Yeah, it's green, as we want it. And now the author box. Let's define a style for this one. Background color, we want it yellow. So it's FF for red, FF for green, and 0 for blue. So yellow. We'll close these ones, and now let's check our web page again. So blue is the first box, green is the second box, and yellow is the third box. Now, I want the width of the actual blog post to be 75% of the container, and the other blog post section to be 25%. And that's very easy. So the blog post, we just need to say width 75%, blog post, and the other posts, Command E, with 25%. So you see, we cannot use only pixels to define measures, but also percentages, which will become very handy later on. Now it's 75%, and that's just 25% here, the green box. Now, to put the green box beside the blue box as we want it for a layout, we need to use a new property called float. And this is very important. With float, an element can be pushed to the left or to the right, allowing other elements to wrap around it. So if we define the float property for the blue and for the green box as left, the two boxes will be side by side. So let's do that. We'll start down here. Float left. And the blue box also. Float left. So let's see what this looks like. Great. These two boxes are side by side now. Now the problem is, the yellow box is also up here where we don't want it. To avoid this, we got to use a clear property, which is like the counterpart to float. And I'm actually going to do this in a very specific way. So please just copy the CSS code I'm going to write here, because it's not important that you understand it at this point. I will use the very usual clear fix class. Just write clear fix after. Again, it's not important that you understand what I'm writing here right now. We will just use this class. And clear both. Save. So now after the green box, let's just add an empty div with the clear fix class. This may look a little strange to you now, but don't worry. We will see how to use this later. Clear fix. Okay, now it should work. Yeah, that's it. Now we see that the yellow class is down here as we wanted. So we have these two boxes side by side with the float property, and then we used the clear property in that strange clear fix class to clear the float so that this box can be right under these two boxes. And now let's just add some margins and paddings. You see the blue box and the green box here are way too close together. So we can add paddings to those boxes. So I will just go back. Now I will actually use a CSS file again. So you see all those classes we created inside the HTML file. Brackets put those down here at the end of the CSS document. The container, the blog post, the other posts, and the author box. Now let's just add a padding to the right side of the blog post. If you remember, padding is like a white space inside the box. We'll just say padding right, let's say 30 pixels. Okay, let's see. So you see this space here, but still inside the box, so it's still blue. And that will give us a nice spacing between those two boxes. Now we should also put a little margin between the top of the container and the browser window. So to give it a nice spacing between the beginning of the browser window here, and the beginning of the content. That's easy. The easiest way may be in the container element. If we set the margin top of the container to, let's say, 20 pixels, then we have this nice spacing all the way up here. Okay, now let's just get rid of those ugly background colors. We just used them so we could see the boxes while we were working on them. Now, maybe you see here in the container declaration block that we have these three margins: margin left, margin right, and margin top. There's actually a cleaner way of doing this, and I will just show you how. You can just write margin, and then we specify the 4 possible margins in this shorthand property. So this goes like: the top margin is the first. I will just write it here so you can see it. It's top is the first, then the right, then bottom, and then left. So the top bottom we want to be 20 pixels, right? Then the right is auto, the bottom is 0 because we don't have any margin at the bottom, and left is auto again. So this short declaration here does the exact same thing as this. Just remember, it's margin top, right, bottom, and left. So I can just delete it and things will look exactly the same. So all the margins are still there, and as you see, these ugly background colors are also gone. Another cool thing we could do is to add like a gray line here to separate the author box from the 2 boxes above them. So let's just go back to the author box, and we'll use a border property. And this border property allows you to do 3 things: the border width, the line type, and the color. So just write border and top because we want it to be at the top of the box, and then say 1 pixel width, and we want it to be solid, so just a normal solid line, and then a nice gray color. Remember how to do a gray color? You just have to put the same value on the 3 R, G, and B channels. Let's say 333. And then with our color picker, Command E, and we can just adjust it and use another different gray. So maybe this one here, I don't know. Alright, save it. And here we go. Here we have this nice gray line. And we probably also want some padding here, so that all this content is not just glued right to the top of this div element. So let's also define some padding at the top let's say 20 pixels. These numbers are not important at this stage because, you know, we're just trying out some things here. Alright, so you see, now we have this nice padding here. So, alright, I think we're pretty much done with our layout here. So we used floats and clear in order to put all our layout boxes where we wanted them, and we used padding and margin to create some distances between the boxes, and that's essentially all you need in order to build some layouts. So in the next lecture we'll just improve some things here on our website in order to make it look a little bit better and to teach you some more techniques that you can use. Alright, so see you there. So in the last lecture we built a very simple layout using float, clear, margins and paddings. Now it's time to polish our blog post website a little bit. So let's go do that. Okay, we just need to finish some things here, like putting some content in this right column and also make the author section a little more beautiful, you know. And that's what we'll do now. So I'll put some content here in this box, and to do so I go back to the HTML file into the other posts, which is empty for now. So let's say we want 3 other blog posts here. So I create simply 3 new divs and call them maybe just other, and put some name in here, the first other blog post. Now we'll do this 3 times. It's just so that that box isn't completely empty, you know. So yet another blog post, and maybe the best post ever. Read this. Now I just want to format those. So Command E again, and new rule, and let's say we want a margin bottom of 40 pixels, which means a distance between those boxes of 40 pixels. So this is what it looks like. It's not beautiful, but you know, it's there. And the cool thing is we know how to put it there. So let's just close this again, and let's talk about the author box down here. Now I want to show you a new kind of selector, because we want to change this author image here, but you know, I don't feel like creating a new class just for this image. And if I format all the image at the same time, then the other image, like this one here, will also be affected. So there's a way to actually just select this image without giving it a class name. And that's what I'm going to do here in the style file. So I write author box, because this is the box where this image is inside, author box, and then I just write img. And what this does is to select not all the images on the entire website, but only the images inside of the author box. So I don't need to make a whole new class just for that image. It's a much easier way. So and what I want now is to maybe make it a little smaller. So I will say height 100 pixels, and since it's a square, I can make width also 100 pixels. Here it is. Now let's make it round. You probably have seen those round images all over the internet, and I will just show you how to do that. And it's really easy. We just have to specify the border radius. Border radius. And if we say we want this to be 50%, then this is what happens. The image is just a circle. Now, another thing that we should probably do is to put this text here right beside this image. So, you know, this doesn't look so good. And to do that, we will again use the float property. So we say these two elements should float left, which will make this element appear first, right where it is now, and then this element should go right here. So let's just do that. Say float left for this image, and also for the author text, which is this class right here. So float also left. Alright, here we go. Now, using some margin, we can actually put it where we want. So just specify some top margin until it is here in the middle where we want it. We just have to try what works here. Margin top, I have no idea, maybe 15 pixels. And then just a margin to the left side, so that there's a little space between the image and the text. Margin left, let's say 10 pixels. Okay, 15 pixels was not quite enough. Maybe 25 pixels. So margin top could be 25. Yeah, almost there. Let's try it with 30 pixels. And that's it. That looks great, I think. So the last thing could be to maybe make this image here a little smaller and put it right here after this paragraph in the HTML is amazing section. So let's do that. It's very easy. Just cut the image, get rid of this white space, and paste it down here after this paragraph, such as we wanted. This image. Alright, so if you remember, as we did it before with this author image, I will now use the same type of selector to select this image. This is inside the blog post div, so I will just write blog post image. So it's the same situation as we had here with the image inside the author box. Now just let's say we want it to be 150 pixels high. And now to maintain the aspect ratio of the image, let's put the width to auto. Okay, very well. Alright, this web page maybe does not look perfect now, but wow, you've learned such a lot in all the lectures of this section, and that's what actually matters. We used margins and paddings, we defined width and used float and clear, and created a nice gray border, and even learned a new useful selector. So that's a lot of new stuff. And there's actually only one more thing I want to show you in this CSS section, which is element positioning. We're now going to talk about element positioning. So far, all our elements were relative positioned elements. That means that their position on the web page is determined by other elements. Now, elements with absolute position can be positioned anywhere we want inside their parent elements. But I guess I better show you how it works, right? Now, back to our web page. Suppose we wanted to know which date this article was written. In order to do that, we can position a date, let's say in this location here. And the easiest way to do that is probably with absolute positioning. But let's first start by create a little paragraph where we could write that date. I will write that right after the main heading for now, but don't worry, we will position it then later. So it will be a paragraph, and I will call it just date. And let's say March 11th, 2015. So, how does it look? Not quite as we want it, right? So let's format it to put it exactly where we want it. So back to the CSS, down here I will add a date class, as you already know how to do. Now the first thing we need to do is to ensure that the parent element is a relative positioned element. In this case, the parent of this P element is this blog post div. So let's edit it and say that its position is relative. Alright, now we can format this class here. So date has position absolute and not relative. And now, to put it exactly where we want it, we just say top 0, which means that it's right at the top with 0 pixels between the top and the element, and right also 0, which means that there is no distance between the right side of the parent container and the element. And there it is in the top right corner, just as we said. Now it's not quite where we want it yet, right? So you remember this padding between this box and this was 30 pixels, right? So what we can do is to say that this element should have 30 pixels to the right side, which will move it all the way to this place here. And now it also seems a little bit too much at the top, so we can say that there should be a distance of 10 pixels. So back in the CSS, the top is now 10 pixel and the right, let's say 30 pixels. And there it is, exactly as we want it. Alright, so this is absolute positioning. It's very easy and very straightforward. We just have to ensure that the parent element is relative and that the absolute element has the position property set to absolute. As always, more on that later when we will be working on our big website project. Hello back. Before we move on to the next section, I want to show you a very important tool for every web developer, the Google Chrome Developer Tools. These powerful tools are built right into Google Chrome and can be used to analyze and correct HTML and CSS code, to optimize our web page, and so much more. Also, remember what I told you earlier about learning about other web pages? Here is the right tool to do just that. So let's see how we can use the Chrome Developer Tools. Actually, if I just open the Developer Tools in the window which has a live connection with brackets, which is exactly this one, that connection will get lost. That is pretty annoying, but instead I can open the HTML file in the usual way, and then none of that will happen. So I'll just open the folder, and here are all the files we created so far, and I will open this with Google Chrome. Right, here we go. Now the Google Chrome Developer Tools are all about inspecting elements. So if we right click here on this main heading H1 element and hit Inspect Element, we see the Chrome tools down here. And this is the H1 element I just selected. So here we have all the HTML code, and as we hover the different elements, you see that in Google Chrome it shows us which element we are inspecting. And on the right side we have all the CSS properties, and we can turn these off and on to see what happens if these properties are active or not active. And we can actually change some things. Say we want this 45 or 48 or 60, just to see how it looks like. Of course, none of these changes will be reflected in the actual code, which means if I just refresh this page, it looks exactly as it looked before. Another useful thing is when I have this selected, you see that the H1 element has this blue area, which is the content. Remember the box model? So the blue is the content, and the orange one is the margin. So that orange is these 20 pixels margin bottom, right? And this is the blog post div, and if you remember, we set a right padding to 30 pixels, and that 30 pixels is that green area we see. So this can be pretty useful, and actually we have the box model also down here. So when we have a bigger web page, this can be pretty useful to inspect all our elements. So this is our web page. Now remember, we can also do the same thing with other websites to see how they work. This is the Square website that I used before in some design lectures. Imagine we want to know how this button here works. So I will do inspect element, and then I have the code, the HTML code, and here on the right side we can see the HTML attributes. So the color, the background color. So these strike through here means that this property is not active. It means that it has been overwritten by something else. So this is the background color. We can turn it off and on and see what happens. And what else is here? So this is the margin. We can turn it off and on as well. And here we see, for example, that this button uses a border radius of 3 pixels. If you were just curious how this was designed. And the font family is square market, and the font size is 11 pixels. So you see, this is pretty useful to find out about anything that you want to know about other web pages. For example, inspect this element. Here you see, you can inspect all the HTML code. So they have different divs here, and then this H3 with this particular color. And you know, I use this a lot to see what other websites are doing right. Okay, this was just a very basic introduction, but we will see more applications of the developer tools later on. And this was actually the last lecture in the introductory CSS section. Wow, you learned such a lot so far. Congratulations. And I'm really happy and grateful that you're still with me on this journey. You're good to go for our killer website project that we will start in a moment. But wait, first I have another nice little quiz for you again. Good luck with that, and see you in the next section. Welcome to the first lecture about web design. I hope you already downloaded your copy of the course ebook. If you didn't, you should do that right now. It is in the previous lecture. So besides all the things you will learn in the course, I also share a lot of resources with you in the course ebook as we go over the different topics of this course. These will make your life as a web designer a lot easier. This ebook actually contains material that is not covered in this course, but in my other course, which is about web design and web development. So take a look at that material as well. Now before we start, let's first distinguish between web designer and web developer. The designer is the one who creates the look and feel of the website. The developer then actually builds a website based on the design from the designer. A front-end developer uses languages such as HTML, CSS, and JavaScript for the front end, which is the visible part of the website. Now the lines between designers and developers are becoming more blurred as learning to code is getting easier for designers and designing is getting easier to developers. So if you're already familiar with HTML and CSS, or Photoshop, or some other graphical software, you can take the guidelines and rules you will learn in this course and start using them today to design beautiful websites. Now there's actually a good reason why it's getting easier to get started with web design. And I'm talking about flat design, which is the big new design trend popularized by Microsoft and Apple. The introduction of flat design completely changed the way we design today. I will explain this based here on Apple's iOS that we can see here in this picture. So on the left side you have the old iOS 6 with all those shadows, color gradients, textures and bevels. On the right side the new iOS 7 look and feel. Now flat design gets rid of all those shadows, color gradients, textures and so on, leaving us with a two-dimensional design without losing the functionality. Most people perceive flat design as being simple, clean and modern. I personally think that the interface on the right side looks really much cleaner and more elegant as well. Or maybe look at these two login forms. I mean, would you find it easier to design the left or the right interface? And that's what I'm talking about. So this is a huge opportunity for new designers just like you. Or look at these beautiful flat web designs. Now I'm not saying that it's easy to design these sites, because it really is not. But for a complete beginner, I think it's easier to get started with this type of design because it's technically easier to do. You will see lots of websites like these over the next lectures. So that's it about the introduction to web design. I think it's very important that you start to get a feeling for what's happening in the world of web design right now. So that's why I gave you this short introduction. And now we will start learning some guidelines about typography. Make sure you don't miss them. Welcome back. This is our very important lecture about typography. According to Wikipedia, typography is the art and technique of arranging type to make written language readable and beautiful. This means that typography is an essential part of any design. And that's because most of your website will be text content. And so it's quite important to make that content good looking and easy to read for the user. Good typography can make every design look very professional. So let's look at a couple of guidelines to achieve exactly that. I will start with some simple rules, and after that I will go over choosing some good fonts, how to get them, and how to choose the right font for your website. For the first couple of guidelines, I will use this website to show you good and bad things. So first, use a font size between 15 and 25 pixels for body text. It really depends on the typeface you choose, how much text you got, and how much you want that text to stand out. Here in this example, we have a font size of 22 pixels and it looks really good. And this is what it looks like without using these guidelines. The first example has only 14 pixels font size and it's clearly way too small, right? And down here in the second paragraph, the text looks unnaturally big and exaggerated with those 30 pixels font size. So avoid both of these situations. Now for headlines and titles, you can and should of course use bigger font sizes to show that it's important text that you really want the user to read. There are no real size limits for headlines like this one. So here we have the headline of the website we've been seeing before, and it has a font size of 60 pixels, and I think it looks great actually. This website here has an extremely big headline with 90 pixels font size. And sometimes when you use such a big headline, you will want to decrease the font weight of that text. This ensures that the text doesn't steal too much attention from the rest of the content, and it makes the text look less bulky and more modern and elegant. And that is exactly what this website here is doing right. Next up, use a line spacing between 120 and 150% of the font size. Line spacing is the vertical distance between lines and makes text easier to read. Back to our example, this web page here uses a line spacing of 150% to make the text easy to read. This is an example of good typography. And this is what it looks like with bad typography. With 100% line spacing, which is what happens when you don't define any line spacing at all, you see this big block of text which is not easy to read because the lines almost overlap. This is a really bad practice. Now with 200%, it's also not pleasant to read the text because it's way too spaced out and our eyes have a difficult time processing the text like this. So leave a line spacing between 120 and 150% and you will be fine. 45 to 90 characters per line is the optimal line length that is easy to read. 45 to 90 characters is like 2 to 3 lowercase alphabets, just as a reference for you. So here, for example, our first line has 78 characters, so it's easy to follow the text. And here again some bad examples. In the first example we have just 36 characters, and it looks kind of weird. You can of course do this if you have some columns with some text, but not in a situation like this with a lot of text. And down here, the text line is way too long, and our eyes find it difficult to travel such a long distance from the end of one line to the beginning of the next line. And finally, the most important thing is probably to choose good looking fonts. Now, there are no real rules for selecting the right font, but since this is a very practical guide, I will just tell you to use good fonts. I will show you a couple of good fonts that will look good in every design. You can use one of those, or of course go for some other font that you like better. But let's first distinguish between serif and sans serif typeface. On the left side, sans serif typefaces are more neutral, looking more clean and more simple. They are widely used in most modern websites or apps. On the other side, a serif typeface is one that has those small extensions or strokes called serifs at the end of the letters, just as you can see here on the right side. Serif typefaces are usually used for more traditional purposes that encourage long reading and storytelling. And this is how sans serif text looks like on an actual website. You're probably used to see sans serif text everywhere because it's more used than serif font styles. Also look how the heading uses bigger text but with a very low font weight, as I explained you before. This website is absolutely beautiful and uses all the typography rules that I showed you before. And here are a couple of very good sans serif fonts available on Google Fonts. Now, Google Fonts is a very good free resource where you can get web fonts. And web fonts are fonts that you can include directly into your projects without having to download any files. All of these fonts you see here are broadly used, so you can't get wrong when choosing any of them. And Lato is actually the font that I use for this presentation in this course. Please take a look at the Google Fonts website. You can find it in the course ebook. And now serif fonts. Here is again the website we've been looking at before, because it's a great example of really beautiful use of a serif font, at least in the body part. For the headings, this website actually uses a serif font. So you see that you can actually mix serif and sans serif fonts in one website and make it look gorgeous. Here are 3 beautiful serif typefaces, also from Google Fonts. I encourage you to use these if you have a lot of text to show, like a blog website that should have a more traditional look. So, how should you actually choose a typeface? The most important thing is that the font you choose depends strongly on the website you're designing. You need to choose a font which best helps to reflect the look and feel you want for your website that you're designing. Because ultimately, the goal of choosing the right typeface is to engage your audience. Based on that, you can decide if you're better off with a sans serif or with a serif typeface. And after you decided that, use a good font. You can start with one of the ones that I showed you before. And if you're a complete beginner, then please only use one typeface. If you want to use more than one, please take a look at the course ebook. You will find a tool there which helps you pairing fonts, which means to choose 2 good fonts for a website. The best you can do is to play around with different typefaces and see which best helps to achieve what you want for your website. And that's it for typography. This was quite a long lecture actually. And next up, we have another very important aspect of web design: colors. So, join me right in the next lecture. Color is probably the most complicated area of user interface design. This is because we have a tendency to use colors that distract and feel completely unnatural. That can make our design look very messy. Do you want an example of this? Here you go. What do you say now? This is probably the worst website I have ever seen in my entire life. But this is obviously a joke, but you get the point, right? So let's try to avoid messy websites like this one with the guidelines I will show you in this lecture. The first thing I want to recommend is to use a single base color for your design. And with base color I mean any different color than black, white, or some shade of gray. If we want to build a clean and simple website, having too many colors in too many places all over our website is an easy way to completely screw up that goal. So sticking to one main color is definitely a good idea, especially if you're just starting out with design. And the colors you see here on this slide are from a tool called Flat UI Colors. Flat UI Colors is a very cool resource to choose your base color. To start out, I think you can't go wrong by choosing any of these colors. And beside fixing a base color, you can also create a darker or a lighter version of that color. Doing so, you can create a nice color palette like this one here. A color palette shows all the colors to be used in a certain design. I use a tool called 02-255 to create that darker and that light blue tones. I strongly recommend to create a color palette like this one for your design. As I said before, the gray tones are not considered base colors here, and we many times need some of them actually, for instance for text and for background colors. Find the link to these two tools I mentioned in the course ebook. Now, if you really want to mix up multiple colors, I recommend you to use a color wheel tool like Adobe Color CC or Peloton. These tools make use of color theory to choose the best color combinations for you. So for example, here with Adobe CC Color, you can create your color palettes using color combinations that actually make sense. Just play around with it and see what you get. You can then use a main color to draw attention to the most important elements on your web page, like a call to action button, and the second or third colors can complement the main color. That is just what this website is doing. Their main color is clearly green, but they have this nice orange to draw the attention to the button. And that brings us to the next guideline, which is about attention. When you're in doubt about using colors and don't know where to use colors and how often, I have a solution for you. Just pick a color that stands out and use it mostly to draw attention to a button or any other element of importance on your website. Uber's website here does a terrific job in doing exactly that. And number 4, and this is very simple, never choose the black color for any part of your design. This is because black actually almost never appears in the real world. So using complete black just doesn't feel natural. And last but not least, I want to say a few words on which colors you should actually choose for your design. That's because picking a color for a website means much more than picking your favorite color and turning it into a design. It means picking the right color in order to get the desired response from your audience. Color really makes a difference. This happens because there are psychological effects behind each color. So let's see what feelings each color can evoke and how to use this knowledge. Red is a great color to use when power, passion, strength, and excitement want to be transmitted. Brighter tones are more energetic, and darker shades are more powerful and elegant. Orange draws attention without being as overpowering as red. It means cheerfulness and creativity. Orange can be associated with friendliness, confidence, and courage. Now, yellow. Yellow is energetic and gives the feeling of happiness and liveliness. Also, it associates with curiosity, intelligence, brightness, etc. Green is the color of harmony, nature, life, and health. Also, it is often associated with money. In design, green can have a balancing and harmonizing effect. Next, blue means patience, peace, trustworthiness, and stability. It is one of the most beloved colors, especially by men. It is associated with professionalism, trust, and honor. And that's actually why the biggest social networks out there use the color blue. Now, purple is traditionally associated with power, nobility, and wealth. In your design, purple can give a sense of wisdom, royalty, nobility, luxury, and mystery. Pink expresses romance, passivity, care, peace, affection, etc. And finally, the color brown is the color of relaxation and confidence. Brown itself means earthiness, nature, durability, comfort, and reliability. And that's it for colors in this lecture. If you want to learn more on this subject, I included a couple of links in the course ebook where you can read all about color theory. Make sure you check them out. These days, big and beautiful images are everywhere in web design. In fact, using large background images can make your website look more attractive and create more user engagement. It has actually been found that image-heavy websites convert better, so that's great news. So you totally have to know how to work with images. And with that, I mean that you should learn how to effectively put text over images. There are a few techniques for doing this, and we are going to go through the most important of them in this lecture. First, the easiest way is to put text directly on an image. The problem is that this only works if the image is quite dark and your text is white. Otherwise, you will not have enough contrast between your image and your text. And that's exactly what happens in this website. I mean, I like the design, but the white text in the headline is quite difficult to read because the image is also quite bright. So I wouldn't encourage you to use this method because it can make text very difficult to read if you don't make it right. The easiest solution to this problem, we saw before, is to overlay the image with a color. The most usual and of course simple to use color is black, which simply turns the image darker, as in these two beautiful websites. But we can also use other colors as well and create some beautiful effects with them. And we can do even more. We can use color gradients to achieve stunning effects like these websites do. You can find a link to some beautiful color gradients in the course ebook. However, it is important that you keep in mind what we've learned about colors, which means that you should not just use some random colors, but you already know this by now, right? So please use image overlay with colors other than black or white very carefully. Next, simply putting the text in a box is another easy way to make your text stand out and easy to read, like the designer of this website did. The box should be opaque so that you can still see the image beneath it. In this case, a white color with some transparency was used. You can also make the box black or go with some other color that you selected for your design. Just be creative and you will be fine. Yet another solution to put text on images is image blur, and this is very powerful and also good looking in my opinion. You can either blur the whole image like these two websites do, or you can use an out of focus area of a photo as the blur, like the first of these two websites do. You see that? Now in this case, we need to make sure that the text stays on the blurred image part on all screen resolutions. This is particularly important for responsive web design. And now the last method I want to show you is the so-called floor fade. The floor fade is a technique where an image subtly fades towards black at the bottom, with white text written over it. This is the profile page of 500px.com, and this uses the floor fade extremely well. So it is almost unnoticeable, but still improving readability, which is exactly what we want. And this would be the same website but without the floor fade. And in this case, we have a hard time reading some of the small white text down there. So the floor fade increases the text readability dramatically. This means that in situations like this, where we want text at the bottom of an image, this is the perfect solution to go for. Now you may ask, where do I get amazing images like the ones we saw in this lecture for my website? Well, you either already took some great photos for some website you're planning, or you can just get a lot of super cool free images on the internet. There are images for everything you can imagine. As always, I share the best resources with you in the course ebook. And this closes our lecture on working with images. In this lecture you saw a lot of great websites, and those can actually be a good inspiration for you and your websites. In this lecture, we will talk about how you should use icons in web design. Icons can be a very important part of a web designer's work. Icons improve the aesthetic of our websites and can provide a better user experience if well used. It is actually pretty incredible how much power icons have in determining the look and feel of an entire website. But icons can also cause user confusion when poorly used. This is why there are some very simple basic guidelines you should follow. First, you can use icons to show features of your website or a product that you're selling, or steps that a user should follow to achieve some goal. This is a powerful, modern, and beautiful way of showing what your site has to offer. Icons actually help the user to quickly browse through a page and get an idea what the website is all about. So I strongly recommend you to use icons in your design in these situations. And here you have some inspiration for how to use icons to show features of a website. The possibilities are endless, as you can see from all these examples. Or instead of showing features, you can use icons for actions and links. Popular websites like Facebook or YouTube do exactly this, and I'm sure you see this all the time. In the case you use icons for doing this, there are two rules to follow. First, your icons should be instantaneously recognizable and remove open interpretation. And second, label your icons if you have enough space to do so, because otherwise you may confuse your users. And whatever you do with icons, they should not take a center stage in your design. Instead, they should play a supporting role. For example, take this beautiful website. I know it's very small and you can't read the text actually, but what matters here is that it's not covered with icons everywhere. There are just these three icons that have like a supporting rule, in this case to list the features of the product. Now, there are two types of icon formats: icons in form of images and icon fonts. Icon fonts use smooth vector images instead of common raster images to display icons on your website. I strongly recommend you to use icon fonts for web design whenever possible. And that's because vectors scale endlessly up or down for any resolution. This is especially important for today's high-resolution displays found in most smartphones and some computers such as the Retina Max. And don't worry, you don't have to design any icons by yourself, of course. As with images, there are tons of online resources where you can get free icon sets. And as before, I share some of them in the course ebook with you. Let's talk about another very important aspect of visual design: how to design a layout using whitespace. Every piece of good design uses whitespace well. In fact, if you want to make a website that looks designed, you need a lot of whitespace in the correct places on your site. So, what is white space? White space is just space where there isn't any stuff. Easy. White space absolutely is the key to create a clean and simple look and feel. This website uses white space quite well. Look at the space between the icons and the text, the space between the sections' headings and its content, and between paragraphs. This makes the website look clean and inviting, all because it uses white space in a well-executed way. And this is the same website but without white space. Do you see the big difference? There is like no room to breathe here. Everything looks bulky and unthoughtful. Definitely not what we want. So based on this, the first guidelines are quite simple. And it's actually easier than it may sound. Just put white space between your elements, put white space between your groups of elements, put white space between your website's sections. But don't exaggerate, because when elements are spaced out too much, they may lose the relationships to one another. So don't use too much white space. You have to be careful with this. And with this, you will see how your website will look nice and clean, professionally designed. Now, with the white space that you add, you describe invisible relationships between the elements of your website. You communicate how the pieces of information relate to one another, and this is very important. So white space is closely related to something we call visual hierarchy. This is the organization of your content. Let's go back to our previous website example. Again, the text here is very small, but that's not what matters here. Just look at the way white space is used on this website to define the different sections. We can clearly see where each section begins just through the correct use of white space. And that's what hierarchy is all about, actually. So, again, white space is really powerful. Hierarchies give your website order, and so it's kind of important that you get it right. And how do you do it? Just design with having 3 simple guidelines in mind, and you should be fine. First, define where you want your audience to look first. Also, establish a flow that corresponds to your content's message. Because hierarchy is exactly that. It guides the user from one element to the next. And then, use white space to build that exact flow. So, concluding, in this lecture we learned that white space is a powerful tool to create a well-defined content hierarchy. Using white space right can make a website look clean and simple. So this was quite an important lecture. Now let's talk a little bit about user experience, because there can be no course about web design without at least mentioning user experience. So far, we focused essentially on visual design of user interfaces. Designing the user interface means to design the presentation of a product, like a website or a mobile application. It's designing the look and feel of the product. So that is what we've been looking at so far. Now, there's also another type of design which is very important, and that's the user experience design. User experience is the overall experience that the user has with a product. User experience includes the user interface, but also has to understand the whole picture of the product. It's not just what it looks like and feels like. Design is how it works. That is a very well-known quote from Steve Jobs about user interface and experience design. Now this picture is a good explanation of the difference between just designing the presentation of a product or designing the whole experience. So the bottle on the left side may be beautifully designed, but it doesn't solve the user's need to get ketchup out of the bottle as quick as possible. So the bottle on the right side tries to solve that problem by designing a pleasant overall user experience. It's also beautiful, but at the same time, it works. You can think of user experience in terms of users' goals and business goals. A user experience designer needs to align those goals so the business benefits when the user reaches their goal. Imagine, for example, that you're running a website where you want to give away for free an ebook in exchange for an email address. The user's goal here is to learn about the specific subject of your book, and your goal is to get the email address of your customers. For example, so you can try to sell them something later. Now, you gotta make sure that your design makes the best possible job in achieving both goals. User experience is a huge field and requires a lot of things to study and to analyze, but I felt like I should at least tell you some very basic things about it. I will also give you the link to a great free user experience crash course if you're interested. Find the link to that course in the ebook. Now it's time to talk about inspiration. Inspiration is absolutely essential, especially for a beginner like you. Believe me, without inspiration, you'll have a hard time to even start anything. Of course, you don't have to reinvent website layouts and user interface elements such as buttons or navigations. Instead of that, you should use other websites as inspiration in order to see what other leading designers are doing right. So here are some steps that you may follow. First, collect a bunch of designs that you like and that you think are well designed. Then understand everything about them by answering those questions. Why do they look good? What do these sites have in common? And how were they built in HTML and CSS? Now, in order to analyze the HTML and CSS code, you can use the Google Chrome developer tools if you're familiar with them. You can actually learn a lot by just doing this. Believe me, this is a very effective method. And the last thing I want to tell you about inspiration is to steal like an artist. Yes, you've heard that right. So basically, I want you to make your design similar to web pages you like, at least at first. When you're starting out, don't worry so much about being original. Once you're getting better and better, then originality will come automatically. Of course, you should not literally copy anything, but you get the idea, right? So, where should you actually get inspiration? Don't worry, you will find some great websites in the ebook where you can find inspiration. For instance, Dribbble is a show and tell for designers and it's invite only, so the quality you'll find there is quite high. Basically, all great designers are there and you can learn a lot from them. We already saw some inspiration in many of the other lectures, so you can just go back and take a deeper look at those if you want. Welcome back. We are finally going to start building our killer web page. Great. But before diving right in, we gotta have a very clear plan of exactly what we're gonna do. With a good plan, you're already halfway to a great website. Because building a website is not just writing some code. It's much more than that. It's a whole process, from complete scratch to a completely functional website. And I'm going to reveal the 7 real-world steps of that process right now. Every good website in the world needs to follow at least these 7 steps. You should definitely take some notes of these. So let's go. Start off by defining the goal of your project. This can be showing your portfolio to the world, selling an ebook, building a blog, or whatever you want. Also define your audience. Ask yourself, which is the typical user that will visit my website? This is important because you should always design with your goal and audience in mind. Once your project is defined, plan your content carefully. This includes text, images, videos, icons, etc. Remember what I told you about visual hierarchy in the web design section? It plays an important role when you start thinking about what you want on your website and what you don't. Defining the content before actually starting the design is called the content first approach. It means that you should design for the content instead of designing a web page and then filling it with some stuff. Also define the navigation and the site structure in this step. You can draw a sitemap in this step if we're talking about a bigger project. Now it's time to get inspired and think about your design. Then get the ideas out of your head. And with that I mean, sketch your ideas before you start designing. It will help you explore ideas and create a concept of what you want to build. Using pencils and paper is a great way of quickly retaining your valuable ideas. And make as many sketches as you want, but don't spend too much time perfecting anything. Once you have an initial idea, you can concentrate on the details when designing in HTML and CSS. I advise you to never ever start designing without having an idea of what you want to build. Getting inspiration is very important in this phase, and I already told you how to do that. Now, after sketching, start to design your website using all the guidelines and tips you've learned in the web design section. You will do that using HTML and CSS, which is called designing in the browser. So, designing in the browser is basically designing and developing at the same time. There are actually more and more designers leaving traditional design programs such as Photoshop and start designing in the browser, such as we are going to do. The biggest reason for this is that you can't design responsive websites in Photoshop. It also saves you tons of time. And in this phase, you'll use your sketches, content, and planning decisions you've made in steps 1, 2, and 3. This step is of course the biggest part of building a website. But don't forget, all the other steps are also very, very important. Now, before you can launch your beautiful masterpiece for the world to see it, we have to optimize its performance and for search engines such as Google. You don't want a slow website or one that no one can find, right? Your optimized website is then finally ready to launch. All you need for this is a web server that will host your website and deliver it to the world. I will later show you a way to do exactly that. But the launch of your website is not the end of the story. Now it's time to monitor your users' behavior and make some changes to your website if necessary. You should also update your content regularly in order to show your users that your website is alive. For instance, a blog can be a very great way of doing that. These steps I just showed you are so incredibly important that I also included them in the course ebook, so that you always know where to find them. Also in the ebook is the link to a document called the Periodic Table of Web Design Process, if you want an even deeper understanding of the complete web design and development process. So, make sure to check it out. Now, over the rest of the course, we're going to put these 7 real-world steps into action. After that, we will have a fully functional, beautifully designed and developed website on the internet. Excited? So let's start it. It's now time to start our project. This is so exciting. So let me introduce OmniFood to you. OmniFood is a fictional company I made up only for this course. OmniFood is a premium food delivery company devoted to bring healthy and affordable meals to people in currently 4 cities. Now, they need a new, modern and clean website that will make them look like a really professional company. And that is where we come in. We are going to do exactly that. Together, we will pretend that we were hired by OmniFood to design and develop the visual part of their website using HTML, CSS, and a little jQuery. Isn't that fun? It's like a first job. I mean, this is really cool, right? And they actually provide us with all the content that you can and should download right now from the link in the description. Now, based on what OmniFood wants from us, we will start to put the 7-step plan we discussed before in action. So, starting with step 1. As you probably remember, step 1 is all about defining the project. So the goal of the project is to show what OmniFood does, how it works, and in which city it operates in. Then, make people sign up on a subscription plan. And this is actually a pretty common project goal. And the audience for this project is busy people who don't have time to cook or don't like to cook. Simple as that. Now, step 2 was about planning the website. We will build a 1-page web page containing all the information provided by OmniFood, with a simple navigation to guide us through the page. And the content was provided by OmniFood in form of a text document and a couple of images that you already downloaded to your computer. And the navigation was also provided by OmniFood in that text document. We will look at all of that once we start building. And a sitemap is not necessary in this case because we're talking about a relatively small 1-page website here. The next step is to get inspired and sketch some ideas. Here is what I did for our project. So I will show you some sketches for the 9 different sections of the website, starting with the header and the features section. You can clearly see that I'm really bad at drawing and sketching, but I try my best because this step is really important. And as I said before, it really doesn't matter if your sketches look good or bad. We just want to get an idea of what we want to build. So these different sections I sketched here follow exactly the content OmniFood gave us. You can take a look at the document and compare it with the sketches I show you here. As we design each of these 9 sections, I will show you my sketches with greater detail. And now, step 4. This is where all the fun begins. In step 4, we finally design and develop our website. This will take us from this lecture all until the end of section 6. This is because actually designing and developing the web page is of course what matters the most. So for the design, I will start by defining 2 essential things: colors and fonts. As for the color, I'm going with an orange tone here. We will use the flat UI colors that I showed you before to decide exactly which orange tone when we first need to use it. Remember what I said about orange earlier? It can be associated with friendliness, confidence, and courage. Well, this is exactly the kind of things I want our webpage to transmit to the user in order to make him or her sign up for a subscription plan. And of course, it also looks great. Now, as for the font, I showed you some great Google fonts before. We are going to use Lato. In my opinion, Lato looks really good. The semi-rounded details of the letters Give the typeface a feeling of warmth, while the strong structure provides stability and seriousness. According to the designer of this font, it is male and female, serious but friendly, with a feeling of the summer. Well, given our project and its audience, it feels like this is a perfect font for our webpage. Actually, all the presentations you've been seeing in this course also use this typeface later. Now, having these design decisions in mind, let's finally go back to brackets and start to code our project. See you there. Welcome back. Time to go back to brackets and get our hands dirty again. I'm really excited to start building this website. In this lecture, we will start by setting everything up. So let's go. Now the first step is to actually create a nice folder structure where we keep all our files very organized and that you can later use for much bigger projects. So I'll start by creating here a new folder, and I will call this OmniFood. OmniFood. All right. So now inside of this, I'll create a first folder called Resources. And inside of that folder, let me show you like this. Okay, inside of the Resources folder, we'll put a folder for our CSS files, another folder for JavaScript, where we will put all our jQuery files, then another folder for the images that we're going to use in the project, and also a folder for some data. We'll probably not need this folder, but I will include it here so you know where to put it in case you need it for some projects of your own later. And inside of this CSS folder, I will put another folder for images. And the difference between this one and the other one is that these images are going to be used by CSS, such as background images. Okay, so in the resource folders go the files that are created by us, basically. And then we have another folder here, which is called vendors. And in here we have some similar folders, again CSS, but the difference is that this folder is for CSS that was not created by us, so that we downloaded from the internet and use for our project. And another one for JavaScript files. And one for fonts. That's probably where our icon fonts will go. So this is a structure that is very flexible and allows us to separate the files that were created by us and files that we download from the internet, like JavaScript plugins or CSS files, such we are going to use later. Alright, so this is our folder structure. So now let's go to brackets. And back here, this is our old project. You probably remember how to open a project or create a new one. It's here. This button, and hit open folder, and it's on the desktop, OmniFood. Okay, so that is our working folder. Now let's start by creating a new HTML file, and I will save it and call it again index.html, and also a new CSS file, which I will leave empty for now. This one is again style.css. So let's create our HTML structure here, starting with the doc type. I hope you remember this. Doctype HTML. Alright, here remember what comes next? Now is the HTML element. Give it some space. And one thing we didn't do in the first project, what I'm going to do now is specify the lang attribute. And we will say that this page is in English. Alright, inside of the HTML we have again the head and then the body, where all our main content will go. Okay, I will now include the CSS file, which is, as you probably remember, link, then rel, I want to say style sheet, then I say it's type CSS, and now I actually realized that I did a mistake here, because I want this file. You see, I put this file right here, but that's not where I want it. I want it right in our CSS folder. Right here. Great. So let me see. So as I told you before, we have this file tree here where we can see all our files. Okay, and here it is. So I can just delete this one. So brackets allows you to use this as a file explorer. You can delete and manipulate files in here as well. So now let me establish the link between these two documents. I'll write href, and it's inside the resources, inside the CSS folder, and it's style.css. And that's it. And now I will just give it a nice title, just OmniFood for now. We can just change this later. And we will also put much more stuff here in the head section later on. Another CSS file I want to include right now is a CSS file which is called normalized CSS. And as you can see here, normalized CSS makes browsers render all elements more consistently and in line with modern standards. It precisely targets only the styles that need normalizing. So it's like a CSS reset, which makes CSS looks the same in all browsers. So I'll hit this. Now I will save this inside our project folder, OmniFood. And as I explained before, this is a file we got from the internet. It's not our file. So I'll put this inside the CSS folder in the vendors folder. All right. So let's include it here. And it actually has to go before this file. So link, again, all of this stuff, style sheet, type, and href. Now it's in the resources, CSS normalize. Great. Now the next step we do in this kind of setup process is to include the web font we chose. Do you remember? It was Latex. So I will go to Google Fonts, and it's actually right here. So this is the Latex font. See here, there are some others here. Okay, this is Latex. So these are the different styles which are available for this typeface, with the different font weights, and down here some italics. So we want to use this one. And here we gotta select all the styles we want. And I want the light one and the normal, which is already selected. I don't know about the very thin, but for now I will just use this. And also the italic, this one. We don't want to use all of them because that would affect the page speed of our web page. So we will just use these one for now, and we can always select more if we need them later. So it's very, very easy. All we have to do now is to come down here and copy this link and go back to our HTML file and paste it here, and that's it. And that's because this Google font is actually just a CSS file, which we use here in our project. But it's not a file that we download, it's a file that's in the internet here on the Google font server. Alright, so let's make the first CSS definitions here. As you remember maybe from our first project, we should target our elements and put their margin and padding to 0. That's always the first thing that I do. And I also set the box sizing property, which we talked about before, which is border box. Alright, so now all margins and paddings are gone. And now for the HTML, we also make this basic setup so that we can get started. So the first thing, I will set the background color. No, the background color is not necessary because I want it to be white and that's the default, so it's not necessary. But just to show you, I'll do it anyway, and we know that white is FFF. Okay, now we can set the text color for the entire project. And what I like to do is to start with black, because I know it's 0, 0, 0. And then I use the color picker, as we did before, with Command E, and choose a nice gray from here. And I will use this one, 555, which is not too dark and not too light. But if we want, we can change this later as well. And we can also set the font family. So we will use, as we said, Lato. So all we need to do to set this family is to include the CSS file, such as we did before, and then use that font name right here. Now as a second choice, as I did before, I will say this Arial. And this is what happens, for example, if the user has no internet connection for I don't know which reason. So if Lato can't be displayed, Arial will be displayed instead. And now if Arial is not available as well, then we have this CSS keyword which is sans serif. So if Lato and Arial are both not available, then any sans serif font will be used. And I will also set a font size, an overall font size for the project to 20 pixels. If that's too much, we can always put it back later. Another thing about the font is to set the font weight. I'll say font weight, and if you remember, I will go back here, we selected 100, 300 and 400. And the default that I will choose here is 300. And the last thing that I should do here is text rendering and then optimize legibility. This will make our fonts rendering in a perfect way. Okay, I think that now we're ready to start. All the setup is done. Let me just see if everything works. We'll just put in some H1 element here with omnifoot and test the whole thing. Open a live connection as we did before. Takes some time. Alright, this is OmniFoot with the font we just selected and with the font size we selected and with the font color. So that was the basic setup of our project. Next, we can start to actually build the site. Let's take a small break and talk about a very important thing in modern web design: responsive web design. You have probably heard of it by now. So, in this lecture, we will set up our project so that we can easily build a responsive website. So, what is responsive web design? Building a responsive website means that that website will work well on any device and with any screen resolution. Working well means that that website is easy to read and to navigate without needing to constantly zoom in and zoom out, which is really annoying. Here are just two examples of responsive websites. You can see that they change with the browser's width, which means that they respond to the screen size, therefore the name responsive web design. According to Google, 50% of all internet traffic already happens on mobile phones, and this will even increase in the future. In fact, Google recently announced that mobile-friendly websites will be ranked higher on their search results page. So, it's really important to embrace responsive web design right now. So, there are three main ingredients to responsive web design. First is the fluid grid. In the fluid grid, all layout elements are sized in relative units, like percentages, instead of absolute units like pixels. In the CSS section, we used a static layout and defined width with pixels. Now we are leaving that behind and work with percentages. We will set up this fluid grid in a minute. And the same goes for images, so as to prevent them from displaying outside their parent elements. And finally, media queries allow us to specify different CSS rules for different browser width. With media queries, we can target different devices like mobile phones and tablets and make the website respond to their screen size. So, now that we know the main ingredients to responsive web design, let's go back to brackets and set up the fluid grid. We will then build our website using that grid in the next lectures. We will take care of the media queries part later, after building our web page. While we build the web page, it's just important that we always use the grid. Now, the fluid grid we will use in this course is based on this little responsive grid system, which claims to be spectacularly easy responsive web design. So you can build any layout you can imagine with this fluid grid. I actually made some changes that makes things easier for us and compiled everything in one file. Please go download that file from the lecture description right now. We will come back to this website later so I can show you how that grid works. So I hope you downloaded the file by now. I actually already have it here on my desktop, so I will copy it. And then we put it in the vendors folder, because once again, it's a file that we got from the internet, and then in the CSS folder. And here we go. All right. So now, back to brackets, let's include that file. I'll do it here. Again, before the style CSS, which is our CSS file. And let me just tell you another trick, which is I can, since I don't want to write all of this again, and instead of copying which is a little annoying, I can just do duplicate, which is Command D or probably Control D on Windows. So right here, just Command D, and here we go. Because all I want to change now is this file. So I want the grid file. Right. So now the grid file is included in our project. Now let me show you how that grid works. So on this website is a little example. So all our content will be inside columns, as you can see here. And each of these group of columns is a row. So in each row we can have 2 or 3 or 4 or 5, all the way to 12 columns, which all have the same width. And now as for the responsive part, if we resize the browser window, all of them shrink. And that means that they are defined with a relative width, because their width is always relative to the browser window. So they get smaller and smaller as I decrease the browser window. And that's what responsive web design is all about. And after a certain amount of width, they even stack. So when they get too small, we can't see any content in this column here, right? Then they will all stack, just like this. And our website, since we will use this grid, will do the same. Okay, so let's see the CSS file that we just included, and it's down here. Let me just open it. And if I click it twice, double click, then it appears up here in the working files. So we have a row and columns, and then different spans. And each of these span will be a column. For example, this span 1 of 2 is just these columns. But don't worry, we will use that in the next lecture, and then you will understand everything, just how this works. Alright, let's get back to our HTML file. And as I said, the content will be in rows. So let's just define the row. I will simply call it row. And what I want for this row is a maximum width of 1140 pixels, just as we used in our previous project. So this is the only value that will have an absolute value in pixels. We will define all other layout margins and paddings in percentages and not in pixels. And now I also want to center this row on the web page, so all our rows will be centered. So do you remember how we did that? We'll just say margin, and then to center a container inside another container, as you remember, we set the left margin to auto and the right margin to auto. And you probably also remember that we can use a shorthand to set margins, just like this: top and right and bottom and left. Alright? But there's an even simpler way of doing this. So let me show you that as well, which is we can say 0 and auto, and then top and bottom will be 0, and left and right will be auto. So let me delete this, and now this row will be centered. We can just try this out. So I'll say div and class will be row. Alright. Just put this here. And let's see how this looks like. Okay, you see it's perfectly centered. So now we have everything in place, so we can start building the first section of our web page, which will be the header. So don't wait and join me in the next lecture. Hi there. Let's build the first section of our project, the header. So this is the sketch for the header as I showed you before. And on the right side is the final result that we'll get after this lecture. So we have a nice headline and two buttons in the middle, and at the upper part we have the OmniFood logo and the navigation on the right side. It looks really great, right? So this is what we'll learn in this section. I think it is a good idea to tell you in each of the following lectures all the new things that you're going to learn in that lecture. This way, when you want to review these lectures someday, it will be easier for you to find what you're looking for. Also, you get a feeling of what you will achieve after each lecture. Now, this is the first lecture in which we will actually build our website. And there is already so much to learn. We'll meet new HTML elements such as header, nav, UL, and lie. We'll learn how to make a background image darker in CSS so that we can put text on it. We will learn how to make that image exactly as high as the browser viewport. And then we'll make a vertically and horizontally centered box with some text and buttons in it. And we'll actually design those buttons as well. Then we'll learn the best way to style links in CSS. And we'll even make a simple CSS3 animation with these buttons. And finally, we'll make a simple navigation. So let's waste no more time and go straight back to brackets. And so this is how we left our HTML document after the last lecture. We'll delete this, you don't need it anymore. And now we want to start building our header. And HTML actually has a nice element for us called exactly header. And this is where we will put the logo, the navigation, the hero image, the main heading, and those buttons that I showed you in the images before. Now the header element works basically like a usual div element, which means that it's a container to put some content. There are other elements like that, like nav for navigation, the footer element for the footer, the main element for the main content, etc. By using the header element instead of a simple div, we tell search engines such as Google, this is our header, and not some div element with no meaning. So this gives our container a meaning. So let's start by create the HTML that we will then later style with CSS. And for that we need our content. I hope you already downloaded it. I have it here on my desktop. So let's just put it here and unzip it. Alright, and down here we have the content. I made 3 files which have exactly the same content, one for Microsoft Word, one for the Mac app pages, and if you don't have any of those, just use this file. I will open this one, and so this is the content that we will put on our web page. And we're here at section 0, which is the header with hero image and navigation. And that's our headline, and I will just copy it because we'll need it in a minute. So back here. As I told you, we will have a vertically and horizontally centered container where that headline will be. So let's first make a div element for that container. And I will call it hero text box, because this is a text box which floats over the hero image, which is the big background image. Alright, so this will be the box that we will center in a minute using some CSS. Now, that main heading that we just copied, and here it is. And now we want some buttons. And for buttons, we use the link element that we will then style with CSS to make them look like nice designed buttons. So we need the href attribute, and since we don't have anywhere to point at this moment, so we have no document where we want to link to, we put a dummy link, and that's usually made using this hash symbol. So this link points nowhere right now. So let me just get the text. It is I am hungry, and this button will later take us all the way down to the sign up section. And the second button will be show me more. So in this one, I'm just copying it here. So I'm hungry, and now I've duplicated as I showed you before with Command D or Control D. And in here goes show me more. Alright, so now let's style the whole thing using CSS. But first, let's see how it looks like. Alright, so this is what we just put on our HTML file. So let's style it here. And add a new rule here for the header. And the first thing that we're going to do is to set the background image. And in order to do that, let's go back to our folder. And we have the OmniFoot contents, and the background image that OmniFoot gave us is called hero, this hero image. So this is the image that we will use as our background image. I actually got this image from one of the resources that you can find in the course ebook. Okay, so you probably already know where to put this. It's in the resources folder, CSS, and then images, because it's a background image, and we will use it in the CSS file, from the CSS file. So now, how do we use this in CSS? It's quite simple. Just say background image, and then we use URL img, and then the hero.jpg. So this is our image. Very easy to incorporate, right? We can even see if that's the correct image, and yeah, it is. So let's see how this looks like. Alright, now the problem that you see is that the image only fills the part that has some content here. So what we want to do now is to make this header as high as the viewport, which means from here all the way down here. So we want to fill the whole viewport with the image. So we need to set the height of the header element. And how do we do that? There's a simple trick, which is this one. We just set it to 100 view h. And this means that's 100% of the viewport. Very simple. So let's see if it worked. Alright, now the image looks like we want it. Now we have some problem here, which is this white space here, and I will tell you why this happens. This is pretty annoying. It's because of this H1 element, which has a, I will tell you this, using the Chrome developer tools as I showed you before. Let me just show you this quickly. So as you see with the orange bars, this has some margin top and bottom. And this is because of the normalize CSS file. So we have to get rid of that before we can do anything else. This is really annoying. So let me just margin 0. And now it should have been gone. Now the image doesn't look quite as we want it, right? Because it's way too zoomed in. So we have to tell the browser in some way that we want to see the whole image. And we do this using the background size. Background size, and we say cover. And also we want to have the background centered. So we use background position center. And that's much nicer. Very, very good. Now if we would resize this window, it will always find a way to let us see all the image. So now let's find a way to center this box, which has this title and those buttons that we'll style in a minute. So this is called, let me see, hero text box. We'll copy it actually and paste it here. So how do we do this? We will actually not use the responsive fluid grid that we set up before, because we want this box to be an absolutely positioned box. Because that's the only way we can vertically and horizontally center it. And I will assign the width of the row, which is, if you remember, 1140 pixels. So this will look like a row because it has the same width, but it will be absolutely positioned. And in order to do that, we say we want it 50% from the top and 50% from the left. So let's see what this looks like. So 50% from the left and 50% from the top. Okay, but this looks weird, right? So we have to use a little trick here, which is with the transform property. And we use translate and then minus 50%, minus 50%. And what this does is to translate the element half of its width and of its height up and to the left. Alright, so now it is centered, it's nicely centered as you want. So it always stays in the middle here. Now as you can see, the contrast between the text and the image is way too low. For example, right here we have a very hard time to see anything. And that's what we learned right in the first section, in the web design section, that it is a bad idea to just put text on image. And we're going to use one of the solutions, which is simply make the image darker. So let's see how we can do that. So the little trick that we use here is that we'll put a linear gradient on top of the image. So this is like using two background images at the same time. we have this linear gradient and the image that we just specified before. And in here we can say two colors. Let me start with black so that you can get the idea. And since we don't want a gradient, actually we want just a color, we make it from black to black, so from one color to the same color. Now since we don't want a complete black, we use the transparency here. And let's put it to 70% transparency. So as we saw before, when we use transparency, it changes here to this RGBA code. So I will just put the same thing here. And now we have this nice 70% transparent black color, which is on top of the hero image. And this is how it looks. Much better, right? Okay, so I think the background image here is now formatted. So let's end the first part of building our header right here. In the next video, we'll start to format the main heading here and these two buttons. Welcome back to part 2 of building the header. In this video, we'll format the content of the hero text box, so this heading and those buttons. Let's start by looking at the main heading. We should probably make it white, right? So let's go back to the H1 style here and continue to define how it should look like. So color, I will make it right, and I will specify its font size as well. Now, the basic font size of our HTML document is 20 pixels. Now, in responsive web design, we want everything to be relative. So we can say that our font size should be 200%. And then this means that our heading element will be 40 pixels, which is exactly 200% of 20 pixels, right? So if we later want to change this size, we can just change the HTML global font size, let's say to 18, and then this size will automatically decrease as well. And we will use this method for all other elements on the web page. So they will all be defined relatively to this base size of 20 pixels. And then by adjusting this, all other elements will automatically adjust their size. And 200% looks good to start with, or maybe 240%, because we really want this to be big. So let's check how it looks like. Okay, much better. Now you probably remember that I said in the design section that when we use very big headlines, we should decrease the font weight. And we will do that right now. And we should also maybe set this to uppercase, because I think it looks much better. So let's go back here and do that. And like with this, I can show you many ways to format text. So let's decrease the font weight to 300. Because usually the H1 elements come with bold formatting, and that's not what we want. And we will make it uppercase. For that we use the text transform property. Let's say uppercase. And another thing we can do is the letter spacing, so it's not so compressed, and also a word spacing, so some space between different words. All of this makes a big headline like this look much better. I can go with 3 pixels here, for example, or maybe 4. Let's see how it looks like. Okay, much better now. But now we have this ugly line break here, healthy meals, and we don't want that. So let's just break it here, so that we have goodbye junk food, and then in the next line, hello super healthy meals, right? This will be much better. So do you remember how we do that? Easy as this, just a BR element. Much better now, right? So now let's format these buttons here. First, we should attribute some class to this one, and I usually call them button. And now we will have 2 kinds of buttons. The first one will be a orange button with a full orange color, and the other one will be a so-called ghost button, which will have just an outline, an orange outline, and then be transparent in the inside. And what I'll do now is to create a class for each of those buttons. Let me just show you. Button, this one will be called full, and button ghost. So I will put the common styles like the font size and the font color and the button size. I will put these inside this button class, and then I will create a button full class, which is specifically designed for the full button, and a button ghost class, which will be specifically designed for the ghost button. Alright, so let's go back to the style file down here. So button. Now in the lecture about the box model, I told you that there were block elements and inline elements, right? Now there is also a mix between those 2 elements, which is called the inline block. And the inline block is just like an inline element, but that can have padding and margin. So the difference is that it doesn't force a line break, but you can attribute it some padding and some margin, unlike a normal inline element. And so a normal A element like this is an inline element, but we want it to be an inline block. So we can change that by using display and then say inline block. And now we can give it some padding. And let's say we want the top to have 10 pixels, and on the right and the left side 30 pixels. Now do you remember, if we just put 30 and 10, then this will mean that we have 10 pixels of padding top and bottom and 30 pixels left and right. Okay? Now another thing is we also want the font weight to be 300 here. So let me check. Alright, so you see we have some padding here now, and it looks good. We also have this text underline here that we need to get rid of because it's kind of ugly, you know. So we use text decoration, and we want none of it. Very well, so this is the common button style. So both buttons have this in common. And now let's start with the full button. And now let's choose a color. As I told you before, we will use the flat UI tool right here. Flat UI colors. Okay, that's the one we want. So we have some oranges down here, and to me it looks like this one is the best to use in this case. So I'll just click here. And now the color is selected. So I will say that we want the background color of this button to be this color. Here we see it's a nice orange, and let me go back here, and here it is. Now it's a nice orange button. Very well, now we maybe want some border radius here, right? So we want this to be round on both sides. So we can just put a ridiculously high border radius here, like, I don't know, 200 pixels. Very well, now the text should probably be white for this button, right? Actually for both of the buttons. So let's put it right here. Color FFF is white. So very well. Now the style for the ghost button. We want the border to be orange. So we did this before. With this border, we want it to be 1 pixel, solid line, and then the color. And we will use this color here. Now you see this button is slightly bigger than this one, and there's a reason for that. If you remember from the box model, the height and the width of an element is the content plus the padding plus the border. So this element is higher because it has that 1 pixel border. So in order to make these two the same height and width, we just add that border to this button as well. And we also want some distance between this, right? And probably the best way of doing this is to add some bottom margin to this H1 element. Let's go back, and as I said, we will add this border here so that they look the same, and then some margin bottom. So this one is the margin top, right? And here we want the margin bottom like 20 pixels maybe. Now I actually don't like this white color here so much because of the color of the line. So let's make this text here orange, because it looks kind of weird, the orange line and the white text. So this here will go to the full button so that the full button is actually white, and this button down here will be orange, like the line color. Alright, so we defined how the buttons look like. Now, buttons or links in general in CSS can have different states. Link, visited, active, and hover. Now link is just how the element looks in the normal state. And how do we specify this? We just put it here. This is called pseudo classes, So I just write link here. So this means the A element in its normal state. Then we have the visited state, which is how the element will look like after it has been visited. And maybe sometimes you notice that some links in some internet websites look different after you have clicked them. Now we don't want this to happen, so we say that the visited links should look just like the normal links in their normal state. So we do this here. So we say button visited. So button link and button visited have both the same style, which means they will both look the same. And we have to do the same thing down here. Button link and button full visited, and the same thing down here. Button ghost link. Alright. Now there are two different states, which is hover when we put our mouse over a button, and the active state, which is when we click on a button. And we can specify that in CSS here. So we can say what will happen when we put the mouse on the button. And in order to do so, we say button and then hover. And we want the button to look exactly the same when we hover it or when we click on it, so when it's active. So we say button hover and button active. And what we want our buttons to do is to have a darker orange tone so that we can see some change there, right? Do you remember the tool that we used to get darker shades of a color? It is the 0 to 255 tool. Let me just copy this. And we'll use this tool, 0 to 255. Okay. So this is how it looks like. And I will paste our orange tone here. Don't need this. Alright, this is our original orange tone that we're using on our website. And now we want a darker shade. And this is very similar, so let's use this. I'll just click here, and now it's copied. So what I do now is that I say that when I put my mouse on the button, I want its background color to be this one. Alright, let's just put this code down here so that we have the normal declarations like link and visited before, and then the hover and the active states. Here it's actually visited. And now let's check this out. Okay, so now our buttons change their color. Now we have some problems here, as you see. First is the text color here, and second is the border color. We see in both that there is the lighter orange color still showing here. So we have to change that as well. And in order to do so, we will have to change these classes. We'll just copy these and change the things that I want so that I don't have to write everything again. So it's hover here and active and hover and active. So I don't need this. I don't need this. So the button full should not only have this background color here, but also its border should have that color. Alright, and the same thing here for the ghost button. Difference with the ghost button is that we also want the font color to be white. So FFF here, and now it should work as we want. Great. Now this looks great, right? Now one thing, and this is a little more advanced, is that we want to have a little transition from one color to the other. So this gets just orange instantaneously, but we want to see a nice transition. And we can actually do this using just CSS. And I will just show you how. So all we need to do here is in the button class to set the transition property. And this is actually CSS3 already. So what we want to say here is that the background color should change with a transition. Let me just write it. Background color. Now we'll say 0.2 seconds. So what happens now is that when we hover over a link, over one of these buttons, the background color will not change instantaneously, but over a period of 0.2 seconds. And we want not only the background color to change, but also the border and also the font color. So that is all a nice smooth transition from one state to the other. So we can specify more than one property here. So we want background color to change, we want border to change for 0.2 seconds as well, and we want color to change over a period of 0.2 seconds. Right? So let's see how this works. But last thing, we also want some margins between the buttons, because they're like glued together right now. So let me just change here the full button. I will add a margin to the right. So when I say, for example, 15 pixels to the right, then the button will show this nice distance. And as you see, the transition works exactly as we planned it, right? In both buttons. So this looks much better than it did before. And yeah, you just learned how to do this. Great, right? And this closes part 2 of building the header. In the next and last part of building the header, we'll just add a simple navigation and the OmniFoot logo. See you there. Welcome back to building the header. This is part 3. Let's continue. So this already looks very good. Now what's missing here is the logo image here. We want the logo image here, and we want some simple navigation to show right here. But first of that, we see that our code has grown a little bit, and if we keep adding more and more code, we will at some point get completely lost in here. So let's make a nice code structure here so that we organize everything into logical pieces of code. And for that we will use CSS comments, and comments are like code that will not be seen by the browser. It's like invisible code. It's just for us to write something here which will not affect any of our web page. So I will just show you how. And comments in CSS are using the slash and the asterisk. And you see everything down here got gray now because I opened the comment. Now I can write something here and then close it again. And now the rest of the CSS code is back to normal. So I usually like to do it like this. I put some lines here to separate some stuff, and then I write what this code section is all about. Here I will say basic setup. Then I close this, and then another line like this here. Alright, I'll copy this so that we can put it in other styles as well. So down here I can say like these are reusable components, and this is because we will use those in all over the website. But then we have things like this one, which should go into a different place. Let me just cut them and put them down here. So I will put one of these sections for each of the sections that we will build on our website. So when we later browse our code, we know exactly where to look like for different stuff. So header. So all the code for our header goes here. Now the buttons that we're going to reuse maybe in different places can stay right here. Now we'll just say that these are buttons. These are buttons, and these are headings, because you know we will maybe use some of them again later. Headings. And we can keep adding more comments like that later down the road. So now everything is nicely separated, and then we know exactly where to look for our CSS code. So we already learned a lot of stuff in this lecture, but we will go even further, because we will now put a logo and a navigation bar on top of this page. So we formatted everything inside of this content, and now let's add a nav element where the navigation and the button will go. And now to center everything inside of that navigation, I will use a row. Do you remember? We said that the row will always be centered. So this will be a row div. Alright. Now we want the logo to be here, and for that let me just first put the logo inside our folder. So I will go back to our contents folder, and this is the content OmniFoot provided us. And actually most of these are images, so I will just put all of them. We'll copy them and put all of them inside our images. And now I'll paste them here. Okay, except for maybe the text. I will delete the text here. And alright, great. So we want the white logo. They actually gave us two logos, a black one and a white one. And we want the white logo here because the background is so dark that the best thing to do is to use the white logo here. Now the best way to put an image, you probably remember how to do that. It's image and then source. And we already know how it is, where it is, right? So we go to resources, image, and now it should be down here somewhere. It is logo white. Alright, and now the alternative text, which we will say is just OmniFoot logo. And of course we have to give it a class so that we can format it. The logo should be just right for this. Alright. And now for the navigation. Now the navigation is usually done using a so-called unordered list. An unordered list is just like some bullet points, where each bullet point will be an element of the navigation. So how do we do that? UL stands for unordered list. And let's just call it main nav. And now for each of the elements inside of an unordered list, we say LE, which means like list element. And now each of the list elements will be a link, because that's what a navigation is all about, right? Navigation is like a collection of links. So let's see what Omnifood had in mind for this navigation, what they want there. So they want, let me just copy this so it's easier. Just down here. I will delete it after this. So these will be links. So a element, href will be, again, it will point nowhere for now, so it will be like an empty link. So I'll use the hash sign again. And this is here food delivery. Alright. And as before, I will just duplicate this with Command D. We have 4, so duplicate it 3 times. The next one is how it works. And our cities. And sign up. Alright. Let's see. Now the image is huge. It's way too big. So let's start by formatting the image. I don't know why the unordered list isn't showing up here, but we'll see that. Okay, it's actually here. So you see these bullet points and you see those blue links. We will just format this in a minute. Let's start with the logo. So the class is called logo. So it's in the header, so I will put it right here. So logo. So logo, I think the height, the optimal height will be 100 pixels, and then the width should be determined automatically. So as before, I'll say auto here. Okay, now we want this to be floated all to the left side. So we can use the float property here and say it should be on the left side. Alright, and we can actually already do some things for the main navigation. Main navigation. Just say that it should float to the right side. So this is what it looks like. So the food delivery logo is right here on this side, and the navigation is on the right side, just as we specified it before. Now we have to format this navigation, and I will show you how, and this is actually the way everyone formats their navigations. So the first thing here is in this unordered list, because main nav is an unordered list, right, is to say that we want to get rid of those bullet points. So we say list style none. Okay, and then that should do it for now. Now we want to select the LI elements inside of this. Let me show you it to you. So we want to select these. And we already learned how to do that before, right? So we say main navigation, and we want to select all LI elements inside of them. So this is how we do it. Main nav and then all li elements inside it. And again, we want to change the way they are displayed. So they are now block elements, and we want them to be inline blocks so that they can be side by side, and we want some margin between them. Let's say we want a left margin of 40 pixels. So each of those blocks will have a margin on the left side of 40 pixels. And this is what it looks like. So the li elements are now nicely aligned such as we want them. And now it's just time to format how the links inside of them look. In order to do that, we can even go further down and say main nav. Then we want to select the li elements inside of them and then the a elements inside of each of the li. Easy as that. Now we want them to be white, and such as before, we want to get rid of that text underline, so we say text decoration none. And I think it will look great if we make them uppercase. So text transform again uppercase, and then let's specify the font size as well. This shouldn't be too big because as you know, our base font size is 20 pixels, and let's say you want it to be 18 pixels. But as I said before, we will never use the unit in pixels. We want it to be 18 pixels, but expressed in percentage. So what do? We divide that 18 pixels we want by this base text size. So 18 divided by 20, which is 0.9, which is 90%. So we will just say we want the font size to 90%, and then it will give us 18 pixels. And that's how it looks like. Not bad, right? Now we probably want some distance between the logo and the top, and then center this navigation so that's here, like here on the middle of this logo. And in order to do that, we will specify a margin on the top of the logo. So margin top, let's say 20 pixels, and the margin, oh, it's right here. So the main nav should have a margin top of, I don't know, 60 pixels probably. And yeah, this looks pretty great, right? It's maybe a little bit too much. I will say 55 pixels. It doesn't really matter, you know. Okay. Now, very good. One last thing is we want some hover effect right here. And one beautiful thing that we can do, that you probably saw on many websites, is to, once we hover an element, give it some border, okay? A 2-pixel border, I think would look great. So one thing that we did not yet do here is to say that this is a link. And after that, say that a visited link should look exactly the same. So this is exactly what we did with the buttons here before. So this is the link at the visited state, And now we want some hover and active states. Hover and active states. And what we want here is a nice border at the bottom. With, let's say, 2 pixels, again a solid line, and the color can be our orange color. That would look great. So our orange color is this one here, right? Now we will probably use this a lot of time, so I will just make a comment here and paste it. Orange color. So each time we want it, we know where to find it. Okay? So we want this to be orange. Now, in order for this to happen, we need this border to exist before we actually hover it. But since we don't want to see it, we make it transparent. It's a nice thing we can do in CSS is we can say transparent. So it will not be visible until we actually hover it. And such as with the buttons, we want a nice transition here. And you know already how to do this. So we say transition and then the property we want to animate. So it's border bottom in this case. And again 0.2 second interval between those. So how does it look like? Okay, it works. Great. Now this doesn't look so good because we want some more space between the line and the text, right? And there's an easy way to do this, and maybe you can guess already how we will do this. It is to specify a padding for the link, and the padding is an inside space, so a space inside of the box which goes between the content and the border. So we'll add some padding to the bottom and also to the top, and we can make it, for example, 8 pixels. Let me put it here. So we want a padding top and bottom of 8 pixels, so we put it here, and left and right 0 pixels. And I think now everything is perfect. Just check it. Alright, this looks absolutely fantastic, don't you think so? Okay, so the first section is completely designed. We have learned a lot of stuff in this section. Congratulations! You just built the first section of your real-world website. Isn't that great? This was a lot of stuff to absorb, and if you didn't understand everything right away, don't worry, you can always go back if you want. So now come with me to the next section. Welcome to the next lecture. After building the header in the last lecture, let's build the features section right now. So this is the nice clean features section we'll build based on my sketch. Just a nice heading, some text, and then the features explained in 4 columns. This should not be so hard, right? So in this lecture, we'll learn some new things. We'll learn how to put content on a website directly from CSS with the after pseudo class. We'll use the fluid grid for the first time in order to build the 4 features column. And we'll also use beautiful icons in those columns as well. So let's go. So this is where we left our project after the last lecture. The header is all built. Now it's time to start adding the first section, And in HTML, we actually have an element for that, which is called section. And this is just like the header, it's a container so that we can tell this is a section. So I'll call this section features. And now let's start with the title and with the paragraph. We'll put that in a row. So class row, because of course we want this centered. And now let's put a heading here. Now each web page should only have one H1 element, which means only one main heading. We already used that main heading here, and so for now in each of the sections we will put an H2 title. Let's see what content we have for this section, and here it is. I will copy all of it actually and put it down here, such as I did the last time. Now, I already showed you how to make comments in CSS. Now I will tell you the same thing for HTML, and it's very easy. Just like this. You see everything turned gray here, and now to close it, it's just like this. And now this is a comment, and it will not appear anywhere. And I can just leave it here until we use all of this text. So the title here is this one. It is right here. Okay. Get food fast, not fast food. Okay, instead of this, I actually want an larger dash. That's called an M dash. And in HTML, we have a thing called HTML special characters or special entities. And to write those, we start with an ampersand. And in this case, I already know how it's called. It's M dash. So instead of writing that dash, I write this HTML code. And you can find lots of tables on the internet about this. And I will also include a link in the course ebook where you can find lots of HTML entities. Alright, this is for the heading. And now let's add the text as well in form of a paragraph. And of course we need a class name here, and I will call this long copy because it's a long paragraph with lots of text, and copy stands for copyright, which is like the text for websites. So in this paragraph we'll put this text here. We'll actually delete all the text we already used. So put this text right here. As we did with the header, I will start by building the HTML, and the CSS will be then used to format all of this. And now let's start using the grid like a pro. And in order to do that, we have to start a new row. Just close this. And now inside of this row, we make a div for each column. Div. Class again. Now each column needs to call class. And this comes here from the grid CSS file. So we don't have to worry about this. We just use this call class. So each column needs a call class. Now we have 4 columns, so each of those 4 columns will have this class, span 1 of 4. And again we can check this here in the grid file. grid of 3, and grid of 4. So each of our columns will have a width of 23.8%. Alright, back here. So let's put some more text here. I think that these things here are like titles of each of the features. So let's make another heading element with these. We already used H1, H2, and now it's time for H3. Alright. And now the text below this, and again in a paragraph. I'm not going to worry about the icons for now. The icons will also go inside of this column, but I will just leave this for the end because we so far have not talked about it. So now I will just copy this 3 times and then fill this with our text. It's kind of boring, I guess. You will see that part of your work will always be copy and paste, and you probably will get used to it. And the last thing, right here. Okay, that's it with text. So we already used all the text. From here, I will save this, and now let's see how it looks like in the browser. And it's down here. Alright, not so cool, right? What's missing here are our icons. So let's fix that, and we will use a beautiful icon font called Ion Icons. Here it is. So Ion Icons. Don't worry, this link is once again in the course ebook. And we will start by downloading it to our computer. So it takes some time. And here we have it. Right inside our folder. And let's extract it. And what do we have here? We have a bunch of files, but we actually only need 2 things. We need these CSS files and these font files. We actually need this Ion Icons minify CSS. We will paste this inside our vendors folder CSS, because you already know it's a file that we got from the internet. And then the font, because it's an icon font. This also comes with the icons in form of images, but we want the fonts. So let's copy this entire folder. Vendors, okay, there already was a folder here, so I will replace this. And this is our icon font here. And now, how do we use this? I actually shouldn't have closed that. Ion Icons, because this is where we will choose our icons. Alright, but first I will show you how we use it. So we want them right here, even before the heading. So we just write E class and then the name, close this, and then the name of an icon. For instance, imagine that we want this heart. we just need to copy the name of this class, paste it here, and then we'll have a nice little heart. Want to see? Well, of course not, because we didn't include the CSS file yet. So let's do that. I'll hit Command D to duplicate this. And alright, here it is, Ion Icons CSS. But now it will work. And here it is. Here is our heart. It's not where I wanted it. Let me go back. Of course not. I don't want it in this place. I want it here right before the H3. So let me paste it here. And now I have this icon right here. So, but that's not the icon that I want for this feature here. So let's choose just another one. So up to 365 days per year. Well, which of these could look good for that? Well, these are a lot, really a lot. You will need some time to go through all of them. And I choose to go with these icons here. These are iOS inspired, which you can see from the name. And I really like those line icons. So I will choose all icons of this class so that we have some consistency here. And this looks great for the first feature, I think, because it's the infinity symbol, and 365 days per year is kind of an infinity. So the next one is ready in 20 minutes, and we could use kind of a watch for that, like this one here. So copy it, paste it here. So I class, paste and close it. And the next one is 100% organic. So let me see what we have for that. But first let's check if they're showing up here. Okay, they are. Cool. Now let me choose another one for the 100% organic. But I'm going with this little carrot here. So let me just write it here. I class, and last but not least, we have the order anything feature, and that could be like a shopping cart. Let's see if we find one. Here we go. Copy and paste. Alright, so this is our HTML. In the next lecture, we will format this so that it looks professionally designed. So don't wait, come with me to the next lecture. Let's continue to build our futures section. So the first thing that we're going to do with this is whitespace. You surely remember that whitespace is a very important thing, and so let's define whitespace between sections for all sections at the same time. So let's format the section, and I will do it here right in the reusable components part of our code. And we will put that white space between those sections using padding. Now you maybe say that to put a space between elements we use margin, and that's actually right, but I will use padding because I will later have some I'm planning to have some sections with background colors, and in order to preserve that background color, we need to make sure that the space is inside of each of the boxes. You will see that later. So I want a lot of white space, so let me say 80 pixels at the top and on the bottom. 0. So 0 at left and right, so no margin. Great, so this is a lot of white space. And it looks great, right? So the next thing is to format the H2 heading here. So I want the H2 heading to look quite similar to the H1. For example, I want it to have the same text transform, the same letter spacing, and the same font weight. So what do I do in order to achieve that? I just group the similar properties just as I showed you before. So H1 and H2 will have some things in common. H1 and H2. So this is for H1 only. This is for H1 only. And this as well. And also this. But the rest we can leave here for both. Now on H2 I want another font size. Not so big, of course. And I will say maybe 180%, so it's not so big. And maybe a word spacing of 2 pixels. And I also want to align it on the web page inside of the row. So I will make text align center. Yeah, that looks much better than before. Now let's put some space between this. So again, we use some margin at the bottom. 30 pixels should be a good value for this. And now I want some nice little yellow line between the H2 and the text. And as I told you in the first lecture, we will learn to put some content on a website just with CSS. So we do that using the after pseudo class. So after is just some stuff that will appear after the H2, such as the name indicates. And now we can style this just as if it was a normal element. We can say we want it to display as a block element, and we want a height of 2 pixels, so it will be a nice little line with 2 pixels height. And we want it to be orange. And you already know where to find that orange. It's up here. Paste it here. And now, a very important thing, whenever we do a after pseudo class, we have to specify its content. And in this case, we don't want any words to appear. So we put a space in there. Now the width of that line, of that box, will be 100 pixels. And alright, let's see how that looks. So some things is not right here because we want it centered. And of course, the reason for that is that we have to say that we want it centered. And we do that such as we did before. So we say we want the margin 0 and bottom 0 and left and right auto. And now this should work. And also we need to specify some margin between this and the bottom of 30 pixels as well, such as we have it here. So let's take a look at this. Alright, but we still don't have the margin that we want. And yeah, the reason is because this has to be margin top. So there's a margin between the H2 after, so this block, and the actual H2, and then 30 pixels after that orange block we inserted. And this is exactly what we want. Now next up we have this text here. So let's define a nice paragraph style for this. So this can also go here into the reusable components. That will make a little subsection here for paragraphs. So this is called long copy. And one thing we will do is to change the line height, which is one thing that we learned in the typography lecture. So line height should be between 120 and 145%, and I will actually use the highest of the values because I really like some line height. Now one thing that you notice is that this line is very long, because another rule of typography was that this line should have at most like 2 complete alphabets, and this is way more. So let's make this paragraph a little less wide. So I will say that the width of this paragraph should be 70%. Now the problem is that it will no longer be centered. So a good idea for this problem is that instead of trying to centering it, is to do another thing, which is this. We say that the margin left should be 15%. And why 15? Because the total width would be 100%. So if we want this centered, the remaining 30% should be distributed to both sides. So 15% left, 15% right, plus the 70%, which is our width, makes 100%. Okay? So let's see what it looks like. Okay, and this is way better now. Maybe you already noticed that sometimes I have to scroll the web page a little bit in order to make our changes appear here. And I actually have no idea why this happens. It must be something with the connection between brackets and the browser. So don't worry. Maybe if you also experience this, just scroll your website a little bit and then the change will appear. Now the next thing is to format these boxes. And the first thing I notice immediately is that these columns are a little too close to each other. So I should give them some padding here, like for example 1% padding. So let's go back to CSS. And now how should we do this? So we should never ever change anything of these classes which come from our grid. So what we can do here is to add another class and then format that class, and I will call it box, because not here, because you know it's like a box where all the features go. And I will actually reuse this box probably later. So let me just put it here. I will call it box. and I just want to have it a padding of 1%. Alright. And that looks a little bit better now. Now, these H3 elements here, they should be similar to this one, but a little smaller. So I do all the heading elements look similar so that we maintain like a similar style all throughout the web page. So I want these three attributes to be always the same in all these three headings. And for the H3 ones in specific, it should also be a little bigger than the normal font size, but only slightly bigger. So maybe 100%, sorry, 110% should be fine. And then also some space between the H3 and the paragraph. So let me say margin bottom, for instance, 15 pixels. Alright. Now I really don't like that this text doesn't fit in one line. So what can we do about that? Let's go back, and maybe the reason for that is this letter spacing. So if we take that away from the H3, and I do this by pasting it here in the H1 and in the H2 headings, we will see, so now the H3 no longer has the letter spacing. So let's see what happens. Okay, now it fits just as we wanted it. So this is much better. Now as for the text in here, I think this is a little too big actually. It looks a bit overwhelming, don't you think so? So what we can do here is to make the text a little bit smaller and raise its line height. So we didn't give it any name because maybe we don't need to, because you can see here that it's a simple paragraph inside of the box. So you already can guess what I'm gonna do now, right? So I'm writing box, and then I'm selecting all the paragraphs inside a box. Very easy. So as I said, a smaller font size. I will choose 90% here, and again I'm going with a line height of 145%. That should look much better. So I think it's way more pleasant to look at. And the section already looks great, don't you think so? The only thing that we need to do now is to change these icons. So let's do that. And in order to do that, I will actually define a new class for all those icons. And I will call this icon big, because we will use some other icons down the road, and they will probably not be as big as these. So let's just call these icons big icons. Makes sense, right? So I can just say I will want paragraphs, here I want some icons. So you see, I'm really worried with keeping this code organized, and you will see when you have bigger projects, this becomes incredibly important. So in order to make you get used to this is why I'm doing this. So let's define the icon big class. And as you know, this is an icon font, so it's really a font. So we can set its font size, for instance, and I will make it really big. I will start with 400%, and if it's too big, we can always reduce that. And I also want this icon to display as a block. Display block, so that it forces a line break, as you already know. I want it to be orange, so again, as if it was a real font, we can set its color, because color really means font color. So I will again copy this orange color that we're already used to and put it right here. And maybe a little margin between the icon and the heading. So margin bottom, of course, and let's say 10 pixels. And okay, I think we can see how this looks like. Okay, great. Well, the icons are probably a little too big, right? So I think, well, maybe 350%. And let's check it again. Yeah, that's better. So this is really designing in the browser. That's what I meant when I told you what designing in the browser was all about. It's trying, tweaking the CSS code and see what looks best and what works best in order to make our website as good as we can. So I think this section is ready. It looks great, right? And see you in the next section. Hi there! Let's build the third section of our website, the favorite meals section. For this section, we will use beautiful photography and a nice transition effect to show the favorite meals of OmniFood's users. I planned this section like you can see on that sketch that I did on the left side. And on the right side we see how it will look like. Notice that this section has no title and uses 100% of the browser's width. So no row class here. I choose this design so that those beautiful images have a bigger impact. In this lecture, you will learn how to make a grid of beautiful images and how to make a nice zoom in transition just using CSS. This is really powerful CSS3 stuff. And we'll also learn a way to make IMG elements darker. It's all super easy and fun. So, back to our HTML file. Now, how are we going to build this grid? First of all, we need to make a new section. So, section, and again I will call this section, and this time it's meals. Now, we want 2 rows with 4 images in each row. As I said before, we will not use the row class here because we don't want a centered row with some images. No, we want the images to occupy 100% of the browser's width. And it is actually a good practice to use an unordered list to do that. In fact, 2 unordered lists. We will use 1 for each line. Just as I did in the navigation, it's better to put some stuff in unordered lists. For example, those 4 links in the navigation or these images that we're going to use now, then just throw the images onto that website. So this is what we're going to do now. Well, class, and I will call this meals showcase. Alright, and you remember it, we will have that li element inside of that. And now inside of this list we can put anything we want. In the navigation we put links in here. Now we will see a new HTML element called figure. And figure is also like a container which can contain a image and also a caption for an image. In this case, we will only put an image inside of this container and no caption, because I don't want to make things all too complicated here. But just so you know, there is an element called fig caption, and you can use that to put some caption in here. So image. As you remember, we have to specify the source attribute. And now, where is our image? It is probably in resources and then image. And now let's better check what's inside of that folder so that we're completely sure. So resources, images, and yeah, you see here these are our meals. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This is the order of the images. And actually in the text file we have the name of the meals, and we can put those names in the alt description of the image, right? So here we just want this image. Let me paste those names here again with a comment as I showed you before, and close this comment. Okay, so this is the alternative text. As you already know, in case that the image cannot be displayed for some reason. And that's it. So I will copy this 3 more times so that we have 4 images here. So this is number 2, number 3, and number 4. And just copy these alt texts. Chicken breast, steak, and autumn pumpkin soup. Wow, this sounds really good. Makes you feel hungry, right? Okay, this is the first 4 images, the first row of images, and now the second row. So we will format all of this in a second in CSS, don't worry. And number 6, number 7, and number 8. And now the descriptions. So it's really important that you fill out this alt attribute in order to make your websites valid HTML. We will see later in the course how we can check if we actually have valid or invalid HTML code. So this is really important. All right. So let's see what it looks like on our web page. So of course these images are so big and look nothing like we want so far. We're gonna fix that with CSS right now. All right. So remember, this is called Meals Showcase. I will just copy this so you don't have to write it all again. So Meals Showcase. Let me copy this. Again, I'm really worried about the structure here. So this is the meals. All right. So as before, since this is a list and we don't want that bullet points, we say list style none. And another thing, since we want this to be the entire browser width, I will say with 100%. So I hope you're already getting familiar with all of that. and that you can follow exactly what I'm doing here. Now the next thing is to format the li elements inside of the unordered list. So meals, showcase, and li, as we already know. So we want to display them as a block. So you see this display property here is a really important one. I'm using it all the time, and you will too once you develop your first websites. And the next thing is that I want to float these elements to the left. So instead of showing one after one, I want them side by side. And another very important thing is their width. So I'm having a list with 100% width, and I want 4 elements inside of this to show side by side with the full width. So I have 4 li elements, and therefore each of them has to be 25% wide, right? Because 4 times 25 makes the 100%. Okay. Now let me just do one thing here, and let me give this figure element a class. I will call this meal photo, and I will do this with all of these 8 figures. And 1, 2, 3, 4. All right. Now, what I want to do now is to format these. So it's meal photo. And what I got to do now is to say this with 100%. Now saying that this element with the class meal photo has a width of 100% means just that it has the exact width of its parent, which is meal showcase li. And we have also to say that it has a margin 0. I know that we already did this in the beginning here. It's maybe what you're wondering. But as with the h1 element, this normalized file defines some margin for that element, and so we have to override that specifically. And now I need to format the actual photo, the actual image inside of the photo container. And the most important thing I have to do is again width equals 100%. And this will do exactly the same thing as before. It will assure that the image is exactly as wide as its container, which is this element. And the height will then be set automatically. So what does it look like? Alright, this is exactly what we want, right? So this looks great. The images are already here, but we're not quite done with this because, as I said in the introduction of this lecture, we want to add some cool transitions here. And that's what we're going to do in part 2 of building the meals section. See you there. Hello back, and welcome to part 2 of building the favorite meals section. Let's go straight back into brackets. So let's continue formatting this section. Now the first thing we notice, and that we didn't correct yet, is this large distance between these two sections, which doesn't look natural. And that's because this section, like the other section as well, has a big padding, which goes like until here. We actually don't want this section to have padding because it's a different section. It doesn't have a title and everything, so we don't want this section to have a padding like that. So let's quickly correct that. So this section is called section, I honestly don't remember, meals, of course. So section meals, I will say padding 0, and that should solve the problem. Yeah, so this looks much better. And next we will do that animation I was telling you about. Now what this animation is all about is that when we hover one of the images, the image kind of zooms out and also gets lighter. So we want to make the image dark and zoom in so that when we hover the image can zoom out and get brighter. Once I see this, you will get the idea. So we can use a powerful CSS 3 property, which is transform. We actually already used that before, and now we're going to use it again. So in this case, we will scale the image. In fact, all of the images. We will scale them to like 1/15. And this means that the image will be, instead of 100%, it will be 115% big. So let's see this in practice. So these images have grown. They are bigger than they are supposed to be, and you see they even go out of the browser width. It's even bigger than the browser now, and we will fix that in a moment because we don't want these images to be bigger than their container, which is meal photo. So right now the images kind of overflows its container. So what can we do about this? There's a nice little property called overflow, and when we set it to hidden, then that overflow will not be visible, and we just see the part of the image which is still inside of the container. So let's see. Alright, so this is exactly what we want. And now what we want is to change that transform property when we hover the image, right? So let's do exactly that. And maybe you already see where this is going. So what I'm doing now is meal photo image, and now we can also use this hover state for everything. This doesn't work only for links, even if we only use it for links until now, but it works really with every element. And so what do we want to happen? We want this transform to go back to normal, right? So we scale it to 1. Let's see if this works and if you get the idea. So this is what happens. Don't worry, we will put an animation there in a moment, but this is what happens. And you see there was actually like a white little line down there, and I actually can't tell you why that happens, but I know a good solution to that. So instead of scaling it until 1, I'm just going to scale it to 1.03, and this should solve the problem. And also I want to, of course, animate this transformation. So how can I do it? I say transition and then transform, and let's say half a second, 0.5 seconds. And this should already do the job. So this is exactly the same thing as we did with our links here, right? We defined the transition with the interval, and then with the hover state we said what would happen. So this is what we did right here. So let's check it out. Okay, this is very nice, right? This is really, really cool. Don't you think so? It's a beautiful effect. But we will go even further than this. So as I said in the beginning, we will make this image darker, and then as we hover it, we'll make it lighter. And that's quite easy to do. As we built the header, we learned how to make a background image darker, which was our hero image, right? And now let's try to make this image darker. And let me show you how we're going to do that. So if we set the opacity, yet another CSS property, you see you're using a lot of properties here. I mean, I'm covering almost everything that you need to know with just this website. So opacity 0.7, so this is 70%. And okay, just to show you, let me show you what this looks like. So this is kind of white now, and it's white because its background is white. So if we want to make this darker, we just put the background of this image to black, 0, 0, 0. So behind that image we now have a black container, and since this image is now opaque, it will get darker. Very well. This looks really great, right? And now we just have to animate the opacity here. So when we hover, we also want the opacity to change back to 1, which is 100%. And in order to animate it, we put it right here. So opacity 0.5 seconds. And now we should see both of the things animated. And here we go. Wow, this is really exciting, right? This looks so great. Let's see how simple this was. So I think the section is also done here. Another thing that I noticed when I was revisiting this section here was that we maybe need some space between this paragraph here and these columns. So what I'm going to do is to add some bottom margin to this paragraph. So it's, if you remember, it's the long copy class, and I will again make a little section here for that called futures. All right, because where is it? So it's this class, but I don't want to make a margin to all long copy class element that we will use throughout the website. So again, I'm using the long copy inside of the section futures. So let me just copy this. See, this is a very usual practice. You see section futures and then the long copy which is inside of that, and then we just specify its margin bottom and set it to 40 pixels. And now this looks much better, right? Okay, probably 40 was a little too much. Again, this is really designing in the browser, and it's really great. Yeah, this looks cool now. Don't you think so? So let me revisit the whole thing. We designed this section, everything beautiful. Then we did this section. And now we even have this powerful transition stuff. Wow, we've learned such a lot so far. A lot of CSS properties. And you should probably take note of them or copy them somewhere so that you have a whole list of things that you can do with CSS. So that's it for now, and maybe you want to take a break now, or you can just join me in the next lecture where we will design our next section. So see you there, and bye. Welcome back to this project. I'm really glad that you're still with me on this amazing journey, and I hope that you're enjoying this course so far. You see this at the end of every lecture, but I still want to tell you again that it's so important that you ask your questions in the course forums, if you have any, of course. Because interacting with other students or with me is the best way to learn and to succeed. So now let's move on to the next section. This one is the How It Works section. This is how I pictured the section where we explain how ordering food works, with the app screen on the left side and the 3 simple steps on the right side. Very simple, but efficient in showing potential customers how OmniFood works. In this lecture, we'll use a lot of the techniques that you're already familiar with. We'll also learn how to draw circles with CSS, a cool technique to make separations between sections, and how to incorporate buttons for the App Store and the Play Store. Who knows, maybe one day you'll make a website for an app. So as always, we start by adding a new section. Right here after the last one. So section, and I'm gonna call this one section steps. Alright. This section will have a title such as the second section that we designed. So div, class, and so we need a row now in order to center. As you hopefully remember, a H2 element where we will put the heading for our sections. And now we gotta know what text to put here. So let's get back to our content file. And here it is. I'm gonna copy all of it, as always, and put it down here. So the title is this one. Paste it here. And just as the last time, this will be an M dash. Alright, simple as that. Now in this case, we don't have a paragraph after this, and we'll start with showing the iPhone and the app on the left side, and on the right side the 3 steps. So this time we have 2 columns and not 4. So again, I need to start a new row. So class row. Now we have, as I said, 2 columns. So as always, a column needs the call class. It's a span 1 of 2, because we will have 2 columns. And in the first column, we want our iPhone with a screenshot on it. So it's an image, of course, and we already know it's very easy to build an image on our site. So in this resources folder and image folder, now let's see where it is. App iPhone, I guess. And we also need an alternative text. which can be OmniFood app on iPhone. Okay. And let me just give this a class called maybe app screen. Alright. So this is the left column here. And now as for the right column, let me just put another column here. And again a span 1 of 2. Is to actually start with 3 containers, which will then contain the number of the step and the corresponding text. So this we'll call works step. So step of how the works section. Alright. Now the number itself will also be a div element. We don't need a class name here for now. So we will then make this div round. Then for the text, as usual, we will put the text inside a paragraph. And the text is down here. Alright. Now I will just copy this and paste this down here 2 times, because I don't feel like writing it all again. And then just copy the actual text right into these paragraphs. And the third step. So we don't need this anymore. Now all that's left to put here are those buttons for the App Store. So we also want them inside of this column here. So we can put them right after those 3 steps. So some space here, and we will take care of the formatting later in CSS. So the buttons are very simple. It's just a link, as you could have imagined, and again which points nowhere. And with a class which I will call button app. And now, instead of putting some text here, we will put an image, and then that image will serve as the button. So img source, and we actually already have those images in our folder, but they're really easy to get from the internet. For instance, the button for the App Store, you can just get it from the Apple website. So in the resources folder, image, and then it should be down here somewhere. So it's download app. Let's see if that's right. Yeah. Now we need an alternative text here as well. This is App Store button. Okay, and that's it actually. That's all it takes. Now I will duplicate this with Command D. And down here just change it. It is App Android. And then here it's Play Store. And that's all it takes. So this is the content of our How It Works section. So let's save this and go to our browser. And here it is. Unformatted, as you can see. So the title already looks nice because we already formatted it before. And we have those 2 columns here that we defined and our 2 buttons. And now we need to go back to CSS and style the whole thing. So let's do that. Hi there. This is part 2 of building the How It Works section. And this is what we're gonna format in this lecture. So let's start with these two step boxes and of course make this image here smaller. Okay, so right back to the CSS file. Let me grab a copy of this and how it works. So I will start with the steps box because, as you remember, those are the two boxes, the left one and the right one. Okay, so let's first put a margin between them and the H2 title. So margin top of, let's say, 30 pixels. And now we need to select each of the boxes individually. And in order to do that, I will show you a new, very useful selector. And it's this one. It's actually a zero class, and it's this one, first child. So this will select the first of the step boxes, which is in our case the left one. And there's also a similar one, which is the last child. So these are two very useful zero classes, and actually in the course ebook you can find a link to an article which has, I think, 30 very useful selectors such as this one. Alright, so in the first box we want the text aligned to be to the right side. Now you may ask, we don't have any text there, and that's actually right. But the text align property doesn't work only for text. It actually does work for all inline or inline block elements, and the image is one of those inline block elements, and so it will then be aligned to the right side of this box. And I also want to add a padding to the right side of 3%. And now you maybe feel a little confused why I'm adding this padding with a percentage instead of adding pixels. And there's a simple reason for that, and it has to do with responsive web design, where we want our layout to be fluid. And as I explained to you before, fluid means that we have all our layout properties defined in percentages instead of rigid pixels. So let's do the same thing with the other box, and here we will say that we want a padding to the left side of 3% as well. And now let's check what else we have. So the image, I want the image, and it's called app screen. So we already have a class name here. So let's say app screen, and let's say width of let's say 40%. And again, I'm defining the width with a percentage of the box. So let's see what it looks like now. Alright, this looks quite good, right? So you have a nice distance between the image and the text, and I think the image size is okay now. So the next thing is we want to format those numbers here. As you remember, we want this to be a circle with a number inside of this circle. And we also want some distance, some space, of course, between each of these work steps elements. So let's start doing this. Works step and margin to the bottom, I would say 50 pixels. And again, let's check our HTML file. So we want to select the div element inside of a work steps, because that will be our number. So works step div. And what are we going to do? First, let's set its color to orange. And we already know where that is. It's up here. Then we also want a border, and I will use 2 pixels here, such as in other elements on a website, so to keep some consistency here, and here with the same color as well. And I want to display it as an inline box, so this very much used property display, and I want the inline box because that way we can ensure that the element doesn't force a line break, and so the number can be side by side with the text. So let's just check that out. Okay, great. So we have some distance here now, and so now let's continue formatting this. It's now a square and we want it to be a circle, and you probably remember how to do it. That's border radius 50%. And we can now define the height of that element, let's say 50 pixel, and the width. Of course, if we want it to be a circle, it has to be as high as it's wide. And inside of this box, the number should be centered. So text align center. So let's check this out. Alright, it's already circular. We will now increase the font size of this and give it some padding. So you see, this is now really designing in the browser. One thing that's also left to do is to make this text appear here on the side, and in order to do that we need to define a float property for that element. So some padding, as I said, I would say like 5 pixel, and then let's make it float to the left. So you see we have a whole lot of properties here for this little element. Another thing is the font size. Let's say 150%. Alright. Okay, this looks already quite good, right? Now what I would do now is to define some margin to the right here and maybe increase the size of those circles. So a margin to the left of 25 pixels, and then increase this here to, let's say, 54 or 55 actually. It doesn't really matter for 1 pixel. Okay, this is obviously margin to the right, not to the left. Okay, so this looks cool. Now we probably should add some more space between this and here the H2 element, because it doesn't look quite aligned right now. We want the phone to be more aligned with this text here. And so let's increase the margin for this box on the right side. So we already defined that there's a margin top 30, but we actually want this second box to have a larger margin. So let's say maybe 70 pixels. And so we can cut this and put it here. So the first one will have 30 and the second one will have 70 pixels. And so I don't need this one anymore. And alright. Great. And now one thing left to do is to format these buttons here. We want them, of course, to be the same size, and this one is way too big. So let's do that as well. We can just say, well, I better check the HTML because I don't remember exactly. Okay, so we have the button app, and now we want to style the image inside of the button app class. So button app img, and we want to set a height for them. let's say 50 pixels, so that they look the same. So the width is then defined automatically, of course. And let's say a margin between them. So I'll set a margin to the right side of 10 pixels. And let's check that out. Great, now they look quite similar. Now it's time to add some margin here so that these two are not so close to the text. We want them to be more like here at the bottom of the phone. So in order to do that, I will actually show you a new selector, because what I want to do here is to add a space to the last work steps. So I'll do that here, and I'll say works step, and then I say last of type. This is quite similar to last child, but so in order that you get to know last of type as well, I'll show you this too. So now I say that I want a larger margin here to the bottom, and in this case I will say 80 pixels instead of those 50. So the work steps all have 50 pixels, but now I say that the last one will have 80 pixels. Okay, right. For now this looks very good, don't you think so? But there is, however, a problem now, which is this. You see that even though we defined that a section should have 80% padding, there seems to be no padding here between this section and this one, right? And there is actually a good reason for that, and I will use the Chrome developer tools to show you that. So let's start by inspecting this element. And it's right here. So the section steps, which is the selected one, is the blue one, and we will see that the section starts right here. So the steps section starts where the meal section should start. And you actually see the green area is those 80 pixels padding, and it starts at a weird place, right? But there is actually a good reason for that, and it has to do with clearing the floats. Maybe you remember that from the introductory lectures, where I told you that when you define some floats, you then later have to clear those floats, and we didn't do any of those here. So the section meals actually has, as you can see up there, 0 pixels height. And that's because we didn't clear the floats. So we need to take care of that right now. And so we go back here, and yeah, the live preview was cancelled because, as I told you before, when you open the Google Chrome developer tools in this live window, then the connection gets lost. Now, clearing those floats, I will now show you a new class which is very used in web design and web development, and it's called the ClearFix class, and I will define it now. But don't worry about understanding exactly what I'm going to do here. We just use this class to clear the floats, and the actual clearing happens right here. So let me just complete this. So again, don't worry so much about understanding this. See, it's hidden. Okay, so what this class will do, it will clear the float after an element. So we will actually add this class here in the UL, and I will explain you why. This is because the child elements of this class, which are the LI elements, are the ones who have the float property. And so we say that the parent has this clearFix class, and then that float will be cleared right after the UL element. And we do that here, and we do that here, and now that problem should be solved. So let's open up the connection again and close the old one. And here we are. So this works. Now we have our space here such as we want to. So we can confirm this. It's section meals. And now the section meals no longer has 0 pixels height, but it has its actual 546 pixels high. And everything works just right. So one last thing to do that I told you at the beginning of this lecture is to create a good way to separate between different sections. And what I want to do here is to add a very, very subtle background color to this section. So it's section steps and background color, and I will start with white. And so as I said, I want a very subtle effect here, so such as this one. And you will not notice it right now. The live connection was lost again, I don't know why. So this one is white, and this has a very subtle gray color, and you don't notice it so much now, but you will notice the difference once we design our next section, and it will have a great effect. So now we have 4 sections designed, and it's already starting to look very promising, I think. And so in the next lecture we're starting with our cities section. So feel free to review this lecture or to even ask some questions in the course forums if you have some. And then after that, see you in the next lecture. I hope you're excited for yet another lecture on our killer website project. In this lecture, we'll build the section where the user can see in which cities OmniFood works. And here is a simple way of showing exactly that. Just an image of each city with some details below them, beautifully side by side. And in this lecture, we'll practice some of our new skills. We'll also learn how to use small icons aligned with some text. This is a little trickier than the big icons we used before. And finally, we'll learn how to best style generic links, which are the normal text links you usually see on all kind of websites. So let's start this right now. Okay, back in brackets. Now, as you are already used to, we will start a new section and name it. This one is called section cities, because we're showing our cities here. And now we do the exact same thing as we did here, so I can actually copy it to save us some time. It's just a title with some text in it. And again, we will get our text from the text document. Copy all of it and paste it down here with comments. So copy this and paste it here. Of course we don't need this. So the title is already here. And now, as you remember, we have those 4 columns with the photos and the details below the photos. So what are we going to do? Maybe I will give you some time to practice this, because I hope you already know how to do this by now. So just pause this and continue to code by yourself. Alright, so I hope that you managed to write some code here, and now I will show you how I would do it. So of course we need a new row, and then some columns inside of it. So class column call, and then since we have 4 image, span 1 of 4. Alright, and now we need our text in here. So let me see what we got here. So we have the number of happy eaters, we have the number of chefs, and we have the Twitter username of OmniFood in this city. So what I will do here is to use an icon for each of those and then write the text. So an icon for the eaters, one icon for the top chefs, and one icon for the Twitter username. So let's get those icons from Ion Icons, such as we did before. And open their website, Ion Icons. It's already here. So for the first one, I will choose a user. And again, I'm going down here to the part of the iOS-like icons. And I want to choose a user. Let me see if I can find one. Okay, this looks great to me. So I'm going to copy this. And let's go back and just insert an icon right here. So the class, paste it. I hope you remember that. And that's it. And now I can just copy the text here. So 1000 happy eaters. Okay, but before moving on, I will actually add the image here to this column and the title. So it is an img, and the source is inside of our resources and images. Well, by now you already know exactly how we should do that, right? So this is the image for Lisbon, which is our first city, and the alt can just be Lisbon. And then again we use our h3 element, such as we did in the other box up here. Do you remember? So we had these 4 boxes. It actually had the class box and then an h3 title. And I will now also reuse this class down here so that those boxes looks quite similar. So I want this column here to be a box as well. So, and now you start to see that we're starting to reuse some of the classes on our website, and that's really nice because that saves us time of formatting, and at the same time it allows us to have some consistency throughout our web page. So now we have the image here and we have the title, and I guess the best idea is to put each of these icons together with the text inside a container, so a div element, and we can call them like city future. Don't need this here. Great. So we have the image, the title, and now we will have one little container for each of the 3 details. So we have the eaters, then we have the top chefs, and we have the Twitter username. And now let's just choose an icon for the top chefs and for the Twitter name. So back in the Ion Icons library here, let's choose a cool icon for the top chefs. Maybe a star would be a good idea. So let's see if we can find something like that. There's really a huge amount of icons here. Okay, let me copy this and then paste it right here. This is a star, and now for the Twitter username we have a couple of social icons down here, like all kinds of icons that you can imagine: Twitter, Facebook, Google+, Dribbble, Instagram, Snapchat, really everything you can imagine. And we will actually use them later, but for now we just need this Twitter icon. Alright, so let me just check how this looks like on our website. Okay, so of course the image is way too big now, and that's because we didn't format it yet, but our H3 title already looks good, and this H2 title of course is also good looking already, and the icons are showing up here. So let's continue adding the other 3 columns. And instead of rewriting all of it, I will just copy it 1, 2, and 3. And so the second one is San Francisco. So Lisbon, San Francisco. Let me look for the image. Lisbon, San Francisco. Oh, the last one. Now it's just a matter of changing all the stuff. So instead of, we have 3700, then 160, and here it's SF. San Francisco. So here we have 160 and SF. Yeah, that's right. So the next city is Berlin, San Francisco, and here we go, Berlin and Berlin. What do we have here? Alright, it's Berlin. And here we have 2300 and 110. And Berlin. And the last one is London. And here it is. So 1200, 50, and London. Alright, great. Don't need this. I'll actually leave the comments there. So, great. I think the markup is here. Let's check it. Great. So it's not formatted, as you can see, but the content is here, and all we need to do next is to format it. Actually, I want to show you this. Remember in the last section we defined this gray color here, and as I told you, it is a great way of separating sections from one another, and now we can see that. So you come down here and it's beautifully separated just by this color and by this white space, of course. So we have lots of white space, which gives our website visual hierarchy, and it actually looks designed with all this white space here, and between the images and the title. I think it It really looks great so far. And yeah, see you in the next lecture, where we will then use CSS to format this thing here. Okay, see you there. So welcome back to part 2 of building the cities section. Without further ado, let's go back to our website. And this is where we left. Now formatting this shouldn't be so hard, right? We will start with the images now. And yeah, you should probably do this on your own now. So I will give you some time to do that. Alright, so maybe you paused the video and did it by yourself. So now let's see how I would do it. Okay, so this is a box class, and I want to select the image inside of the box. Now this could be a problem if we had other boxes with images inside of them, but as you know, the other box that we have is this image up here. Sorry, is this box up here, and there is no image inside of this. So we can just use the selector that we're already used to. Okay. Let's add another code section here. This one is the cities. I really like some consistency here. And now, box and image. And what we want here is the image to be exactly as wide as the box. So what we say is width 100%. And obviously the height will then be set automatically. And we can maybe have some margin between the box and the H3 heading. So let's just add some margin to the bottom here of maybe 15 pixels. And let's check this out. Okay, cool. This is great. And now let's add some margin to these lines here. And if you remember, each of those is a div element called city future. All right, so city future, and maybe a margin to the bottom of each of them of 5 pixels. Okay, great. And now comes the most difficult part, which is to format those icons right here. I would like to make them a little bigger and maybe aligned to one each other and have an orange color. So let's try to do that. So if you remember the other icons that we used, we actually gave them a class name. As you can see here, we called them icon big. So now let's call these ones icon small. I should have done this before I started to copy, but alright. Now I have to copy it all in all classes here, in all icons, but it doesn't take so long. So person, star, and Twitter. Right. So let's go back here to the reusable section where we have our icons. So icon small. Alright, so the first thing is to make them kind of aligned to each other. So what I will start doing is to say that I want to see these as inline blocks. so that I can assign them some width, which I will say should be 30 pixels. And this way I can now say text align, and then I can center them inside of this inline block. And this should work. Now I will also want to give them this nice orange color that we used before. We'll get it here and paste it right here. And I obviously also want those icons to be a little bigger. And as you remember, this is an icon font, so I can just adjust the font size, and let's say, for instance, 120% here. So let's see what it looks like. Okay, so you can see that these icons are not quite aligned with the text, right? So what can we do about this? Let me use a nice technique, and I will say that the line height should also be 120%, and that the vertical align should be to the middle. And maybe that solves our problem. Okay, this doesn't quite look like I would like to, because now it's the other way. They're now way down here, right? They're still not aligned. So let me tell you another technique you can use. So there are 3 secrets essentially to align those icons. Let me write it here so you can remember it. Secrets to align text and icons. So comments are a great way to do exactly that, right? To comment or code. So we can now set another margin to the top, and this is a new thing because now we will set a negative margin. So negative margin does exactly the opposite thing than a positive margin. So a positive margin gives a space, and the negative margin is kind of takes space away. So this will pull our icons to the top 2 pixels, hopefully. Well, let's see if this works. 2 was maybe not enough. Let me use 4 pixels. And 4 pixels actually looks great. So this is nicely aligned here. And I think this looks quite good. Maybe 5 pixels would also be okay. And another thing we can do is to add some margin to the right, so we have some space between the icon and the text, right? So let me do that as well. So 5 pixels here can be better, and a margin to the right of, let's say, 10 pixels. And with this, I think we're good to go. Yeah, that's it. This looks cool, right? Now there's only one thing left to do in this section, which is to turn these Twitter usernames here into links and then format those links with CSS. So let's do that. So back here in the HTML file, let me just go here. So we want an A element for a link, right? Ref. And once again, we have nowhere to point this thing, so we just use the hash symbol. And let's do the same thing for each of the 4 cities. So Berlin is next, nowhere, And now the last one here. So, what does it look like? Okay, these are just some normal links as you are used to see. So what I want to do now is to have links in the orange color, and I also want a more beautiful underlining than this one. So first of all, I will change the color and I will get rid of this underlining. And we have already done this before, so this will be not different from the last time. So I will just open a new code section here for generic links, because we will use these links in more places, maybe. So now I have to format all links at the same time, and so I just use the A, because that's for the most generic links. And I will here, such as I did the last time, specify the link and the active state. So I want the color to be orange. So orange, and I want no text underline. So it's text decoration none. Simple as that. And now what I want is, instead of this underline, I actually want an underline, because that's what most users are used to when they see a link. But we will do that in a more beautiful way, and that's with a border bottom. So a border at the bottom. The simple 1 pixel and solid, and also this orange. And to make it even more stand out, we'll add a padding at the bottom, 1 pixel maybe, so we have some space between the text and the border. So let's see what it looks like. I have to get rid of these blue boxes, which comes every time we select an element. Okay, this is what it looks like. Cool, right? And now one thing left to do is to say what should happen when we hover this link, right? Okay, so let's do that. And as you already know, we now say a hover and a active. And up here it's actually not active, of course, it is visited. So what we want to happen when we hover a link, we want it to become the color of the normal text, which is, if you remember from the beginning, it was like the first thing we said, color is this, gray. And we also want the border to disappear. And do you remember how we do that? So instead of saying we want it to 0 pixels, we simply make it transparent, because that's a much cleaner solution. And transparent. Oh, and again, we want this to happen with a nice transition. So like an animation. So we choose transition, border, bottom, and again an interval of 0 to 2 seconds, and we also want to animate the color. So 0.2 seconds, and that should do the job. What it looks like. Okay, great. This is exactly what we wanted the links to do here, right? Now one thing, what did we notice here, is this one. Because this is also a link, this now also have this this annoying underline, which we actually don't want. These one don't have it, and this of course not, because in this ones we specified the border specifically, which we didn't do on these images, actually on these links. So we need to fix that, and it's quite easy. We just have to go down here to the how it works section, right? And where is it? So down here we just create some code for the button app, because as you remember, this here is the class of the links, button app. So button app link and button app visited should have no border at all. So border is 0. And this should solve our problem. Yeah, so the border disappeared. Alright, so now we have 5 of our 9 sections designed. So we have already more than half of our website completely built. Alright, this is great. So next up we have a customer testimonials section, which will also be very beautiful, as you will see. Hello back. Let's build one more section. This one is where the customers tell about their experience with OmniFood. And this is actually one of the sections I like the most. We will once again use beautiful food imagery to almost make the user feel hungry just by browsing our website. So here we have just 3 customers side by side in what they have to say. And this way of showing customer testimonials is actually pretty common. In this lecture, we will once again practice our skills. We'll learn how to create a beautiful effect with background images using just CSS, and how to effectively communicate what customers have to say about our company. So here we are, back in our HTML document. And you see here we already have way over 200 lines of code. Great, right? So as always, another section here, and this one is called section testimonials. Some space here, and now starting with the title, let me just, as always, get the text for this section. And here we go. So the title here will be "Our Customers Can't Live Without Us." So div class and another row here. And in this row we will have nothing but the title, the h2 element, which we already are pretty used to by now. And now another row, and in this row is where we will have our customer opinions. Now, since we have three customers, we will of course include 3 columns here. So you already know how to do this. Span 1 of 3, because we have 3 columns. And now HTML actually has an element designed precisely to include quotes into HTML documents. And what I'm talking about is the element block quote. And in this element we can just paste our text. Very well. And yet another HTML element is the site element, and the site element is obviously where we will put the name of the person who expressed this opinion. So inside of a block quote usually goes the text, and then a site element where we will put the author of this text. Now, beside this text, we also have an image of this person, and we can also include this into this side element. So the image is pretty easy to include here. Let's go to resources, image, and we have our customers down here. You see 1, 2, and 3. So next I just have to change the number. So this is our first customer. And okay, I think that's the correct HTML for one of the columns. So let me just copy this as usual and paste it here so we can complete our row. So we have 3 nice columns. Now, as always, let me copy this text here. It's Joana Silva, which comes probably from Portugal. And now this is image 2. And that's her. And the last one. Great. And this is Milton Chapman. And customer 3. And here it is. Okay. Get rid of the text, and I think that should be our HTML code. We will not need more than this. So let's see what it looks like. So this was our previous section, and here is our current section. And what is happening here? This looks pretty weird. Well, what's going on here? Let's go back. And okay, here I see the problem. It shouldn't be row, of course not. You probably saw this before I saw it. So it should be col. Of course, it's a column, right? So let's go back. And now this looks just as it should, right? So this is the HTML code. Now it's correct. And let's format it in CSS in the next lecture. Hello and welcome back to building the customer testimonial section. This is getting easier and easier. Don't you think so? So let's have some more fun with CSS. So this is where we left our website in the last lecture. And now let's start by adding a beautiful background image that is actually in the folder of our contents, in our project folder. So right here. So it will be a background image. So this image right now is here. It is called back customers, but since it will be a background image, it should be here inside our CSS folder. So as you remember, all our background images go right here into this folder. Okay, so now we're ready to use that image. So let's go back to our CSS file. And let's create some space down here. And you're already used to this by now. So let's start to define the code for this section. Section testimonials. So let's start by defining again a background image. Background image. And this is how we do it again. And back customers. Alright. So as before, we want this image to fill the whole width of the browser, so we say background size cover. So this is probably what you will always want to do with your images. So let's see the result of this. Alright, so This is way too bright, and it's the same situation as we had before on our header section. So we will once again make this image darker. And I hope you remember how we did that. So it's like setting multiple backgrounds here. So we have a gradient with a black opaque color and then the customer images. So we create a linear gradient. So as before, I will start with complete black and then change it with the color picker. And Command E. And let's set this to, let's say, 80%. And here the same exact thing. So 80%. This looks probably way better right now. Right. So now what we have to do is, of course, to make all the text inside of this white. And then, believe me, it will look great. So color and color white. And let's check it. Okay, this looks cool. Now I want to show you a very cool effect that you can achieve with background images in CSS. And I'm talking about this property. It is background attachment. And if we set this to fixed, then let me show you what this will look like. So it's like the image always stays in the same place, and we scroll our website and the image stays always on the same place. So I think this is a cool effect and it's really easy to achieve. And in fact, we should do the same thing up here. Okay, so I will just copy this to the header CSS block just to see if it looks cool there as well. Okay, and this is the effect. So the image stays in the same place and we just scroll, and I think this is really cool. And down here it will look even cooler once we add more sections below this. So the next step would be to define these block quote elements right here. So this is very straightforward. Of course, just write our block quote selector. And the first thing is we maybe want some padding there, because you saw that the boxes were very close to each other. And I will say 2%. And then it is quite usual to show the customer testimonials in an italic style. So in order to do that, I will say font style italic. So, and I can do this only because I already incorporated the italic style for my Google fonts here. Okay, so whenever you need italics on your website, you need to include that web font. Now another thing is I want some line height here as always, and I will again choose 145% here. Okay, much better, right? And now we can format the site element and the images that are inside of the site element as well. So this is again very easy. We can do this because we will only use the site and the black quote elements in this place, so we don't need to make any class for those. So in here I would say that the font size could be a little smaller, like 90% maybe. And let's add some margin to the top as well. Margin top of, let's say, 25 pixels. And now for the image. So it's the image inside of the site. and by now you're already really familiar with all of that. So the image, I will say, will have a height of 50 pixels and a border radius of 50%. And yeah, you already know as well that this makes any element round. And we want some margin to the right side as well. Let me say here 10 pixels. So we made some changes here. So let me check it again. Okay. So what is going on here? We need a line break here. So it's the text, and then the text just continues with the image and then the rest of the text. Now, the best way to actually do this is to define this as a block element, right? So what we can do is to say that the site element should be a block element. And so once more we use the display property with block. And this should do the job. Exactly. So this is what I hoped for. Now it's a block element, and so it is a line for itself. Now I want this text here to be aligned with this, and this is again very easy. We just say that we want some vertical align to the middle. And now it should look just as we want it. I think the images are a little too big, don't you think so? They take up too much space, I guess. Now what's also missing here is like a big quotation mark which we can put here. And I will show you a great way to do this, and we will once again use the after zero class. No, in fact we will use the before, because this time we want it to appear before our text. So let's quickly do this. And first of all, let me change this. I said it was too big, so maybe 45 will work better. And now let's define the before zero class. So site before. And we want it to be a quotation mark. So remember, how do we put text on a website using just CSS? It is with content. The last time we used this, we didn't want to see any words, so we just leave an empty space. I will just to exemplify this, put an A, and we will then put a quotation mark in a second. But for now, let me just show you how this looks. And we'll also, in order that we can see it, change the font size here to 400%. Alright, this is not what I wanted, because I actually wanted it before the block quote, right? So it is block quote. And here we go. Alright, now in order to put the quotation mark there is not as easy as it may sound, because in order to do that we need to use something called an ISO special character. So this here is a list that I will include into the course ebook, and in here we can just choose some sign that we want, and then we will have to copy this very code here. So in order to make it easier for me, I will just search for quotation mark, and this is not the one that I want. It's this one right here. I want this. So I need to copy this code right here. Alright, and I will now paste it here. So let's check this. Alright, here we go. Cool, right? Now we need to have this in a new line once again, so we have to make this as a block element. So let's do that. Display block. Very easy. Now, in order to position this exactly where we want it, we need to define its top and left attributes, because it is really the easiest way is to change this around using absolute positioning. So position absolute, and then we can change its top, maybe, I don't know, 5 pixels, and the left to 0. Alright, and before we can see how this looks, there's a very important thing that we have to do, and it's this. When we make a element with absolute position, we have to ensure that its parent has an relative position. So in this case, we will have to say this here is relative. And if we didn't do this, this wouldn't appear where we want it. And here we go. Okay, this is way too close to the text, so let it put back to 0 maybe, but we can put the left to -3, for instance. Let me see this. Yeah, this looks cool. Maybe what I should do is to give it some space between this line here and those block quotes. So in order to have more space for this one here, this quotation mark, and I should probably also do this a little bigger. So I'll increase this to 500% actually, and then I will say that we want some margin to the top of this of 40 pixels. And this can actually be also, let's say, -5 pixels. And here -5 pixels as well wouldn't hurt. And this is what it looks like now. So now we have one more section designed. And I really like what we achieved here in this section. This background image is really cool, and also this effect that we added to this section and to this one. It's really cool. We're starting to get a really good looking website. So next up we have the section with some pricing plans, where we will use some new stuff. So don't wait, and see you there. Welcome to yet another lecture on our killer website project. Now it's time to build the sign up section. So in this section we have 3 pricing plans side by side, and each of these plans has 3 parts: the price, the description, and a sign up button. We want the user to choose the first plan because it's the most profitable for the company. So it appears as the first plan, and also with the full call to action button. So the new things we'll learn in this lecture are how to design with CSS border radius and how to create box shadows. All the other things we'll do in this lecture use concepts that you're already familiar with, which is pretty cool. So here we are back in our HTML file, which already has more than 250 lines of code. This is quite impressive. So yet another section here, which I'll call section plans. Okay. And I will add a new row here in which I will add the H2 title, such as in many of the other sections. So let me get the text for this section in our document, and here it is. And paste it down here. So the title here is Start Eating Healthy Today. It's actually right here. Alright. So I'm speeding things up a little bit because by now you're already familiar with most of this stuff. So as you saw in the sketch that I showed you before, we have 3 columns here, where each column is a pricing plan. So call and span 1 of 3. Now the question is, how are we going to organize our code inside of each of these boxes? Well, I will now actually create another div inside of this column, and you will later understand why I'm doing this. I'll call this one plan box, but it has a pretty good reason actually. And as I said, I will explain you later the importance of doing it this way. So as I said, each of these pricing plans will have 3 sections. So I create 3 divs here. The first one is for the price, then another one for the details, and yet another one for the sign up button. So let me check the text here. So the first one is the premium. So let's copy this and let's reuse our H3 title. So this one is the premium. And now we need to put the price of $399 here. So I will make a paragraph with this and call this paragraph plan price. And in this case, we have to attribute a class name to this paragraph because we will have multiple paragraphs, and then with a class name it's the easiest way to select those paragraphs later for the CSS code. So $399 per month, and then the other text we have down there, and this one will be plan price month for this text. So that's the price per month. Actually it's the price per meal, so let's change this to meal. Okay, nice. Now we have some details here, and as before I will use an unordered list in order to show these details. And now a list element. I think we should use an icon here, like a check mark, and you already know where to find them. We will again use our icon font here, and let's find here in our iOS inspired icons a check mark, and it's easy to find actually. So I will take this code and create an icon here. So a check mark and then the text that we want here. So on meal every day. And I will actually just duplicate this with Command D. So order 24/7. Creations. And free delivery. Okay, great. So this is the HTML for the second section of this pricing plan. And now the last one. And this one should be pretty easy because it's just a sign up button, and we already had that before. So href again points to nowhere, and then our class is the button class we used before, and we want a full button for this pricing plan. And the text that should go here is sign up. Simple as that. Sign up now. Okay, great. So I think this is a good HTML structure. So let's copy this and paste it here 2 more times. for the other two. This is Pro and it's 149 per month. So the Pro is 149 per month. And that's only $14.90 per meal. All right. And one meal for 10 days. Or 24/7 is the same, and the rest is all the same. So now here, starter, and we have 19 per meal. So this is a little different. I will put it right this. And we actually don't have this paragraph here because it's the price per meal is already 19. So let's delete this, or actually not delete it. We'll just leave it empty. And now right here it's just one meal. Order from 8 to 12. Free delivery is here. And this one will be empty. And since it's empty, it shouldn't have a check mark, but we can put like a cross there, like this here. This will be better. Alright, so this is our text. And one more thing to change here, because we had a full button for the first pricing plan, but here we want a ghost button. I hope you remember those. We had them in the first section. So let's check this out. And here it is. Okay. So as you would expect, this is not yet formatted. The only formatted things are the buttons, because we already did that before, such as the H3 elements and the title, as always. So in the next lecture, it's then time to format the whole thing. I'm waiting for you there. Hi, let's continue working on the sign up section. Let's write some more CSS code. So, back here. Let's start with the background color, and I will show you why. So the first section we had was white, completely white. Then the second one had these very subtle gray background color. Then the next one was white again. So now, as you can guess, it's again time for a gray one. So that will be the first thing to do. And then, of course, starting to build a structure for each of these pricing plan columns. So give here some white space and starting to make this look better. So let's do that. So this section is called Section Plans. I'll put some white space here so we can see what's going on. Okay. So the first thing here is a background color. And I don't remember, so I will just copy this one. Okay. Now, let me check our HTML code. So I'll start to format the plan box here. Alright. So let's make this plan box white so that it looks different than the background color of the rest of the section. And I will say FFF. Okay, and I also want to give this some rounded corners. So for the radius of, let's say, 5 pixels here. And now I don't want it to be 100% of the parent width, so I will say width 90%. And then I will use the same technique as we used before to center it inside of its parent. Just to show you again, the parent of this one is the call box. So margin left 5%, which is half of the remaining 10% from 19 to 100. And now let me see this. Okay, so this has already these rounded corners and it's white. Now let's divide this into the 3 sections. Okay, but first let me explain you why I put this box into the column, such as I promised you I would explain you. So this situation here, why I created this div inside of the column. Because if I hadn't, I wouldn't be able to make the plan box as wide as I wanted it, only 90%, with the white background color. It would not have been possible to do this by just formatting this column or adding some box here. So this was the solution that I had to use. Great, so now let's section each of those subsections. And in order to do that, I will do it like this. Because, as we defined it, we have 3 divs. This one, and this one. So I want them to have a padding of 15 pixels each, let's say. And what's also important is to make a little separation between them. We will have some border at the bottom of each of them. So a nice little border with a very light color, very subtle gray. So only 1 pixel and a solid color. And let's again start with white and then use the color picker to adjust the color. So a very subtle color here, which we almost won't notice. So for example, this one, we will then check it. But for now we can just format some other things as well. Let me see what we got here. For example, this. Let's start at the beginning. Now the H3 is already defined, so let's continue with the plan price. And the plan price, I want it to be like really big. So font size, for instance, 300%. And maybe a margin to the bottom to that paragraph of 10 pixels. And the next paragraph is plan price meal, if you remember. I don't know yet what to put here, so let's just look at our website. Okay. Not bad, right? But this looks a little bit overwhelming here. And such as I told you, when you choose to use very big font sizes, the best thing to do is to actually reduce the font weight. which is what we're going to do. And also, we will reduce this text. So we only want this to be this big, and there's actually an easy way to do this. Also, I think this text is a little too big here, so let's make those changes. So first thing, I will just decrease this here to, let's say, 80%. Then we should totally decrease the font weight here to 100. And let me show you this. So these are the options we have, which we included at the beginning: 100, 300, 400, and 300 italic. So I will use this font weight, which is the lowest that we have available. And now we want to style this per month text in a different way. And I will now show you another HTML element for doing that, which is, where is it? Which is this one. This is called span, and span has only one purpose, basically. Its purpose is to just appear inside a paragraph, for example, and style some text in a different way than the rest, which is exactly what we want here. So the same thing goes for this here and down here. What's the difference? That it's per meal here. So we can now go ahead and format this in a different way. So we can say plan, price, and then the span inside of it can have a different font size. Now the thing is that this span here is a child of this plan price, which has a font size of 300%. Now if we would say font size equals 100%, then this 100% would not be the base size of 20 pixels, but this 300% because it is the parent font size. So if we want a smaller font size, we have to choose a very small number, like for instance 30%. So we have 30% of these 300 and not of the initial 20 pixels. Okay, and another thing is that we want the font weight back to 300 here, because once again this is a parent element and it says font weight is 100, and so this element will inherit that value, and so in order to put it back to 300 we have to specifically say, yeah, we want it to be 300. Okay, another thing we can do here is to make this orange to stand out even more, this plan price. As you remember, color should be used to draw attention to important elements, and I think the price is pretty important here. So I will make it orange and it will stand out this way. Alright, so I think this first part here already looks quite nice, isn't it? So next, let's take care of these lists here. So we just say plan box UL. And we want, of course, no list style. And now let's add some white space between those list elements. So this is pretty straightforward as well. So for instance, we can say we want a 5 pixel padding at the top and at the bottom of each of those elements, and none on the sides. Alright, now as for the icons, one thing that I should have done right from the beginning is to say that these are small icons with this class that we defined before. I hope you remember that. Since I forgot it, I'll do this right now. So all of these are small icons. And let's check that out. Alright, this looks nice actually. So now let's center these one. And I also noticed one strange thing, which is, since we don't have this paragraph here, we left it empty, this line completely disappeared. So what we have to do is to put a space there. Right, so I will do that. And where is it? Here's the space. And in fact, adding just a simple space, just like this, will not do anything. We have to use a special character, such as I told you before. There are those special HTML special characters, and for a space it's ampersand NBSP. So you can find all of these in the course ebook, and hopefully this will solve that problem. Check this. Yeah, it does. So it's now like an empty line. And now let's center this button. Should be pretty easy. Maybe a good way to doing that is to simply select the last plan box and then center its content. So we already learned that as well. So plan box and then the div, and then simply select the last child. And we say text align center. Pretty easy. And that's it. Now you then don't see those borders here because the box is selected. Let me deselect it. Now you notice maybe you don't see it, but here is a gray line, and that's obvious because we define it that way. We said that all those three divs should have these lines, but of course the last one shouldn't, and so we will take that away. Another thing that we should do here, I think, is to maybe highlight this box here with a little gray background. Something between this darker gray and this white here. So let's do those two things. So first thing, we want no border at all. So border none here in the last child. And the first child should have a nice background color. The secret here is to be very subtle. We want to make a difference, but a difference that doesn't pop out so much. We want to be subtle because that's a great way of doing beautiful design. So just say background color, again starting like this, and let's choose a great background color. Okay, this should be good. Okay. It's actually hard to see, but it makes a difference, believe me. So now these rounded bottoms are gone. You probably don't see it because the video may be too small, but these rounded borders are really gone. And I'm going to fix that in a moment. And now I want to show you another CSS property, which is box shadow. And we can add a nice effect here. Once again, a very subtle box shadow, just so that I can show you how this works, because the box shadow is a very much used CSS property. So I think it's important that you learn this as well. So fixing those border radius, I can say border top left radius should have also those 5 pixels, and border top right 5 pixels. And now let's add a nice box shadow to the entire box, and we will do this right here. So it's box, shadow, and now the first value here is for the x-axis offset, and we don't want any of that. Then the second one is for the y-axis offset, and I will say 2 pixels here. And now the blur, I also want 2 pixels. And the last value is the color. And I will want a very subtle gray here again, which is not so visible. I don't know, something like this maybe. So let's see. No, this was too dark. This was already too dark. So once again, this is designing in the browser. We will change the color until it looks good. Alright. You will not see this in this video because it's really subtle, but in your browser you will notice it, I'm sure. Alright, so we have one more section completed. Our website is almost done here. So we only have one more section and then the footer. This is great. So take a break now to digest all the things you learned so far, or come with me right to the next section where we'll build our simple HTML form. Welcome back. Let's build a simple contact form in this lecture. To be honest, this section was not so much about making things beautiful and functional, but more to show you everything you need to know about forms, so that you can build even bigger and more complex forms in the future. So, this is a simple contact form, as you can find it in numerous websites out there. And in this lecture, you learn a lot of new things. You learn how to build a useful form using new HTML elements such as form, label, input, select, option, and text area. Then you will learn how to use CSS to format those different elements. So let's do this. So back in our brackets app, we'll create yet another section. This one called section form. And once again, we create a row here where we will put our title. So let's get the text for this section. That's not a lot this time. So the title is this one. And now let's create our form. And we will do that in a row. So div, class, and row again. Now a form is like a group of input elements. And we have an HTML element where we need to put all of them. And this element is called the form element. And it needs to have a couple of attributes. One is the method. You will choose post here, but this is not relevant for us in this case because this is only needed when we send this form, and that requires a lot of programming and other languages, and we will not talk about this in this course. So in this course we will only format this form, but we will not be able to send anything from it. So another attribute that we need to define is the action, which is like a link. So it is empty in this case, and the action could be the script which handles how the form will be sent, which again we will not talk about in this specific course. And then also a class, I will call this contact form, Alright, now we can fill this form with our elements. And we will put a couple of rows in here. And in each of those rows, we will then have our different input elements. So we will have one column for the label, for example, name, email address, or something like that, and then one column for the input element. So it is a column, and now it's something a little special, because we want one column to be bigger than the other one. And so I will say that I want the first column to be a span 1 of 3, such as we used a lot of times before. And then the second column will be a span 2 of 3. So these two columns together make the whole row. So 1 plus 2 makes the 3. And this means that this column will be twice as wide as this column here. And I will actually show you how this works. So the 1 of 3 has a width of 32% approximately, and the span 2 of 3 will have 63% approximately. Alright. So as I said, in the first column we want the label, and we have an HTML element for that, which goes like this. It's just label, and then, let me see, it is name. The first one is name. And that's it for now. And now we want a little text box. And in order to do that, we use the input element, and the type of this will be text. So you can see in this list here there are lots of different input types, and we will use some of them. But for now I will just use the text element. And now in each of those we should also give those a name, because that name will later be used to send that form. Let's call it name, because that's what it is here, right? And now I will also define an ID here, which is also name. And another interesting thing we can do here is placeholder. And the placeholder is the text that appears inside of the text field before we write anything inside of it. So here I will say, for example, your name. And the last thing here, we just can add this keyword required, and if we do so, the browser will not allow us to send a form without completing this field. So this is very handy. We can just write required, and then Google Chrome or whatever browser will handle that for us. Okay, I will just show you how this looks like by now. Nothing special, of course, but here it goes. So this is a placeholder, and this is the first column, and this is the second column. As you see, it's much wider. The text field is not as wide as the column yet, but we will change that once we come to the CSS part of this lecture. So for now, let's continue, and I will keep on adding some rows here. So the next one is for the email. So I will change it here, and we can actually also change the type here to email, because that's one of the possible HTML input types, and so the browser will recognize that you need to write an email inside of the field. We'll also call this email, and here your email. And this field is also required and can also only be sent if a valid email address was written inside of that field. Okay, so yet another line, is, what do we have here? How did you find us? So here we can put a little drop down box. We will not use this. So drop down box is just a couple of options where you can choose one from. And in order to do that, we use the select element. It will call us find us, and also with the ID find us. And I will tell you in a moment why we need this IDs here. So don't worry. And now, each of the options that we want here needs to be defined using the option element. And we need to specify a value. I will do that in a moment. And then the text we want to see. So in the first one, I want to say, so how did you find us? Let's say friends. And the value can here be friends. And again, this value here serves then for the script that will handle the form once the form is sent, which again we will not be able to do in this course. So next, what can we put here? For instance, search engine. So search, or maybe it was an advertisement. And just to complete this, we can say we found it in some other way. Alright, so how does it look like? So we have the options we put there inside of this little list. So this is starting to look great, right? And we can also do another thing here. We can choose one of these and say selected. I will choose this one. This will be the first one that will be selected. You see? Search engine. Alright. I don't want this here. Let's put it here. Now the next thing is to ask us if we want a newsletter. So again, we want a row with the label newsletter. And I will now show you another input type, and this one is checkbox. So a checkbox is just what the name says. It's a box where you can choose yes, I want it, or no, I don't want it. And the name here will be newsletter or just news, and the ID also news. Placeholder, there's of course none of it. And here I can say that I want this checkbox to be checked from the beginning. So the default will be that it is checked. And then some text here. For instance, yes, please. So it's already selected, and then we have our text there. So just a simple checkbox. And now the last thing is drop us a line. So that means that this is a field where we can write some email, some message. And in order to do that, we want a bigger text box. Copy this here. So we will use something different because we want a big text area, and that's exactly the name of the HTML element. And this also needs some attributes. So I will call this name message, and it can also have a placeholder. like your message. Okay, and then the last thing each form should of course have is a submit button. So we don't want anything in here because we want the button to be aligned with the fields of this form. And such as I did in the section before, I will use the NBSP special character so that we have a invisible space there. And the button is also an inbox element, and it's called submit. And doesn't need any of this, but it has the value attribute where we will put the text we want to see on the button. And in this place just say send it. We don't need these. So save this and let's see. So this is a bigger text field and we can actually resize this in Google Chrome. And then a button. And as you see, this field, since I didn't fill it out, Google Chrome tells me please fill out this field. And if I do, it will now say fill this out. And now since I said this would be an email field, Google Chrome knows that I should include the special symbol here in the email address. So one last thing is, as I promised you, I would explain you why I included these name IDs here, and that's for a simple reason. Because here in the label we can use the for attribute and then put the name of the ID here. So we kind of link the label with the input, and this is what happens. So now we can click this and then the field gets selected. Cool, right? Do this for the other ones as well. For email, and this actually only works with text forms and also with this select element. So this one is find us, but it doesn't work with the checkbox and neither with the text area. So I will just leave it like this, and now if I click here, this gets selected. Okay, I think for the HTML part that's it. And so in the next lecture we will just format this to make it look great, such as we always do. Alright, so see you there. So let's use CSS to style our contact form. So back here I noticed two things. First, that these elements here don't fill 100% of their column, and the other thing is that we clearly don't need all the entire width of the parent element of this row here, because there's way too much space here between the labels and the elements, and this doesn't look good. So let's fix that. So back in our HTML file, this will be the form and the class that we want to format, the contact form. So add a new class and some white space, as always. So we need this as well. Alright, so let's say we want a width of only 60%. This should be much better. And then we also want to center that thing. And we could use that technique where we say that we want the left margin to be 20%, which is half of the difference between 100 and 60. But in this case, I want to format it the other way, that I showed you before, which is saying that the margin top and bottom should be 0 and auto on left and right margin. So this will center this contact form inside of its parent element. And now I want to format my other form elements. So input, and the other one was the select element and the text area. And the first thing, I want them to be 100% wide so that they fill their whole column. And I also want them a little bit bigger by adding some padding inside of them. Let's say 7 pixels. This is a number that I like to use. And also a little border radius of, let's say, 3 pixels. Alright, let's see what we got. Okay, now we have some strange border here. And we also have another thing that we don't want, which is this input element and this one also fill the whole content, but in fact we only want these two. So how do we achieve that? Let me go back and let me show it to you. So the ones that we want are the one with type text and type email, right? So I will show you a new selector in CSS now, which does the following. With them we can select all input elements which has the type text. So we say type should equal text. And then we can say the same thing with email. And alright, it works. So the button is back to normal and this check button as well. And now we gotta get rid of this weird border here. And that should be quite easy. Just say border 1 pixel as always in solid and some gray color. So the color picker here, and let's say it shouldn't be too dark. As always we want something very subtle here. I think this one is good, CCC. That's also a gray color that I like to use a lot. Alright, let's see. Okay, great. You see that this select element here doesn't have the width of these two elements, and in fact it's very difficult to style these select elements, and so we'll leave it just as it is. Now we want this text area to be a little bigger, and we want this send button here to look like the other buttons. I mean, like this button, like the full button. So let's go back. So I'll just say text area and a height of 100 pixels. And now for the button, we do a very simple thing now. So we go back to the original buttons that we defined. Oh, here they are. And since we want to look them exactly the same as these buttons, we can just add a line here and then they will be styled the same way. And that button down there is an input with type submit, right? Do you remember? So we just have to do this. Now let's copy this because we also want to have it here. So now it will look exactly like this full button. So here of course it is an equal, not an underscore. And then we also of course want this hover effect here. So let's paste it here as well. Change that to equal. And let's check this now. Alright, this looks good. And now we have to make this hover effect here work as well. And that should be easy enough. And back here, we just put this code. This one, of course. Put it here and say hover, and the same thing with active. And that should do the job. All right. Okay, great. So this looks already pretty formatted, right? Maybe one thing that we can do here to make this look even better is to add some space around this checkbox here, because I think this lacks a little white space here, and you actually can see this here with those labels. They look a little weird here. So I'm going to do that. And another thing is that I want to get rid of these blue borders that Google Chrome adds to this. So let's do these two things now. First, the checkbox. And that's pretty easy. Just say input and then, of course, type equals checkbox. And I want some margin on maybe all sides. So we didn't do this for a long time. So at the top I want, let's say, 10 pixels. At the right side I want some 5 pixels, so between the checkbox and the text. At the bottom also 10 pixels. And on the left side no margin at all. And the last thing is to get rid of those borders when we focus on those elements. And the best thing of doing that is to get rid of it for all elements. So we have another 0 class here, which is called focus. And we just say outline none. And then it should go away. So check this out. Alright, no focus here anymore. And we have some distance here between those elements, which looks much better now. So yeah, now there's only the footer left to do. And we'll do that right in the next lecture. So see you there. Welcome to the last section we need to build for our website, the footer. Every website has a footer, and it's like the conclusion of your website, where the user can find additional information about a website or a company. So this is the most simple footer ever, but simple is in many cases a good solution. And this footer has two navigations. One for less important links like About Us or a link to a blog, and one for social media on the right side. In a more complex website, a footer usually repeats the main navigation, but that's not necessary in our case. We don't need more than this. So in this last section, there are not many new things to learn, but we keep practicing. So we'll learn how to build a simple but effective footer and a cool way of using social icons on a web page. So for the footer, HTML actually has another special element just for that. And as you can imagine, it's called exactly footer. So first, as always, we need a new row here. So a row. And now, as I told you before, we will have two navigations inside of this row. And so we have a column for each of those because we want them side by side. So I will create two columns here. So column and span 1 of 2. And this is for one of the navigations, and then for the second navigation, the social media navigation. So as before, we're going to use an unordered list in order to build that navigation. And I'm going to call this one footer nav. And so let's see what we need to include into this navigation, because we actually have it right here. So the first link will be to About Us. And again, it points nowhere. So About Us. And now just duplicate this. And blog. Press. iOS. App. And I need to duplicate it once again. So Android app. Alright. And now we need another navigation to include links to Facebook, Twitter, Google+, and Instagram, because those are the accounts OmniFood uses. So again, an unordered list, and this one will be called social links. So now what we need here, we will obviously not write Facebook or Twitter. What we want here is an icon for that. So you already know where we get those, and it's right here. As I showed you, we have some social icons down here. So here's the first for Facebook. So class and it's easy as this. So I'm duplicating it 3 times, and now one for Twitter. The next one is for Google+. And one last for Instagram. And here we go. So these are our navigations. And now we usually have a paragraph as well, where we have, for instance, some fancy text about copyright or something like that. And so let's include another row here where we can put some text. And in here, as I said, I will put just a paragraph. And we can write something like copyright. And then we use a nice symbol as well, which is called copy. You have obviously seen this in many places. So it's the copyright symbol, and 2015 by OmniFood. Of course, this is not the case because OmniFood is not a real company, but it's just to show you what this usually looks like. So OmniFood created this in 2015, and it's their website. Alright. So we can now check what this looks like in the browser on our web page. And we see our new section down here. So this looks, of course, a little weird because it comes with the link styling we defined before. So the style of this is like this right now because it's the generic link styling that we defined before. So we have to change this, and we have to format all of this and put these links side by side. And we're going to do all of this in the next lecture. Welcome back to building the footer. Let's write some more CSS to format our footer. So here we are again. As I said before, we want to, of course, have these links side by side. And we want to get rid of these bullet points. and we want to format the whole thing. And we also want a very dark background for this footer in order to make it kind of stand out. So let's go to our CSS. And the things we're going to do are actually quite easy to do. It's just to repeat some things we already did before. So to start, let's make a darker background color here. So of course not black, but we want it kind of deep. And I like to use this color, actually. Let's just check this. Okay, this makes a great contrast between this white and this gray. And now I will make the text like white or a very light gray. But first let's format those navigations. So we have footer nav, and we want it to have no bullet points as always, and we want this one to float on the left side inside of its container. And then we have the social icons, and we also want no bullet points, and this one we want to float all the way to the right side. And now the list elements inside of these navigations, of these unordered lists, we want to have them side by side. And so one thing that we can do is to display them as inline blocks, and this way they will not cause a line break, so they will be side by side, and we can also assign them some margin. So what we can do here is footer nav li, and we can actually do the same thing for the social icons, because we want him to behave in the same way. So we use our very much used property display and inline block, and then we can set a nice margin to the right side of each of them in order to give them some spacing. So margin right, let's say 20 pixels. Okay, let's check this. Okay, they are already side by side, at least these ones. There must be something wrong with this here. So let me check what's happening here. Maybe it's not the right name. Oh, alright, it's social links here. Of course, it's not social icons. So social links and social links. And now these are side by side as well. Now there's only one tiny problem left with these li elements, and let me show you what I'm talking about. And for that I will use inspect elements. So you will see again how useful this is. So where do we have our footer? Okay, it's right here. And so with the blue highlighting you see the row class. And so you can see that here we have some space between the last icon and the end of the row, right? So the icon is not all the way to the right side of the row. And that's because of the margin right we defined of 20 pixels. So what we need to do is to get rid of that for the last li element. So let's do that. And as you know, the connection between brackets and the browser was lost because we did that. So let's go back here. And now what we do is, of course, such as we did it before, we use the last child pseudo class. So last child and last child. And then we say we want margin 0. I mean, we can say margin right, but it's actually the same thing. So you see that now this is better, and I will inspect it again actually, so to prove you that this worked. Okay, right, this is better now. So then let's now format this text here, these links. And you see we have to get rid of this text in the HTML. It's down here still. Okay, so these are links, and so I hope that you can do this on your own by now. So footer, nav, li, and then the links inside of it. And I will use the link state, and then footer, nav, li, a visited. And we want this to happen as well for the social links. So, all right. So we want, of course, no text decoration, so no underlining. And we also want no border, because if you remember, we defined that those links should have a border. We defined it all the way up here. So all the usual links have this border. So we just get rid of this. And as I said, I also want a nice text color for them, because that orange really doesn't look great. So I will start with white and then use the color picker to go with something else. So we want something a little bit dark. Okay, this color looks good. I really like those colors where we only need those 3 digits. And up here it's of course visited and not visited or whatever that is. And I think now we should be good to check this. And alright, this looks a little dark, but it's on purpose, because I will then, with the hover effect, make the color look lighter, because we don't want to stand this out too much. And so this is good. And we will now add some hover effect to these links here. So let's do that. So footer, nav, li, I, and hover. And of course active. So what we want to change is the color. Not to white, but something like that. Let's say this one. And we want, of course, to have a transition there for the color property with 0.2 seconds interval. Okay, great. Now, of course, we also need some padding here in this footer, right? And also we want to format this text here, this paragraph. So let's do these 2 things, and then we will worry about these icons here. So we want a padding for this footer, not quite as big as we had with the other sections. So let's say 60 pixels, for instance, and we will then see if it looks great. And now let's just format the paragraph inside of the footer to have the same color as the links, which is 888. And we can also center the text align center. And we can maybe even decrease the font size a little bit, because it's not necessary that it's as big as the main text on the website. Alright. Yeah, probably 60 pixels was still a little too much. We will decrease this to 50 pixels or 40, and also some distance between this paragraph and these navigations. So the best way of doing that is to add a margin to the top of the paragraph. So margin top, 30 pixels, let's say, and here we change that to 50. So of course this looks a little empty here right now, because you could actually add some more text here, or I don't know, something else. In this case, we will not worry about this, because it's just a footer to show you what we can do and how all of this works. So now let's worry about these icons, and what I want to do here is to, of course, make those a little bit bigger, but in the hover effect we will do something cool, which is in each of these icons we will change the color of the icon to the color of the corresponding social network. And I have a great site where we can see all these colors. So the Facebook we will change to this color, the Twitter button we will change to this color, the Google Plus, and the Instagram. So we have those colors here, and then we will just have to copy them. So let's do that. Back in the CSS, actually put this right here. So the show links li, right, link, and social links the visited state. Let's make them a little bit bigger. Font size, say 180%. And we will then target each of the specific icons. We will use these classes here. So it's just Ion Social and then the name of each of the social networks. We will then, the best way of doing this is to actually put the hover effect right on each of these classes. So let's see which color value we're going to use. So this is for Facebook, and that should work. So I'll just copy this. So Twitter, Google Plus, and Instagram. So this is for Twitter. For Google Plus, and then the last one is for Instagram. And let's check this out. Well, these are way too big, of course, but the color effect works actually, and this is pretty great. Yeah, this looks really cool, right? So now what we have to do is to also add that transition that we want, and we're going to do that back here. So we have to do it this way. So Twitter, Google Plus, and Instagram. And then we just say that we want a transition for the color of 0.2 seconds. Let's check this out. And here we go. Here we have our effect. So actually I think that the entire text here is a little too big. So I will just reduce all the text because, as I said, I don't want to make all of this stand out too much, and these links are a little too big now. This doesn't look natural, I think. So I will reduce the text for all elements in the footer element. And so I can say that I want the font size to be 80% here, for instance, and then everything will get affected inside of this element. And let me just delete this from here. And maybe here we can change it to 170. And so let's see. These are still a little bit too big, but the rest looks good. Actually, the padding here, or the margin here, is too big as well. So let's change that, and let's also make this icons a little bit smaller. So maybe 20 pixels is enough here, and then 160. And now we're almost at the end of this. So yeah, I think this was our last change because this looks great now. So let's revisit our whole web page to see what we got here. So this is very cool. We designed all those sections, and I think you can really be proud of yourself for what you achieved with this. Don't you think so? So we built all of this with our own hands, and I think this is really powerful, and this is really great stuff. In the next lecture we will start to make this website be responsive, because as you see now, well, when we reduce this starts looking a little bit weird, right? So that is what we're gonna be working on in the next lecture. So you can take a break and revisit everything we've done here, or you can come with me to the next lecture. Hi there. Over the last lectures, together we built a beautiful website that you can be really proud of. It looks really great on a computer so far. But we also want it to look great on other devices with smaller screens, right? And as you know, this is where responsive web design comes in. So far, we built our entire layout with a fluid grid. And now it's time to take care of media queries to make our website truly responsive, to make it shine across all devices. So this is how our website will look on 4 different screen sizes. Basically, as the screen gets smaller, our content also gets smaller, and we have less white space, so that the website can be seen on a mobile phone or tablet. So, media queries are what will enable our website to call different CSS style declarations based on the current browser width or the width of a mobile device that displays our site. These media queries will trigger at different breakpoints, and breakpoints are screen width at which we want our website to change the way it looks in order to look good on all devices. The standard breakpoints are for tablet and for mobile. On this diagram here, you can see some possible breakpoints, and we will define our media queries for exactly those breakpoints. When you're just starting out, the easiest way to define breakpoints is to use device width from popular devices like the iPhone or the iPad. That is what we're going to do. However, once you got more experience, you should set your breakpoints simply at points where your design starts to look kind of terrible. So, now let's see how we can define those breakpoints with media queries in CSS. So the first thing I'm going to do is to create a new file where I will put the media queries. So hit new file and save it to our CSS folder. And I'm going to name it queries.css. Alright, so this is our CSS file. And now let's start to put our media queries here. So I will start with the smallest one, and this is how we do it. So media, and then we say only screen, and now we define our max width. And we say this should be 480 pixels. And then all our styles go inside of this declaration block. So what this means is that these rules, which will come in here, will apply when the width of the device or the browser is less or equal than 480 pixels. And this is the width of the old iPhones, like the iPhone 5, iPhone 4, and so on. So I'm actually going to put a comment in here to say that, so that we can come here later and don't get lost in our code. So this is for small phones from 0 to 480 pixels. Okay, next we will make a media query for larger small phones. And let me just copy this because I'm kind of lazy here, don't want to write it all again. Okay, and this will be 767 pixels. And this again means that the rules that will be in this block here will apply for all the browser widths which are less or equal to 767. And this value is because of the width of the iPad is 768. So we want this media query to target all the phones which are smaller than the iPad. And then the next media query will target the iPad and of course other tablets as well. I'm just going with the iPad and the iPhone because you know those are the most popular devices. So I will say small phones to small tablets, because you know there are maybe some tablets with 700 pixels width or something like that, so we target them as well here. So this means from 481 to 767 pixels, right? So, and now I will put another query here. And this one is 1023. And so this will target the iPad in the portrait mode, which has 768 pixels. And again, the reason for this value here is that the iPad in the landscape view has 1024 pixels. So that will be in the next media query. So let me write it right here. So this goes from small tablet to big tablet. So from 768 pixels, which is the iPad, to 1023 pixels. And now the last one, which will then target like the iPad and all smaller computers. And I will define this as 1200. And the reason for this is that our row that you surely remember was defined as 1140 pixels, and so I want the website to change its look when it gets close to that value, so that we always have some margins at the right and the left side, but I will show you that in a moment, so don't worry about that right now. I will just say here that this is from big tablet to 1300 pixels, which is for width smaller than pixel row. Alright, so these are our media queries right here. In these media queries we can then define all our styles. Let me just close this one here as well, this block. Alright, so in case that you're a little confused right now, just go back to the initial part of the video where I had that diagram, and there you can exactly see how these media queries work. That diagram does a really great job in explaining this. So one thing that I need to do right now, as you can imagine, is to actually include this file here in our head. So I will duplicate this line and then include the queries file, because if I wouldn't do this, of course all of this wouldn't work. Also here in the head I need to include another thing that is essential when you make responsive web design, and it's this meta tag. We will talk about meta tags later in the course, but for now let's just put it right here. And we need a viewport 1, and what we want to say here is that width equals device width and initial scale equals 1.0. So all that this will do is to tell mobile phones, for instance, that they should not zoom out the page, so that they should always start with the scale of 1, which is exactly this here. And alright, now I think we're ready to start writing some CSS inside of those media queries. So how are we going to proceed now? We will basically, for each breakpoint, view the page and then fix everything that looks broken. So let's start to reduce the browser's width. So again, this is what it looks like in the normal way. And actually, the best thing to do now is to not use this live connection, but open the HTML file directly, because we will need the Google Chrome developer tools. So let me do that. And here we are. And the reason why we need the developer tools is actually because of this here. When we resize the window, this shows us how the size of the window. So you remember our first breakpoint was 1200, which is here. And I will now show you why. Because imagine it wouldn't be. Then you see what happened to the text there on the left side. It just disappears, right? So 1140 is the width of the row and of the text box, but then the text would be completely glued to the border of the browser, and we don't want that. And also here. So that's why I choose the 1200 value here. So let's see what we can change here. So this box here is the hero text box. So let's go to the original definition of this in the header part, and let's see what we can do with this. So I will now go ahead and copy all of this into here, and then I will change the things that I want to change here. So now I don't want the width to be fixed anymore. I just want it to be 100%. So I don't want to change nothing of this and nothing of this. And in order to create some space then between the text and the border of the browser, I will say that I want the padding to be 0 on the top and the bottom and 2% on left and the right side. So now let's see what this looks like. We don't need to save it because we have dot autosave extension, but we will now have to reload this because we're no longer working with the live connection. So this is the 100 to 1000 limit, and let's see what happens. Okay, and this is kind of cool, right? Look at the text just. So now that effect that we had before no longer happens. So our width is 100%, and we can see that here in the developer tools. So we actually have that rule here, and we see the width is 100%. Now if we make that bigger, then that rule goes away because the media query does no longer apply. So very well. But what we see now here is that this text is still completely glued here to the browser border. And let me check that HTML, but I think it's inside of a row. Yeah, it actually is. So now I will define something for the row class and for all rows. And I'm going to say the same thing as I said up there. So I want a padding, and in order to make this look consistent, I will use the same padding value. And I'm now going to format this a little bit different than from what I've done before, because every time we only have one declaration in a block, we don't need to create all of those lines. And we should actually do the same here, like here for instance, but I'm not going to do that. But if you want to have if you want your code to look cleaner, then you should go ahead and do that. So again, let's check that out. I'll refresh it, and now you saw that instantly that we now have this margin here, or this padding. And the same thing happens down here actually, because all of these are rows, and so we always have that distance here. Okay, great. Okay, we actually see something really strange here happening. This is because we opened the file now and not the browser connection, so something changed. So let me change. So hello, we're Omnifoot. We see what's going wrong here. So it's this. We need to replace this. All right. I think that's it for now. Here's also I'm hungry. Okay. So let's see what we have next. So this is our next media query, which goes from 768 to 1023. Let's check this out in the browser. Okay, again we need the developer tools to see the width. So let's go to 768. Okay, this will be our tablet. So let's see what we should change here. Actually, the first thing I'm going to do is to change the font size, the overall font size. So body, font size. And now it comes in very, very handy that we defined all the font sizes across the entire web page in percentages, which means that all the font sizes are based on the base font size. So this was 20, and now I will make it down to 18 pixels, and now all the font sizes will automatically decrease. And this is incredibly useful. And another thing that we should surely do, since we're now on smaller devices, is to change the padding of the sections. And this was 80 pixels top and bottom, and I will take it down to 60 pixels. Of course, I have to write the padding here. Alright. So let me check this out. Resize this. Okay, you see the text is smaller, and I think it definitely looks more adequate to this device or to this browser width. And yeah, we have less space between the sections, which also makes a lot of sense. When you're on an iPad, you don't want to scroll through a website and see nothing but white space, right? So what else can we do now? For instance, this text here can be wider now. It looks kind of weird now. So you remember, let me check, it was the long copy class, which is actually an overall class. Here it is. So let's change this, and again I will copy all of this and then change the things that I want to change. So line height can stay the same, but the width can now be 80%, and therefore the left margin needs to be 10, because 10 plus 10 makes 20, and 20 plus 80 makes the 100%. Alright. Save this, and great. So again, this is now really designing in the browser. We're going to check everything and see which doesn't look right, and then fix it. So now that you know how to work with media queries and build truly responsive websites, let's take a small break and continue with what we're doing in the next lecture. In this lecture, we'll continue to make our website responsive. So the next thing we can do here is to remove some white space. For instance, here and here between those steps, and here between the steps and the button. And we will also increase this image a little bit. And so let's go do that. And we're still here at this media screen, which will target from small tablets to big tablets. Alright, so we can start with the steps box. And let's say that it should have a margin top to only 10 pixels now. So I'm, as I said, starting to remove some of the white space here. So I also have the works steps, right? And I will say that I want the margin button to be 40 pixels. I think it was 50, if I remember it correctly, but let's check it. So form, how it works section, okay. So the steps box had 30 and 70, and now I'm going to set them to 10. And I will actually have to do this for the steps box last child as well. Okay, so the work steps had a margin bottom here of 50, and I will have to set this one here as well. So let me copy this, and I also need the steps box last child, right? So this may be a little confusing because, you know, it's a lot of code we have to change here. So if you want, you can then later review the code a little more slowly. So I want this to be 10 pixels as well. And now between the last step and those buttons, I will say 60 pixels should be enough. And I will also now decrease the app screen, which is the image. And I want a width of 50%. So increase it from 40% to 50%. See, it was 40, now it will be 50. Okay, I'm going to reload this thing now. Well, this looks much better, right? Let's resize it. Okay, so here we have our breakpoint at 10:23. So this is how it looks like. And as we get it smaller, so this is the other breakpoint. Okay, so this section looks good now. And now we have a little problem in here, because those icons are way too wide. So let's go back and reduce their width. And also I should actually decrease the font size in here. So those icons are icon small class. So let me check them. So they have the width of 30 pixels, and I will decrease that. So let's say 20 pixels, and then the city future class, I will decrease its font size to 90%. And let's reload this, and this looks much better. So there's still like a line break here on some smaller width, like this one here. So I'm going to decrease it even more to 17, for instance. And let me check it again. This margin right can be set to 5 pixels. So you see, I'm changing a lot of stuff here. And yeah, I'm doing that because it really is important to make our websites look good on any device and on any width. So this didn't change so much actually, but well, it's the best we can get, right? So in here everything looks okay. And now, so these boxes have a width of 90% and a margin left of 5% to center them. So I'm going to change that down here, and these are called plan box. And so let's change now the width and say 100% and the margin left to 0%. Let's check it. It's better. And now let's decrease these font sizes here. And there's also some weird thing going on again with the HTML. So I'm also going to fix that. But let's start by reducing the font size here of this. And that is the plan price, right? I'm actually going to copy this one and put it here. And let's say 250%. So the code is getting much bigger, and it's not always easy to find the stuff that we want to edit, right? Okay, that is the problem. It's this that. Alright. So, alright. And now just let's increase the width of this contact form class as well. Contact form and 80%. So we still don't want it to be full width, but a little wider is better. Alright. So this looks good now. So we fixed everything in this media query here. So now let's get to the next one. And this one is for small phones to small tablets. For instance, the iPhone 6. So I will put the browser to this lowest width of 481 or 480. So you see the width up there, and 480 is absolutely very small. Let's say like 500, close to 500. So a lot of things going on here. All of this looks quite bad right now, right? So that's what I mean. We really need to adapt this. Look at this button. And you also notice a strange thing here, which is this here. So now we have this problem because some of the text goes out of the actual width. So let us fix that, and it's easy to do. We just need to add a new style here, which is overflow X and then hidden. So now that will get hidden. And we actually should do the same for the body, and we can actually add body here. It's not such a big difference. So now that will be fixed, that problem as well. So let's go back to our queries and start adding some code into this media query here. So I'll start by reducing the body font size even more to now 16 pixels. And the section, I will reduce the padding between those, so the white space between those, which we set to 60 before, but now we have really small devices, so let's say 30 pixels and 0. And now the padding at rows, we set that before, I think, yeah, to 2%, but let's set it to 4% now. So row, and also this box, this hero text box, this is equally important in the header. So let's set their padding on the left and the right side. So 0 and top and bottom, and 4% at left and right. And before we go check how this looks, we can do one last thing, and this is that we now want to define the width of all the columns as 100%, which means that the columns will no longer be side by side, but will be stacked on top of each other. So let's see what that looks like. Alright, here we go. Still have this problem here. I'm going to talk about it in a second. So this is what I was talking about. Those are now on top of each other. Alright, here we have some weird stuff going on. I'm going to fix that in a second. Those images are way too large. And down here, everything looks quite good. But yeah, one thing after the other. So I'm first going to fix this navigation. And in fact, we're going to build a mobile navigation in the next section where we will start learning some jQuery. And so for now, I'm just going to hide all of the navigation. And that's pretty easy to do actually. I will just say main nav display none. And this will hide the entire navigation. Alright. The class name. Okay, that looks better for now. So I'm not going to change every little detail here now, because you can do that later on yourself. I'm just going to fix the most important thing now, which is, for instance, this margin here. So I now want this paragraph to be 100% wide as well. So this is one of the things that I'm going to change. Then we can probably make these H2 elements a little bit smaller and the H1 element as well. And then take away some more white space here from this section will also be important. And I think down here most of the things look pretty good. So don't need all this space here. We already had changed the long copy here, but now I'm gonna go even further and say 100% and margin 0%. Right, and as I said, I will also reduce the font size of the H1 element. So font size, let me say 180%, and I will duplicate this for the H2 element and reduce the size to 150%. Okay, and now going back to this code here, which is for the how it works section, let's make this white space even smaller here. Let me check how it looks so that I know what to change here. So the most important thing is to reduce this here, right? So let's do that. So we don't need this. Probably 20 pixels is great, and here also 20. We don't need so much white space. And one other thing I should do there is to reduce the circle in the works section. So let's change this here maybe to 40 pixels and 40 pixels here as well. We'll of course not change any of those. Change this to 15 pixels and also decrease the padding a little bit, so make all of the things a little bit smaller. Okay, something is not working here right now. This space is still way too big. Okay, that's because I misspelled this right here. Okay, now it looks better. And I just need to change the font size in here. And to, of course, put this image here in the center. So font size 100%, let's say 120 in fact. And so where is that? So this is for the image. So the steps box first child. I now want it to be centered. Alright, let's just resize this a little bit. Whoa, the image is so incredibly big now. So we better make that a little bit smaller again. So where is that? Here, it's app screen. App screen, and I'm going to change that to 40 pixels. Okay, looks like the correct size now. Alright, so as I said, I will let you tweak other minor things here on the website on your own with your own CSS. But there's still one thing that I need to fix, and it's this here. You see, these columns doesn't start at the same point, right? So the first column is different than this one's here, and that is actually because I forgot to change one thing, and it has to do here with the column, and this comes actually from this grid file. So all columns have a margin, which is this one. Let me copy it to our query CSS so that we can change it to what we want. So currently we have a left margin of 1%, 0% at the right side, 1% bottom, and 1.6 on the left. So now we don't want anything of that. We want the margin to be 0 here, 0 on the right, and on the bottom is the only place we want some margin, because we want, we want some distance here between those boxes. So let me put this to 4% and this also to 0. And that will now fix this weird thing. Yeah, and this looks much better. Now we have some space here between the boxes, and they all start at the same place, right? So I think this looks cool now. And let's now look here at our last media query, which is for really small screen sizes. Let me just put this here. Like, actually can put it smaller than this, and it still looks good in here, so there's maybe not so much to change. So all I'm going to do is to make this form here 100% wide, and to remove even more padding between those sections, because we have to imagine that it's a really small phone. So let me just make some minor changes here, in fact. So I will say section padding, we had 30 pixels, let's say 25 now, and 0 left and right. And the contact form can have a width of 100%. So I just didn't want to leave this empty, but in fact it maybe was not so necessary. But who knows, maybe in your future websites you will actually need this media query. So I'm going to reload this for the last time. And so this is our website on a mobile phone. So feel free to change some more stuff here on your own, because now you know how all of this works, but I'm going to leave it as this. So we are now done with the HTML and CSS part of our website actually. So congratulations! In the next lecture we will just test this website on different browsers, which is a very important aspect of web design and web development. So see you there. So far we have developed our website and used the Google Chrome browser to see how it looks. In an ideal world, we would be able to create our site using everything we've learned so far, and the website would look great in any browser. Now, unfortunately, each browser interprets HTML and CSS in a slightly different way. which means that a website may appear differently to visitors using different browsers. So, once we've created our website, we have to review how it appears on multiple browsers. This is very, very important. The most popular browsers right now are Google Chrome, Internet Explorer, Firefox, and Safari. Here we have the worldwide market share of all browsers as of January 2015. And here we see that Google Chrome has almost 50% of the market share. Now, the first thing we have to do in order to make CSS3 work the same way in every browser is prefixing some CSS3 properties. And CSS browser prefixes are a way for browser makers to add support for new CSS features in a kind of testing period. Here are the CSS browser prefixes for different browsers. So it's WebKit for Android, Chrome, iOS and Safari browsers, MOZ for Firefox, MS for Internet Explorer, and O for Opera. And here is an example for the border radius property with different browser prefixes. With this code, the border radius property will work even on older browsers of Chrome or Firefox, because the older versions of the modern browsers always cause the biggest problems to us web developers. Now, it seems a little bit boring to add all these prefixes manually, right? Good news is, we don't have to, because there is another great brackets extension that does the job for us. So let's go back to brackets and install it. So, the extension we're going to install is called Auto Prefixer. So again, hit here the extensions button, and now right here we write Auto Prefixer. So then you hit install here. I already have it installed, so I will not do it. So I hope you have it installed by now, and now it's very, very easy. We just select all the code hitting Command A or Control A, and then we come to this edit menu, and down here we have auto prefix selection. So we hit that button, and now all the relevant properties are prefixed. So let's scroll down here and see what we have, for instance. So here, the transition property was prefixed for WebKit. And this extension is actually pretty smart because it only prefixes the properties that need prefixing in each browser. So in this case, all WebKit browsers, such as Chrome, iOS, Android, and Safari. So again, we have a WebKit transition, and let me show what else we have. Here we have the transform property, and this is for WebKit and for the Internet Explorer. So we see this is pretty smart here again, and it helps us doing our job. And we should do the same here in this CSS file. So again, Command A, and then we hit auto prefix selection. And to be absolutely sure, we can do the same here in our grid CSS file. I actually don't know if this is necessary, but we'll do it just to make sure. So now all our code is prefixed. So we should now test our website on the 4 major browsers as I told you before. So Google Chrome here is obviously not necessary because we already know it works well with it, since we used it all the time to test our website. So next up I have Safari. So this is the Google Chrome browser. Now I have Firefox. And so let me open my index HTML file with it. Alright, so this is Firefox, and well, we see that everything works exactly the way as it works in Google Chrome, right? So no problems here. Everything's fine. Great. And now I will test it on Safari as well. already have it open here actually. So it doesn't work this way. Okay, so I will make open with Safari. And here we go. Again, let's test it. Let's see if everything works. So all these animations work, all our effects, and so things look a little different here. For instance, this box here looks different in Chrome, but that's nothing we could change. That's really something which has to do with the browser and the operating systems. Now, for PC users, they cannot test their website on Safari because it only runs on a Mac. But maybe you can use a Mac from a friend or so and test if your web page looks good with the Safari browser. And then we have the Internet Explorer. And this time the Mac users have the problem because we cannot install the Internet Explorer on a Mac. So I will actually not be able to show you how it looks like on the Internet Explorer. So if you have a Mac and you want to test if your website looks good on an Internet Explorer, you can, for example, ask a friend of yours which has a Windows computer and see if your website looks great on the Internet Explorer as well. So actually on the newer versions of the Internet Explorer, like 11 or 10, everything we did should look fine. The most problematic browsers are the older versions like Internet Explorer 6, 7 and 8. Because many of the modern CSS 3 styles don't work on these browsers. They are still around, but for us web developers, hopefully not forever. And we will not concentrate so much on these older versions because that would require very specific techniques. And actually, there is a rather complex way of using the Internet Explorer on a Mac, and to find out more about that, check out the link in the ebook. Now, there are, however, some things that we can do in order to make some of the parts of our website work great in older web browsers. So we will use 3 JavaScript scripts to enable some of the new functionalities in older browsers. The first one, there is a little script called respond.js, which enables the browser to understand and execute CSS media queries, which we need for responsive web design. So let me close this, and there is this website, JS Deliver, where we can get many scripts like that for free. More on that later in the next section. But for now, let's just type respond. Okay, here we go. And hit integration. Then all we need to do is to copy this code and paste it at the bottom of our HTML file, right here. So really, after the body, we paste our script files. So again, we will learn more about JavaScript in the next lecture, but for now, let's just copy those scripts right here. So the second script I'm going to use here is called HTML5 shift, and this enables us to use and style HTML5 elements in older browsers that were available before HTML5 actually existed. And this is pretty useful, and we will include it just as we included respond before. So HTML5 shift. So click this and then the min version and paste it down here. And the last one, we will use selectivizer or something like that. I'll just type it here. Selective. That's right. So we will use this one, and this allows us to use CSS3 pseudo classes like last child and first child on Internet Explorer 6, 7 and 8. So these are just some of the things that you can do. There are many more, but these are some simple solutions. Now, one very handy tool to see what exactly works on which browser is caniuse.com, which is this website. And in here we can just write CSS properties, and I did this with transform, and it shows us exactly where this works. So we see transform doesn't work in Internet Explorer 8. It works on 9 with the prefix ms, and for 10 and 11 it works just fine without any prefix. So for Google Chrome, for instance, version 31, it needs the WebKit, but from then we don't need that anymore. Or for Safari, for instance, it also needs the WebKit prefix, or for the iOS Safari, and our brackets extension already took care of that. So whenever we need to know if a CSS property works or not on a certain browser, we can use this very handy website. So for me, this part is the most boring part of the web developer work, working with all the browsers and looking what works and what doesn't. But well, we still have to do it because it is super important that we make our website work on as many browsers as possible. So, and with this lecture we close this section where we built the static part of our website project with HTML and CSS. And it is already great. Now, if you were not able to follow all the lectures or did not understand everything, you can download all the code for the entire project from the link in the description of this video. And as always, please feel free to ask your questions in the course forums. And then, when you're ready, join me in the next section about jQuery. Let's create a really great effect using animations on scroll. You will love it, and this will make our website look absolutely stunning. And what I'm talking about is this. So these items here have this very cool animation, and they fade in as we scroll to their position. And the same thing here with the iPhone, which comes down from here and also create this cool effect. And then here the same thing with the city images, and we also have this nice animation here. You saw that? This is to call the attention of the user. So let me now show you how we can do this with jQuery and CSS. So how are we going to achieve those great animations? Well, to start with, there's a very cool CSS animation framework, because powerful animations can be done just using CSS. And I will show you some of them. So we have a whole lot of different stuff here. This is like really endless. Let me just show you some of them. Bounce right in. All kinds of stuff. So the one that you saw was this, the pulse, then we saw the bounce in up, and we saw the fade in. And those are the ones we're going to use, and we're going to use jQuery to actually trigger those animations. So we will now use again the waypoint plugin. So animations on scroll. And in order to do that, we need to again here in the HTML file set where we want that animation to happen. So if you remember, in the first lecture we used the waypoint right here, right? So here was our waypoint. Now what we want to do is to animate these 4 columns here, basically, right? So as you saw, these columns will have an animation. And in fact, it is this entire row. So we will just say WP for waypoint 1. So this row will have our first waypoint and our first animation. Alright, so let's do that. And just as we did before, we now select waypoint 1 and then we say waypoint. And again we know the direction, but in this case we will not use it actually, because this animation will only happen once. And how does this animation actually work with CSS? Let me go back here. So all you need to do to animate an element using this animate CSS framework is to add a class animated and then the name of the animation we want. For instance, fade out or fade in, which is the one we want here. So all we need to do, really all we need, is to add those classes to this exact element that we select here. I actually forgot to do that. So, and now it's really easy. We just say add class as we did before, and then the classes we add are animated and fade in. Really, really easy. So let's check that out. And in order to do that, we actually really need to reload the page. So let's close this. Okay, we forgot to do one thing here, of course, which is this need to be invisible before we trigger the animation, right? So otherwise it's impossible that this fades in because it is already visible, okay? So back here we need to change that in the CSS file, and I will do that down here. Let me just grab a copy of this here and say this is for animations. Okay, so JS, let me pay 1. Now there are a couple of ways of doing this, and you maybe remember one of those was display a none, which we used to hide the navigation menu before, but that wouldn't work in this case. In this case we have to say opacity is 0. So pretty straightforward. If we set the opacity to 0, that element is not visible. And then once the JS waypoint 1 class also has the animated class, then we want the opacity back to 1. So how do we do that? And that is actually a new selector that we didn't use so far. It's like the end selector. So what I did before was like this, and then animated. So this would be animated inside of the JS waypoint 1 class. But what I want now is that this class should have these both classes at the same time. So this is the selector we use. So that element has a JS waypoint 1 class and the animated class at the same time. And then I want opacity back to 1. And now, of course, the most important thing we didn't even do yet is to incorporate this animation CSS framework, right? So let's download that. And here we are. So Omnifood, edits vendors, and it's CSS. So let's put it here. So now I have the animate CSS file here, and let me then incorporate it here, of course. And it could be right here because it's also in the vendors folder, and it's the animate file. Great. And now this will work. Let's see. So we come down here. And okay, the animation happens exactly when we hit this part. So the beginning of the waypoint 1 class, which is like here. So we, of course, don't want this to happen this way. We want this to animate when it's like here in this position. So we should set an offset to this code, to this waypoint, such as we did before. And we do this right here. So offset, and let's say 50%, because 50% would be half of the page. And I think that would be great. And we actually don't want this semicolon here. So let's check this. Here we go. Now it nicely zooms in as we scroll to the element. Very nice. I really like this effect. And now I'm going to do the same thing with this image, and this image should come here from the button all to this place, which creates a nice effect of an image sliding in. And then I will do the fade in with these 4 images, so with this whole column. And then I want to grab some attention of the user, because there's a cool effect for that here in the animate library. It's like this, right? See it? So this is called pulse. And now this should be pretty straightforward. I'll just copy this a couple of times and rename this to 3 and 4. So this is the first one we already did. This will be the second one. So the image, these will be the cities. So fade in is just right. And this will then be that pricing plan, which will pulse. And the other one is, let me see, bounce in up. Oh, maybe that's a little too much. I would say fade in up. Okay, fade in up is cool. So fade in up here for number 3. That's not correct. Here for number 2. So let's now set those waypoints. So second is not here, and this image is right here. So I want this to be the JS waypoint 2. So the image. Now the cities, in fact the entire row, such as before. So this is the JavaScript waypoint number 3. And then, so where's this pricing plan that I want? It is plan box, exactly this one. So here I will add JS waypoint 2. 4. And now here in the CSS we need to come back down here and do this one here for all the waypoints that will fade in. So number 1, 2, and 3, because number 4 does not fade in, right? Number 4 just has those pulsing effect. So 2 and 3. So let's check this out. Here we are. There comes the second one, very nice. This is also very nice. And this pulsing effect. So all of them work exactly the way we want this. Now there's only one more thing that I want to show you with this. And for instance, we saw that this animation was a little bit slow. So we have a way to change that with pure CSS once again. And what I'm talking about is animation duration. And I will set it to 1 second. Alright. And the same thing, of course, for waypoint 4. Waypoint 4, animation duration 1 second. And I will also prefix this. And you see now we have those WebKit prefixes. So let's try that again. So these animations are a little annoying because we have to reopen the website all the time. So this is faster now, yes, you can see. And this was also a little bit faster. And I think also this one. So this was triggering animations on scroll. You can do all kinds of effects with this. This was just to show you the basics of animations. You can do all the stuff, and in fact you can also use this animate CSS framework completely without jQuery. You can just add those classes that we add in HTML, and then those elements will animate in the beginning. Simple as that. And so we have only one more jQuery lecture left, and so in the next video we will make our navigation responsive, because that's an important part that we left out as we make our website responsive. So, see you there. Hello there, and welcome to the next section. In this section, we'll use jQuery to add some dynamic effects to our web page over the next lectures. So, what is jQuery? jQuery is by far the most popular JavaScript library in the world. It is completely free and open source software. And jQuery makes it incredibly easy to select and manipulate HTML elements, create animations, or even develop AJAX applications. For example, jQuery can be used for finding an element in an HTML document with a certain property, like all h1 elements, and then changing one or more of its CSS attributes, or making it respond to an event like a mouse click. jQuery's architecture allows developers to create plugins to extend jQuery's function. There are literally thousands of jQuery plugins available on the internet for free that we can download and include in our websites. The links in a course ebook will help you getting started with this. So let me start off by showing you some jQuery plugins so that you can see the endless possibilities we have with jQuery. So the first plugin I'm going to show you is this Magnific pop-up, and this is a responsive lightbox and dialog script where we can create like galleries, as you can see here, and these are actually responsive, or you can, well, this is the same. You can, for instance, open a YouTube video or open a Google map, you know, all kinds of stuff which require kind of a pop-up. So even a modal dialog is possible with this. Okay, next up, I have this one called Tooltipster, and this allows us to create these tooltips, which are additional informations which we can see when we hover over a certain element. And you probably have seen those somewhere, like all different kinds of tooltips. And yeah, this is kind of easy to use. So we have the instructions down here, and well, you can use this in your project if you want to. And next is a plugin called Mapplace.js, and this helps us to embed Google Maps into our website and to even create markers and control menu for locations on a map. And down here we have some examples, simple maps, and then with markers and with even more advanced stuff. So this is pretty powerful and allows us to do all kinds of stuff with maps, and also very easy to use. Next we have this one. This is maybe not so useful, but I find it kind of cool, and it's called Typer.js, which is a jQuery plugin that types, and it looks just like this here. So it deletes the text and writes some new text, and you can use this to show multiple content in a single line, and I think it creates a cool effect. And the last one I want to show you is this one-page scroll, and what this does is it creates multiple sections where we can see always one section after the other like this. So each section fills the whole viewport height. And you can create some beautiful stuff with this, like presentation style websites. Alright, and now before we finish this lecture, let's just include jQuery in our project and create a new JavaScript file, which is where we will create all our jQuery code. Alright, so to include jQuery, we use the Google Hosted Libraries Distribution Network. And so down here, we scroll down here, alright. So down here, we just grab this script and paste it to our website, just as we did before with those 3 scripts. So basically, jQuery is also a huge JavaScript file which creates a jQuery which we can then use to create some powerful stuff, such as I explained to you before. And actually, we should put it not here, but before we close the body element. So this is the correct, maybe not the correct, but it's the perfect place to put the JavaScript files, so that they are only called after the rest of the web page is loaded. And now the last thing before we finish is to create a new JavaScript file. And I'm going to save it, and I'm going to call it scripts.js. And since it's our file, it goes into the resources folder and then JavaScript, which is empty, but not anymore. So let's now use a very basic example just to see if jQuery actually works. Okay, so every document where we write our jQuery code has to start like this. So we write document and ready, and this ensures that this code can only run after the document has been loaded. And in here we have to write this code word, function, and then open some curly braces, and then give it some space. So, and inside of this we will put all our code. Now, just to test this, let's pretend we want to change the background color of the h1 element. So in jQuery, to select any element, we do it like this. So this is the selector, and now we can do this just like in CSS. So in here I'm going to write h1, and now we use a click method. So a method is like a function. So when we will click that h1 element, this is the function that will happen. So then we want this, so we select this element, and this keyword here now means our h1 element, because that's what we selected in the first place. So let's use the CSS method, and in here we can change CSS properties. So we can write background color, for example, and then as the second value, and brackets actually helps us here by saying we want a string here. So we now say the color, and we want it to be red, and this is the RGB code for red, if you remember. So a string is like a couple of characters grouped together, such as this background color or this. Okay. Now before we can test this code, we need of course to incorporate this JavaScript file in the index.html file. So down here where we called the other JavaScript files, right? So now we add a new script here, and in this case it is on our computer and it is the one we just created. So it's in the resources folder and the script.js. And I close it, and now this should work. And now we can click this and the background turns red, such as we said in our jQuery code. So let's quickly review this. So we select the h1 element and then we use the click method. So when we click on the h1 element, it selects this. So the h1 element we selected in the first place, and then it changes the CSS style of that element. And in this case we add a background color and make it red. And that's exactly what happened. Alright, so we don't need this anymore actually. This was just to show you that everything works. And now in the next couple of lectures we're gonna add some real world jQuery code to make our website even better. So see you in the next lecture. Hi! In this lecture, we'll start to get our hands dirty with jQuery. We're going to build a very simple, so-called sticky navigation. And this is great to show you the very basics of jQuery. So I will start off by showing you what we want to achieve. So here in a normal state, we want the navigation to show in a normal way. So here in the header. But then as we go down here, we then want this to happen. So we want our navigation to show up here with this little effect, so that we can see the navigation always and not just when we're in the header. And then as we go back to the header, then the navigation disappears. So I'll show you again. So the navigation comes in once we get past the header. So we will use jQuery to add a class to the nav element every time we leave the header. So at this point here. So the first thing we need to do in order to do that is to actually format this navigation in the sticky state, let's say so. So this is the sticky navigation. So here's the nav element, and this is where we will use jQuery to add the sticky class. So let's go to our CSS file and start by defining that class. So where is the navigation? Okay, here it is. So let me just put some comment here. So in fact, you're going to learn some more CSS here. It's maybe more CSS than jQuery, but you know, we always use a mixture of both languages. So this is the main navi, and down here we will now do the sticky navi. So just a simple class. And in fact I will now, just for testing purposes, add this class here so that we can see what we're styling actually. And the first thing we need to do is define its position. So far we had absolute and relative positioning, right? And now you get to learn a new one, which is fixed. And with this property, the navigation stays always at the same point, irrespective of our scrolling. And we want this to start at the top and on the left corner, so the top left corner. So we have to define top 0 and left 0. And we want it to be 100% wide. So as you saw in that image I showed you before, we want it to occupy the whole browser width. And we want it to be white. So background color, white, but with a little transparency so that we can see the content beneath it. I will start with 0.98. This is almost no opacity. Now let's have a look at this. Have to open our live connection here. Alright, this is how it looks like so far. And we can barely see these links here, but they are there, but of course with the white color we defined before. And the logo is here, so everything is here. But now we need to style this. But in fact, it's already sticky, right? So let's change a couple of things here. And I will start off by changing those things here. So the first thing is we want to change some of these things. So I will copy everything and then delete things that I don't want. And now I have to say sticky, and here the same thing, because I want these styles to apply only if this class is inside of the sticky class. Right? So this is then the sticky class, and then we have the main nav inside of the sticky class. Alright, so the first thing we should definitely change is the color. Let's set it to 555, such as the rest of the web page, and we don't need any of this. And the padding, I will leave this for now. We can take a look at that later. Alright, so this is now, at least it's visible now. And now we have a problem here with the image, with the logo, because this is the white logo and we want the black logo here. So what can we do about that? The simplest way would be to go back to the HTML file and include the black logo in the exact same place. And I will duplicate this line and I will explain you what I'm doing here in a second. So now I want this class to call logo black, and this one will be the black logo. Let me see how this is called. So this is just logo. Alright, so remember this is logo black. I need now to format that. The easiest way is to make Control F or Command F and then search for logo simply. And let me style logo black in the exact same way, but with one difference. I want logo black to be hidden, and so I say display none. So this image will then be not displayed. So I incorporate it, but it is not visible in the normal state. And what I'm going to do now is to go back to our navigation and define that if the logo black is inside of the sticky navigation, then it should display as a block. So it will no longer be hidden. Let's see if that works. Okay, here it is. And now all we have to do is to hide the white logo, right? So again, now if the logo is inside of the sticky navigation, then this one will be hidden by saying display none. Pretty easy, right? So let's see how this works. And yeah, great. So what can we change now? Now we want to reduce this space here between all of this and make the image smaller so that we can reduce this. So let me see the original version. And okay, here we have it. So the margin top is 55 pixels, which is way too much. So I'm going to copy this again and just change what I want to change. And I will say maybe 15 pixels to start with. Okay, much better now. Yeah, this is much better. Now I also want to decrease this logo here, right? Again, I'm going to search for it, logo black. Okay, so actually we shouldn't put this here because those styles are very different. So let me define it like this. And here I will say 50 pixels should be enough. And here I want just 5 pixels to the top. So let me take a look at this. And here we go. So much smaller now. And now we maybe need some margin to the bottom as well. And then what we want to change here is to make this little line here to be all the way down here to the white border, to the border of this white container. And then I also want some shadow here so that we can differentiate between this section and the rest of the website. Okay, now 3 things to do. So here I want the margin top and the margin bottom to be 5. So I just say margin and 5 and 0. So as you remember, this means 5 at the top and 5 at the bottom. Now let's go back to the navigation here. Alright. And in order to increase the spacing between that orange line and the text of the navigation links is to increase this padding. Start by setting it to 15 pixels. And now, as I said, I want some shadow here on this container. So let's say box shadow, and we already used that. So it's 0 on the x-axis, so in the horizontal, then 2 pixels in the y-axis, so in the vertical, and I want 2 pixels blur. And now the color again, let's say we want a very subtle gray here, so let's start with white here again, and then use the color picker to choose something else. This, for instance. Alright, so this looks good here, the image. Now we need some more margin between this and the top in order to make it centered, right? So how do we do that? We need some more margin here, let's say 18. And then we can increase the padding here to, let's say, 16. Now it's just, testing how it works. Get rid of those blue boxes here. Alright, I think that we already have here what we want. And this is cool, right? So we have styled this whole thing, and now we can use jQuery to have that effect that I described before. And I will actually leave that for the next lecture so that you can take a break if you want and review the code that we've written so far. So you can do that, or you can just come with me and start to write some jQuery. Welcome to part 2 of building the sticky navigation. In this video, we'll use jQuery to make this sticky navigation work the way we want it. So, in order to do that, we use a simple jQuery plugin which is called waypoints. And waypoints is an easy way to trigger a function when we scroll to an element, which is exactly what we want. So I will start downloading it and including it in our project. So here it is, and extract it. And well, this comes with a bunch of stuff actually, but the file that we want is this one here, jQuery waypoints and a small version. So I will copy it and OmniFood and vendors, because this time it is a JavaScript file that we got from the internet. It's not our own file. And actually I think it's time to delete this old stuff here. We don't need anymore. And this as well. Okay, so we have a nice clean folder structure here. And I'm now going to include this in our project so that we don't forget it. So we come down here. And I'll put it here. So as before, script, and now it's vendors, JS, and here we go. So our own script is always the last one here. We need to ensure that this is the last script we call. So let's go to the Waypoints website and take a look at how this works. So here in jQuery, and this is here the way that we want to use this. And here is actually kind of a demo. So we scroll and then some stuff happens on the website, right? So I will now go ahead and copy this snippet here so that we can see how waypoints should be used with jQuery. I will put it here in a comment, and you see the comment in jQuery are done the exact same way as we do in CSS. So, how do we want this to work? Let's go back to our web page. And the thing is, we want this to appear, so we want the sticky navigation to appear each time we scroll to this element here, right? So we want it to be hidden here, and we want it to appear once we come to this section. Alright, so the first step is to actually select this section in jQuery. So we already know how to do that with this selector, and now we need a class name, such as in CSS. And now, the section is this one. And we could go ahead and just use this class name, but we want a cleaner separation here between the CSS and the JavaScript and the jQuery in this case. So we don't want to mix up these two things, so we will create a separate class for JavaScript. So this is much cleaner, and if you have bigger projects, it will become easier to manage this way. So section and futures. And here we have two dashes, so to separate this name from this name in a better way. So I will select this in the script. Can actually just close these two. Alright. And now this is where our waypoints plugin comes in. So now we have the waypoint method here. And this is how it works, such as it's down here. So function, and then this function has an argument called direction. And what this direction means is that we can actually detect if the user is scrolling down the web page or if he's scrolling up. And we will take now a decision based on this parameter here. So, if you're new to programming, we have a thing in programming in all major programming languages, which is called the if construct. And what the if does is very simple. So if something is true, then a certain thing will happen, and if it's not true, well, then another thing happens. Now in this case, we want to say if the direction is down, then something happens, and if not, well, then something else happens. And what do we want to happen? So if the user scrolls down like this, we want the sticky navigation to appear. And if the user scrolls up like this, then we want this to disappear. So we select the nav element, and then in jQuery we have this very handy method, and this is actually a jQuery method and has nothing to do with waypoints, and it is add class. And of course the class we want to add is sticky. So I will now remove this from here. We don't longer need this. So this is the original state. So when the user scrolls down, then this class sticky will be added. And the other way around, so if the user scrolls up, then remove the class. Remove class sticky. So I think this should work now. Here it's waypoint, not waypoints. And now let's go check this out. So this is the normal state again. So this is how it should look in a normal way. And now this works. So we scrolled past this place here, which is the beginning of the section, and then this appears like magic. This is very cool, right? But we want it even better because, you know, when we come here, now there is no space between this navigation and this title here. So you want this to happen a little sooner. So let's say we want this to happen when we're here and not only down here. So we can easily do that here with this extension, and it's actually explained down here. So I will just copy this and paste it here. So we can specify some offset here in %, but I will do this in pixels. So let's say 60 pixels. So this will happen 60 pixels before we hit this section that we defined. So let's check that as well. And yeah, so this happens at a cool place. And now from here on, this navigation always stays in place. Now you saw something strange happen here, which was this one. So the navigation kind of is behind of the images, right? So I will have to show you yet one more CSS property, and that is actually also a kind of an important one, and it's this. Where is it? We have to say z index, and we set it to the maximum allowed, which is 9999, and the z index defines the vertical stacking of elements. So it's like a stack of elements, and now our sticky navigation will be always at the top. So this element will be on top of all the other elements because it has the highest possible value here. So let's check that out. So you see right now this is over all the other elements. So it's always on top. Great, this is exactly what we want. Now something weird happened here. I don't know exactly why this happened. We lost some space here that we had before. Let me check that. And yeah, of course. So I have a mistake here. So this is the way to go. So now it will be perfect. So original state, and once again with sticky navigation. So very powerful stuff, and we will actually use this waypoint plugin later again because it allows us to make some cool stuff with it. So I hope you'll like this lecture, and next up we will learn how to actually scroll to the different sections when we click on these links here. So stay tuned. Welcome back. Let's use some more jQuery. In this lecture, we'll use it to create some scrolling effects. So, there's two things that we need to do. First, we need to define what happens when we hit these buttons, because so far they don't do anything at all. And then what happens when we hit these navigation buttons right here, right? So let's start with the easier ones, which are these two. So this is the main call to action button, and so we want this to scroll to the most important section, which is the pricing plan section. So this will go all the way down to this section here, where the user can then make an action, which is signing up for one of these plans. And the second one, show me more, will just scroll down here. So we'll start doing that. And in jQuery, that's actually pretty straightforward. Let me just comment my code here so that when I come back later, I don't get lost with this. So this is for the sticky navigation. And now scroll on buttons. Alright, and this is actually pretty forward. So first up, we need to define some classes for each of those buttons so that we can then select them. And we need a unique class for each of them. And as before, we want to have a name only for the jQuery. So I will call this one scroll to plan. Because this way, when we look at this class name, we know exactly what should happen. Scroll to start. Okay, great. So copy this one. And so, maybe you can already guess what happens now. So I will select this, and then I will say click. And this defines what happens when we click on that button. So function at this is actually always the same. So now this is a little bit strange, because in order to make the animated scroll, we need to select HTML and body. And then we use the animate method, and like this. So scroll top, and now we select the section where we want to go to. Again, all of this is maybe a little bit weird. You don't have to understand exactly what goes on here. Just make sure that you understand the basic way that we use jQuery. So now we need to select the section. And the first one is the plans. And as before, I will use a special class name, section plans. And we can just do the same for this one here. Oh, we already have it. Okay, so we don't have to define this here. So let's select that, section plans, and then offset and top. And the other value we need for the animation is the speed. and we will say 1000 milliseconds, which is a second. So again, what happens here? We select this class, and when we click on it, this happens. So we have an animation which scrolls to the top of the JS section plans section with a speed of 1 second. Here we go. Alright, here we are. And this is cool, right? So this is a nice effect. I'm going to show it to you again. Alright, and now let's do the same thing for the other one. So I'll just duplicate this here. Don't want to write it all over again. So this is scroll to start. And now this is section futures. Hopefully this works as well, and yeah, it does. So here we are. So this was pretty easy. Next up, we need to make sure that each time we click on one of these links, we actually get to the section that we want. Now, as I told you before, we many times use JavaScript plugins in order to do some stuff, or you can just Google for some jQuery snippets, which is like code that someone else writes and that you can then use in your website. And we will now do that because we don't always have to write everything from scratch. We can use something that someone else used. So in this case, I found this little script here, and we will use that to do exactly what we want with that navigation. So navigation, scroll, and let me just copy this to this place here. And now, how do we make this work? First, we need to go back to our HTML navigation and define some anchors. And anchors are like this. We write this hash symbol and then we define a name. So food delivery here will be for the futures. And then we come here and define an ID with that exact name. And so now this is an anchor to this here. And this should actually already work. So let's check this. Okay, I click here and yeah, it takes me exactly to the place that I want to. Fantastic. So now let's repeat the same thing for the others as well, because these two of course not work yet. So this one will be works, this one will be cities, and this one will be plans. So this is the meals one and this is the works. So ID and just works. Then the same for cities. And now for the plans as well. ID plans. And I guess now our navigation is ready to work. So let's start by clicking here, sign up, and it takes us exactly to the place we want. And now cities and how it works and food delivery. Okay, fantastic, exactly what we want. And so now you see how useful it actually is that this navigation bar always stays on top of everything, right? So this is really quite useful. We can just click everywhere we want and it takes us to the exact place. So let's just look at this code so that we can understand what happens here. So basically what this says is it selects a link element where the href attribute starts with an hash symbol. Then we click it, and this is not so important here. Basically what happens then, if that element exists, then we scroll to it And this is actually the same kind of code we used up here, right? So we select the HTML body, we animate it, and then we scroll to the top of the section, and also in 1 second. We could of course change this, make the animations faster or slower, but 1 second is kind of cool. So now we know how to write some code on ourselves, we know how to use code from someone else, and we even used a small plugin. And so in the next section we will use one more thing, and this will be animations on scroll. And I'm sure you will like that as well. Welcome to the last video about jQuery. In this lecture, we'll create the responsive navigation. When we made our website responsive, we simply hid the navigation for width less than 768 pixels. Now it's time to bring it back and make it responsive using jQuery. So, what do I mean by responsive navigation? Well, this is the normal navigation that we styled before. Now, as I reduce the browser width, I want this to happen. You see that? Now we have this icon here, and when we hit it, our navigation comes down here, right? So you probably are quite used to this type of navigation, because all kinds of responsive websites use it these days. And we can see it down here as well, so we click here, and then all of this comes down, and we can close and open it as we want. So how do we do this? First, we need to, of course, put this button here inside our HTML file, and then we need to style all of this here in a CSS file in the media query, and in the end we will use jQuery to add this animation here, and also to change this button style here whenever we click on it. So let's go do that. So first, as I said, in the HTML file, we're going to add that button in the navigation. So it is okay right here. So we have the images, then we have the navigation, and then in the end we want that button. It will be a link and a class that I will call mobile nav icon. Alright, and now we need that icon that we saw before. Just close this. So the icon, as before, we will get it from our IN icons. And we have these three here, and I am going to choose this one. You can of course use one of the other ones if you like to. So I will put this right here. And next I'm gonna style this. So I grab this class name, and where do we have our navigation? Alright. So we already have the main navi and the sticky navi, and I'm gonna call this mobile navi. First thing is to float this to the right side, right? And we can set some margin to the top of 30 pixels. And then I want the cursor to show up as a pointer. And let me show you why I'm going to do this. So this is an A class, but if we do not specify the href attribute, which I will not do here, then we will not have that pointer. Let me show it to you. So I mean this pointer, so this hand. So in that case, I need to specify that, and I will say cursor pointer. Alright, so let's check this out. It's here right now, and that is because this navigation here is still visible. So I of course don't want to see it for now, so I will make this display none, such as we did many times before. So display none. And I also need to style the actual icon. So this element is I-element. So in the other icons we always defined a class like icon big, but in this case it's not necessary because we only use it in this place. So I just say mobile nav icon and then the I element inside of it. So I say font size, let's say 200%, and then color white. Okay. And now let's go to our queries, CSS, and style that navigation. So right here. So this is what we had, but this is no longer what we want here. Let me just, instead of deleting it just now, I want to leave it here. So again, this is the code that will apply once the width is below 767 pixels. So now I want that icon to show up actually. So mobile nav icon, and I want to display it as an inline block. Alright, so let me check that. Here it is. But I actually want this on the right side and the navigation more on the left side. So I will say that the main nav should float to the left. Float to the left. Alright. And now we want those elements no longer to be side by side, but one under the other. So that is quite easy as well. My nav and now the li elements inside of them. What I do with them now is to say display them as blocks and no longer as inline blocks as they were before. So they will now force a line break, and so we have all those links stacked on one another. And let me also style the actual link elements inside of them. So a and then link and visited, right? So I want them to display as block as well. And you know, they should have no border now, because on a mobile phone we cannot hover anything, so we don't need any border. So we can just do this. Okay. So alright, so this looks quite as we wanted so far. Now we just need to reduce the margin to the top a little bit, and then maybe we can also increase maybe the font size here. Looks a little too small. I think we had it set to 90%, and we can set it back to 100. Let me just look how it looks down here. Alright. So reduce the margin here and maybe add some padding between those links as well. So let me actually see how the main nav is styled. Alright, so we have a margin top of currently 55. But I want it to be, I don't know, 25 for now, and also some margin on the left side of also 25, let's say. Okay, and now the links, they may have a padding of 5 pixels on top and on the bottom, and then 0 left and right. So let's check this. Okay, great. Maybe we can even say 10 pixels, and 25 here doesn't look enough. So on top maybe 35, and here 10. And as I said before, I will increase the font size as well to 100%. And now this should do the job. All right. So what we also need to do, of course, is to style the sticky navigation. Let me just copy all of this, and I will then later delete the stuff that I don't want. So you see, this is a lot of work to do, and it's quite confused, but well, we still need to do it. So let me set it to 10 pixels here as well, and the color doesn't really matter here for now. And this is also the same. And we can say this to 10. So let's check this out. Alright, great. Now only one more thing, which is to make this icon here black in the sticky navigation, right? Otherwise we will not be able to see it. So it's simple, sticky, mobile, nav, icon, and then I, and color 555, such as the rest of the web page. And now this will look exactly as we want it. Actually not, actually we want less space now. Let me check this again. So we have 30 pixels now, and that's way too much, of course. So duplicate this and margin top 10 pixels. Okay, now great. So now comes the jQuery part. We need to start by hiding this again, because of course when we open the web page this will not be visible, and then when we hit this button here it will become visible. Okay, so let me take those comments away, because then the display will be none again, so this will be hidden. And now let's define what happens when we click on that button. Back to jQuery, mobile navigation. So let's define a class for JavaScript when we hit this button, such as we always do, and this will be nav icon. Very simple, so just copy this, because now we need to select it here in the jQuery. So, and now, as you can imagine, this is click and function. And now let's use something new, which is called variables. So in programming, we have something called variables where we can store things. And here I will simply create a variable called nav. And what this variable will be is the result of selecting the navigation. So let me just show it to you. So main nav. And actually we should create a class for that as well. So here JS main nav. JS main. So, and I did this because I will have to use this many times now, and I don't want to repeat this code here all over again and again and again. So I define a variable, and then I can use that variable instead of always writing the same code. So now what are we going to do with this? There's a very simple jQuery method which is just called slide toggle, and all this does is to open and close a box, and we will see that in a minute. And here in this method we have to just say how many time the animation should take, and we will say 0 to seconds, which is 200 milliseconds. Such as here, where we said we wanted 1000 milliseconds, here we want 200. And this is actually all it takes to create that open and close effect. So we click here and it opens and it closes and it opens and it closes. This creates exactly what we want, right? So now there's only one thing left to do, which is to change the icon of this each time we click it. So if this is the menu icon, we want it to be like cross to close it, and when it's a cross, we want it to be the close icon. Very straightforward, right? So first of all, let's grab an icon for that, and it will be this one, I think. Let's make this a little bigger again. So this looks good. So this was the first part of the code. Let me just copy this here. I will use it now. And so, how can we change that icon? It's easier to explain here. So, the icon is essentially defined by the class. So, if we want to change the icon, we can simply change the class. And we already did that before with the add class and the remove class. So we will now do exactly that. And I will in fact create a new variable here called icon, so that I don't have to repeat that code later again. And this is now JS nav icon I, because that is in fact the class or the element which has the class with the icon. So now I can make a simple if again, which is to take decisions. So I say if icon has class, so this is something new we didn't see before, and I will say ion nav icon round, so this is the class name. Well, then do something, and if not, then do something else. So again, so if the icon, which means if the element we select here has the class ion nav icon round, then we want the icon to have another class, which is this one. So we want to add this one and we want to remove the old one. So remove class and then this one. So this will simply exchange the icons. So when it is the navigation icon, take that navigation icon away and put the close icon instead. And if it's the other way around, then, well, then add the nav icon and remove the close. And now we have all situations covered. So this should work now. I just need to correct this one here. And now we should be ready to go. And here we go. This works exactly as we want it. And up here as well. Great. Very good. So we have all kinds of effects now here on our web page. even if the responsive version, it all works the same. Fantastic. So, this is all I had to show you about jQuery. jQuery has endless possibilities, and there is still so much to learn. And there are, in fact, entire books and online courses devoted to teach you jQuery. So, you see, this is a really huge topic. But I think you know some of the basics now, and that actually enables you to write some simple code on your own, or to include one of the many jQuery plugins into your project. And that is already quite powerful. Now, as before, you can find a link where you can download the entire project we've built so far in the description of this video. Now, in the next couple of lectures, we'll optimize this web page and then learn how to launch it. Congratulations! You deserve it, because you made it all the way until the end of this course. That's just amazing. I'm really proud of you, and I want to thank you so much for staying with me through all this course. I really hope that you have learned a lot from all the lectures. What I showed you in this course will give you a strong foundation, and you are now able to build beautiful websites completely on your own. Now, let me tell you this. This may be the end of this course, but it certainly isn't the end of your journey. In fact, it is just the beginning. There is still so much more fun stuff to learn. Actually, I will be adding bonus lectures in the future about topics that you, my students, wish to learn more about. So if enough students want to learn about a specific topic, I will be very happy to add a bonus video about it. So let me know about that in the comment section right of this video. Now, once you're a web designer and developer, one thing you will want to do is to keep up with the web industry. Things are in constant change, and there are always new things to learn. For instance, 5 years ago, no one even knew responsive web design existed, and today you simply cannot build a non-responsive website. So, the best thing you can do to keep up with all the new best practices, new tools, and new resources is to read web design and development blogs. There are plenty of them on the internet, and I put some of the ones I follow in the course ebook. Now, maybe you wonder what else you can do now to practice your new skills and even start to earn some money. Well, there are actually a lot of things you can do. For instance, redesign existing websites that you think are poorly designed. If you know the owner of that website, you can even show your redesign and offer them your services. You can also design a website for free for a local charity or something like that. Or go to 99 Designs and join design contests. You will make designs for different contests, and if you win, you get the prize money. And once you're more confident, you can start to do some freelance work on freelancing websites such as freelancer.com, Odesk, or Elance. You can find lots of stuff about these websites in case you want to start doing this. I would also love it if you'd stay here in the course forums, helping out others whenever you can and remain a valuable part of this community we're building together here. Even now that you've completed the course, feel free to ask me any question you might have. Now let me give you one last piece of advice. Practice, practice, practice your new skills. Please never stop learning, and you will achieve more than you can imagine. Dream big. I wish you all the best for your new career, and I genuinely hope that all those dreams may come true. Welcome to our last lecture. So now that our website is online, we can still work on it, because the launch is not the end of the story. So as you hopefully remember, the seventh and last step of our plan is the site maintenance. This means that you should keep track of your website's success and monitor users' behavior. And how do we do that? We use a very powerful tool called Google Analytics. With this software, you'll be able to monitor statistics like the number of visits your website receives, the amount of time your visitors stay, the average number of page views for each visitor, and many other useful statistics. And then, using this data, you can make adjustments to the website in order to make it better and better. So I will now actually install Google Analytics on the website I just uploaded to show you how easy that is. So of course you need to start off by creating an account for Google Analytics, but that's easy if you already have a Google account. And once you have your Google Analytics account created, this is what comes up. So we now need to add a new website that we will track. So in my case, so it's a website. So in this case, I will call this OmniFood. And then we need the link to our website. And I can copy it from here. And now some industry. Well, this doesn't really matter, right? I will say computers because we created this in a web design course. And then the zone I want is for Portugal, actually. That's where I live. So, and now we just hit Get Tracking ID. So now all we need to do really is to copy this script here and add it to our website. So it's a simple piece of JavaScript. So it goes down here. And we just paste it here. And we don't have to do anything else. Now if you have a website with multiple pages, then you need to paste this script in each of those pages, right? Okay, now I save this. And I actually will also upload this. So this is what I showed you in a lecture before. And as I told you, this will only upload the files that were changed. So it now checks all the files, but it doesn't upload them. It will only upload this index.html file. All right. So let me just check if this worked. So I will see the page source. And down here is the code that we just pasted there. All right. So this is exactly what we wanted to do. Okay, and then you can actually visit your statistics. So this is what I told you. You can see all kind of statistics here. So just go explore all of this. So the number of sessions, the number of users, the number of page views, the number of pages per session, and then how many times the user stayed on the web page, and the bounce rate, which is the amount of single page visits, which in our case of course will be quite high because we only have one page. But you know, all kinds of statistics are here, and down here are even more, where you can see where your visitors came from. For example, if they came from Facebook, or you can even see which country they came from here, and all kinds of stuff. So again, this is a really powerful tool, and you should definitely take the most out of it. This is of course all empty by now, because I just created this a few seconds ago. So this was a quick introduction to Google Analytics and how to set it up. So now we have put all the 7 steps from our 7-step plan into action. This was quite a long journey, but we did it. You can now actually open the web page on the internet. It is exactly the website that we created together. And you are now able to do all of this completely on your own. And that is so amazing. I mean, what could even be more powerful, right? But now, stay tuned for one more lecture where I have some additional information that you don't want to miss. So, see you in the next lecture. Welcome to the last work section. We have come such a long way so far. Our website looks super great and has some cool animations. Now in this section, we'll do some optimizations on our web page, and then I will show you how you can launch your own websites to the internet. But before doing that, let's add a final touch before we make our web page ready for launch: a favicon. Favicons are those little icons you see on browser tabs and on your bookmarks bar. It is part of the identity of any website and makes users recognize your website. So don't skip this step. There is a very easy online tool to do this. We just need an image to serve as our icon. So let's do that for now. So this is a tool I was talking about, so it's the favicon generator. And with this we can create icons for the browser, of course, for the iOS home screen, for Android home screen, and for Windows 8, and yeah, for Windows in general. So we just need to pick our image, and in this case I'm going to use the logo and the black one, of course. So I'm going to use this one to create the favicon. And here we go. So the first icon here is actually for iOS, and since ours is transparent, we'll need to add a background color, which will be white. And then we have Android here as well, and I will also add this white color, and this is not so important actually. What really matters is down here. And we will now click here because we want to choose a path where we're going to put our icons, because we don't want them in the root, so in the main project folder. So let me check what this is. So I want them here, and then in the resources, and I will actually create a folder for them here, icons or favicons. And so it's resources and then favicons. So I want resources and then favicons. So this is where we'll put the icons. And then let's generate it. Okay, so we just download this and we grab this code here and insert it into our website. So let's just paste all of this down here. It's a lot of code, but well, don't worry. And now we just need to put this stuff into our folder actually. So here it is. So favicons. Alright, so put them into resources, and we can replace that folder we had because it has the same name. And so here are all our icons. So let's check this out. So the icon is not showing up here as it should, and I actually don't know why, but I'm sure that it is working on your computer, because as we can see in here, everything is working fine, supposedly, which means that the images are in the correct place, and yeah, this code is of course also correct. So I don't know why it doesn't appear here in my case, but probably on your computer it will appear. So, okay, now you know how to add that special touch to your website as well. Now, I could just have stopped here and then launched our website, or show you how to launch your website. But I want to show you even more. I want our website to be perfect, and so every detail matters. So let's now optimize our website's page speed in the next lecture. Nobody likes slow websites. We all know that, right? Besides that, page speed can have a real impact on your users' engagement, because nobody wants to wait for some website to load. So, do you still remember our 7 steps plan? We have been working on step 4 all this time, designing and developing our website. But now let's start with step 5 and make our users love our website even more by using some techniques for speeding up load times. And there are 2 very basic things we can do: optimize heavy images and minify CSS and jQuery code. So let's go do that. So the first thing we have to optimize are images. And that's because images are usually by far the more heavy content of our web page. We'll just show you that. So I come here to my resources folder, and then we have here the meals. So you see 200 kilobytes, 200, all of these images, and for instance the cities, 200 kilobyte you see here, also 195. So all of these images together combined, when we download the website, this takes like a long time to download all of these images. So imagine someone with a slow internet connection on a smartphone or so would try to download this site. That would actually take them like forever, right? So let's reduce that file sizes. And as a first step, we can reduce the actual dimension of the images. And so far, we never really looked at the image dimensions until now. We just included all our images and didn't really worry about anything. So let's do that now, and I will use the Chrome developer tools, and we will look at these 4 city images. So again, you see how useful this is. Okay, here we have it. So inspect this image, and now here we have it. And when we hover that image, we can see the actual size of the file, which is 900 by 600 pixels, and then the size that is displayed on the website, which is only 249 by 166 pixels. So the original image is way bigger than what we actually see on the screen. Now we have to think about one thing, which is responsive web design. So our images will actually get a little bigger. So let's, for instance, optimize this for this image size. You see these images are now larger than they were before. And let me actually hide this part a little bit. So inspect element again. And you see it's 361 by 240 pixels, which we see here on the screen. So let's make that 375, for instance. So that's the size that we need. Now I want the image size to be always twice as much as the actual size. And there's a simple reason for that, and it is high resolution displays. And those high resolution displays, like the Retina displays we have on MacBooks and iPhones, and also on the other smartphones, need the image files to be larger than they appear on the screen in order to make them look super sharp. So in our case, that would be 375 times 2, so 375. So we want the image to be 750 pixels and not 900. So we can reduce the image dimensions, which is a cool thing. So remember this number, 750. Alright, so we come to our folder and to the cities. which are San Francisco, London, Lisbon, and Berlin. Now, if you're a Mac user, there's quite a handy way to reduce the dimensions of the images all at the same time. So I will just open them. Then here I say Command A to select all of them, and then just come here and reduce it to 750. Okay, and on a Windows machine, you could use some other program to do the same thing. So we see here, we reduce from 1.1 megabyte to 490 kilobyte, and that's very good. That's a huge file reduction, and that's exactly what we wanted to do. And let's save those images. So you see, this is a very great way of doing this, of reducing some file size. And now we reload this and everything looks exactly the same, right? So this is a first step to increase the page speed of our website. And you could now go ahead and do the same thing for this image here, for instance, or for these ones. And yeah, I think you should do that. So this was the first step of reducing heavy images. And now another thing we can do, maybe even powerful, is to use this tool called Optimizilla, which basically compresses images online. And we will use this tool to compress our two biggest images. And it's these ones. You see, this is 1.2 megabyte and this is 2.5 megabytes. So these are huge images. So we will now compress these images and try to save a huge amount of precious space here. So now we just upload these files, and this takes a little bit of our time, of course. And now the tool starts to actually compress this file, and now we can see it down here while the other one keeps uploading. And okay, so here we have the quality. We can change that if we want. And here the original and the compressed side by side. And you see, with a quality of 88%, which is a lot, so these images look quite alike, we can reduce 43% of the file size. So this is very good, right? And in this case, this image here, disappears behind that black layer. So this is very dark. So we almost can see the image. And so I will even reduce the quality even more. And this will hopefully help saving even more space. And alright. So this will now be, less than 400K. And before it was 1.2 megabytes. So this is very good. And now I'll just say apply. And then I can download this image. And now the same thing with this one. And you see that with a quality of 90%, so this image is almost as good as this one, we reduce from 2.4 mega to 780 kilobyte. So in this case, this image is very important. It's our header image. I don't want to reduce the quality more than this. So I would just say, okay, that's all right for me. And then hit download here as well. And now I have both files in my download folder. And I will just put them here together with the other images. So 1 and 2. So you see these have a different file names. So it's hero min and customers min. Now of course I need to go to our CSS file and change that image as well, right? So where is that? First one, okay. Here we are. So hero, and now it is actually hero min. And yeah, here it is. And the other one, hero min as well. So we have these two lines here because of the prefix I showed you before. So this is the WebKit version and this is the original version. And of course I need to change the image in both. And the same thing down here. So here I say min, and here the same thing. Alright, so let's open our page, and you see this looks exactly the same as it did before, and we reduced a whole amount of space and saved our users precious bandwidth, so they need to download way less data. So you see, it's really easy to optimize images, and it makes a really huge difference. Now another thing that we can do is to minify CSS and jQuery code. And this basically reduces the size of the CSS and jQuery files by removing unneeded white space and by optimizing that code. But however, minifying code makes it quite difficult for humans to read, so we should only minify code when we're ready to launch a website. So in the case of CSS, we can use this tool here, and I will actually not do that right now. I will just grab some CSS code here. For instance, let me say, I don't know, this code here. Then we can paste it here. So I will not do this for all our code. I will just show you what I mean by minifying the code. So here we can say the highest compression of all, and then process it. And here is the result. So as I said, this is quite difficult or even impossible to read. This is all our code completely compressed. So no comments, no white space, nothing. And we had a compression of 50% actually. So this is another thing we can do, and you can find the link to this tool and the JavaScript tool in the course ebook, as always. And this technique is actually more important when we have large amounts of code to compress, because otherwise we will not save so much space. And in our case, we don't have that much code, so it's maybe not necessary to do this. Alright, that's it for optimizing page speed, and now let's move on to some very basic search engine optimization in the next lecture. Search engine optimization is a very hot topic. That's because it's so incredibly important that your website can be found by your users using a search engine like Google. So this is of course still part of step 5 of our 7-step method. And now, what is search engine optimization? Very simple. Basically, search engine optimization, or SEO, is a couple of techniques that improve and promote a website to increase the number of visitors the site receives from search engines. There are many aspects to SEO, and in this lecture we will just cover the very basics in order to make our website search engine ready. So first up, let's talk about the meta description tag. This tag is a short description of a website and is normally used to describe a website on the search results page, just as we see here on this Udemy example. This text is not visible to visitors of the web page itself, but it helps you to advertise for your site, drawing users to your website from the search results. It is therefore an extremely important part of search marketing. So we should craft a compelling description using important keywords, but with no more than 160 characters. So let's now, of course, do that for our web page. Alright, so nothing easier than that. We just use here the meta tag and then say name, description, and then we say our content. So something about OmniFood. So OmniFood is a premium food delivery service with the mission to bring affordable and healthy meals to as many people as possible. So something like this. Alright? Okay, and since we're talking about tags, we should also include the content type tag. Just like this. And we can actually do it here. So meta and then charset and then UTF-8. And this is just used to declare the character encoding of a website, but it doesn't include the ranking. So it has nothing to do with search engine optimization, but it's something that we should include in every website. Okay, so for the meta description, that's it. So back here, next we should always write valid HTML code. And valid HTML code is code that follows exactly the official HTML rules and has no bugs. Valid HTML is preferred by Google. It makes websites more likely to work in browsers we haven't tested. It looks more professional and it's better for accessibility, making it easier for screen readers to read websites to blind users, for instance. And there is an official tool for checking if we have valid HTML code, and we're going to use it right now. So in order to do that, we just copy the entire code, so Command or Control A, and then copied it. And this is the website, so validator W3. And we use this option, so validate by direct input, and paste all our code here. And now we check it. This takes a little time. Alright, and so we have 8 errors here in our code actually. So let's see what those errors are all about. Alright, this has something to do with these closing tags. I guess let me go back here. Alright, so we actually forgot to close this meta tag here. Alright, so let's copy that again. And delete all of this, copy, and revalidate the whole thing. So now we have only 3 errors, much better, right? So let's see what it is. So an IMG element must have an alt attribute. And okay, so we can see we have 3 errors, and that's because we forgot to specify the alt attribute for our 3 customer images. Okay, so I'm going to do that. So we have it right here. See the alternative text. I'll just say customer 1 photo. And I'm going to copy it. 3 and 2. Alright. So again, and I think that by now we have a validated HTML code. So let's see. Alright, very well. This document was successfully checked as HTML5. So we have now a valid HTML document. Great, right? Now, the next thing. Content is king. And that means that it's very important that you have great content on your website. Even if your website is on top of the search results, if the content is not great and your users don't want to read it, then it's worth nothing that you're so high ranked. Also, keep providing new content if you can, so your visitors want to keep coming back for more. The next thing is that you need to place keywords strategically in your content. This is the key to perform well in search rankings, because keywords are what users actually use to find you. But be careful, don't overuse keywords, since search engines consider that as keyword spamming and might penalize you. Use keywords in the title, in a meta description tag, in your headings and links. And another important thing is to get other websites to link to you. These links are called backlinks and are like letters of recommendation for your website. Search engines rank websites based partially on the number and the quality of links that point to the site. So, this is a crucial factor to SEO, and therefore you should have a strategy to increase the quantity and quality of backlinks to your site. And there's actually so much more information about SEO out there on the internet. For a quick overview, you can check out the link in a course ebook. We changed some things in our project in this section, so please download the final website from the link in the description of this video. And that's it with optimization. So in the next lecture, let's learn how to launch our website to the internet. Our website is now ready to be shared with the world. We have come such a long way so far, and now we're almost at the end. So launching our website is step 6 out of our 7-step plan. This is super easy to do. We just need to follow these 3 steps. First, we need to choose and buy a domain name. For our website, that could be www.omnifood.com. Then we need to buy web hosting. Think of that as a folder in the internet where we'll put all our files. In order to ensure that our website runs smoothly, we need the right amount of bandwidth, and that is the amount of data transfer we are allowed within a certain time period. And once we have both of those things, we just need to upload our website to our web space, and then we're ready to go. Now, there are many domain registration companies and web hosting companies. Of course, I will not tell you which one you should choose. All I can tell you is that I have used GoDaddy.com to both register domain names and buy web hosting. The service there was always great, but of course I can tell you that it's the best web hosting out there, because I have not tried any other service so far. But let me just show you the GoDaddy website and how you could use their product. So this is the GoDaddy website, and here we can start by search for a domain. Let me say OmniFood here. So omnifood.com is available, and there's an auction for like almost 800 euros. But there are other domain names available like omnifood.net, omnifood.co, or omnifood.org. Well, again, I will of course not buy any of those domain names, and I will not show you how you can create an account here or how you can buy domain names and all of that. If you want to do that, just go ahead. It's easy to do, and in GoDaddy you can actually buy the domain and the web space as well. So now suppose you created an account and have now a domain and some web space. Now you want to upload your website, right? So to show you how this works, in this video I will upload the website we just created to the web hosting that I bought for the website of this course, which is this, by the way. So this is under construction so far. So if you have created an account at GoDaddy, then you can very easily log in to cPanel, which is where we can manage our account and the web space and everything like that. So let me just log in here to show you how this looks like. Alright, so here we have all kind of stuff. For example, we can create email accounts, and we can manage all kind of things here. You see, you can then explore this by yourself. But what we need for now is, first I want to show you the file manager, which is, as I said before, like a folder in the internet where we will then put all our stuff. And the folder, so this is our folder, and the website goes inside a public HTML folder right here. So, and how do we upload those files here? We can actually do that inside of brackets. So in brackets there is an extension that we can use to do that. And all we need for that is an FTP account. So FTP means File Transfer Protocol, and this is how we upload files to a web space. So down here you probably already have an account. If you don't, then you can create one, but you probably have one. So this information here is all we need to upload our website to the internet. So let's go back to Bracket, where I will show you a very cool extension, one more. So this one is called FTP Sync Plus. So you can just go ahead and install that. As always, I already have it. And then, once you have it installed, just hit this icon right here. Alright, and now we need those definitions from the FTP. Right? So it's FTP, and now we need the informations. So we hit here configure FTP client, and then we have the server. This is in my case this one. Then the username, and then we need to put our password in here. And then the folder where we want this. So as I told you before, I will actually go back now, back to the file manager. The public HTML folder is where the website will go. Now in my case I don't want it to be right here, because then I would overwrite all the stuff that I already have here in the public HTML folder, which is my website, which I showed you before. So this one. This is the stuff that I have already here. So I will create a new folder where I will put the OmniFood website, just to show you how this works. So we need to write public HTML, and now I will create a new folder here for OmniFood. Alright, and then I can hit upload. Okay, so it tells me that the folder does not exist, so I can easily create it. So new folder, OmniFood. So I created a new folder here in my web space, and now I can just hit upload. So this extension will take all the files and all the folders from our project folder and upload them to our web space. And another cool thing of this extension is that, imagine we only change one file, and then if we hit upload again here, then it only uploads that exact file. So we can just sit back and watch while Brackets does all the work. So it's now uploading all our files. And this takes a long time, so I'll actually make fast forward in this video, so we don't have to watch all of this. So that's it. All our files are now uploaded to the internet. So let me open the folder I just created, OmniFood, and here we go. Our website is now online on the internet. And it works. I mean, it works exactly as we did it here on our computer. So this live version of the website is the production version, and the one on the computer is the local version. So now you don't only know how to create a beautiful website, now you also know how to optimize it and how to launch it to the internet. This is absolutely fantastic. Now there's only one more thing left that I want to show you, and this is about how you can track your users' behavior in order to improve your website even after launching it.
Hi, I hope you're doing great today. It's been some time since I last added a new video to this course, so I thought it was about time to do just that. So a lot of stuff has been added to CSS over the last couple of years, so this seems like a great time to show you a bit of what's new in CSS. So first up, we have a lot of new properties and techniques in CSS now. Stuff like more complex gradients, shapes, clips, masks, background blending, image filters, CSS variables, truly responsive images, and so much more. It's really incredible. And with these new properties, we can build even more compelling designs just using the power of CSS. So again, it really has become powerful over the last years. All right. Now, as for actually laying out elements on the page, for a long time we've been using floats to build layouts, right? So just like you learned in this course. And that technique is of course still 100% valid, but it always actually had its small problems. It was always a bit hacky, so to say, because floats were not originally invented to build layouts. It's also a bit difficult sometimes to build layouts and page components just using floats. And that is why amazing new ways of laying out elements were introduced into CSS over the last couple of years. And these are Flexbox and CSS Grid. So Flexbox is an amazing new technology that allows us to lay out elements in a one-dimensional row without using floats or other hacks like that. It makes it so easy to place elements exactly where we want them to be, with just a very small amount of code, making Flexbox perfect for building small page components like navigation or cards. Now about CSS Grid, it's an even more cutting-edge technology that we use to lay out elements in a fully fledged two-dimensional grid. And some people say it's a bit like tables, but it's actually much more powerful than that. So since we can use a real two-dimensional grid, CSS Grid is absolutely perfect for building big overall page layouts and more complex components. Again, with a lot less CSS code and even HTML code than before. Now, the biggest limitation of all these new features is, as always, browser support. While new versions of all browsers already support everything I mentioned here, there are always some users that lag behind and don't have the latest versions installed. Now imagine we rely on CSS Grid to entirely lay out a page, and then like 5% of our users actually don't support CSS Grid. That would then make our website impossible to use for these people. That's why we have to be very careful in adopting this new modern stuff and always have a really good idea of what our target audience looks like in terms of browser usage. All right? Now, since I cannot really show you all of this in just one video, of course, I'm only going to introduce you to Flexbox right now. That's because if I were to learn only one of these technologies, then it would be definitely Flexbox, because it had by far the biggest impact on my own personal work. It really makes a huge difference to me and my work, and browser support is actually pretty good right now, which makes it a perfect technology to start using right now, in my opinion. Now, before we actually start using it in practice, I want to just give you an overview of all the CSS properties that are part of the Flexbox specification. I have all the property names here, and then all the possible values, where the bold one is the default one, right? I'm not going to go over these right now, but it's a good reference for you to print out or create just a print screen image so that you can keep it handy and check it as we build our example throughout the rest of this video. Now, what I do want to focus on right now is that in Flexbox, we can define an element as a flex container, and then all the child elements will become flex items. Now, each flex container has a main axis, as you can see in the diagram in the top, and along this main axis, all of the flex items can be aligned in some way. Then there's also the cross axis, which is always perpendicular to the main axis, and we can also align items along this axis. And we can control all of this using the properties that you can see here on the slide. All right? But enough talking now, because this sounds more complicated than it actually is. Okay? So let's now actually build a very small component using the power of Flexbox in practice. So this is a small component that we're going to build using Flexbox. And it's like this pizza cart here. So imagine there was like a web application where you could order pizza, and then they could show each of their pizzas using this cart component right here. All right. Now, as you see here, I'm doing this on like a web application called CodePen, where we have the HTML and CSS code up here, and then down here we see the result, instead of doing it in a text editor like we did the other project in this course. Okay, so usually we always code in a text editor, but to code up these small examples like these demos, I like to use a web tool like this, because then we don't have to go through all these setup steps, and so it's a lot quicker to just quickly code up something like this. Now, if you want, of course, you can open up your text editor and then create a new HTML file and a new CSS file, and do it the more traditional way, like we did in this course as well. So what I did here was to start a new CodePen, so this one here. And if you want to do it yourself, you can just head over to codepen.io. Then you probably have to create a new account and then just go to new pen. Okay, now we don't need the JavaScript, so we can just minimize it. And so here we go, we have HTML and CSS. And let's start with some of the setup, just like we did in the OmniFoot project. So we have our universal selector, and then we will simply start by setting the margin and padding to 0. So basically do this reset that we also did in our project. So margin 0, padding 0, and also we set box sizing to border box. Border box. Okay, let's just write something here in the HTML so that it actually shows up down here. So here we go. And so now let's define some styles for the HTML and the body, just like we're already used to, right? So let's set the text color to 444 like this. And we also want a special font family. So we want a font called Roboto, which is on Google Fonts. So again, just like we did on our OmniFoot project. So let's go to Google Fonts here. Type in Roboto. And so this is the one here. Just hit this plus here, and probably this now looks a bit different than by the time I recorded the rest of the course, but it still works the same actually. And so now we want to embed this font, and we're not going to do it in the HTML like we did with this link element, but instead we're going to import it right into CSS. So just go ahead and copy this line of code here. We can now close this, and right at the beginning of everything here, we then import this font to our CSS document. And now we can go ahead and say font family Roboto. And if we wait a bit, now you see that it actually changed down here. Okay? Can also give it some nice padding of 100 pixel. And now let's take care of that gradient that we have here. So this green to blue, nice modern looking gradient that we have. All right. So as a comment here, let's define a couple of colors, because we will be using these over and over again. And so I think it makes sense to basically write them down here, so we can then come here and copy them. So for green, we have 67B26F. Then we have our blue color, which is in hexadecimal 4CA, 4CA to CD. And then one that's kind of in between, so the mid color, let's say. And this one is 5AAA9D. Okay, so let's define this gradient. So background, and we want the linear gradient. And we did this also in a course again. So at this point, it's nothing new. So we define the two colors that we want, and we start with the green one. So we catch this one. And going to the blue color. Let's see. And here we go. Now you see that this gradient here is going actually from the top to the bottom down here, right? You see that? But here we actually have it starting here in this corner, going to this corner. And so we can do something that we didn't do before, which is to specify the direction in here. So we can say now to bottom right. And now you will see that it starts here and goes here. We could also say to the bottom left, for example. And now you will see that it will start here. So here's the green now, and then here to the blue. So that's the direction it goes. Okay, makes sense? But we want it to go to the bottom right. And to see this a bit better, let's actually give us some more space here and maximize this window. All right, so that's nicer. Okay, and so you see that now when we increase or decrease this here, you see that it kind of goes from here to here, and then it starts over again. And we don't want that to happen. So we want that our body, because basically all of this here is the body, right? We want that to always have the height of the viewport. And remember how we do that? So we actually did it before in the OmniFoot project. And the way we do it is to use the 100 and then the VH unit. So 100% of the vertical height. And now you see that it actually works. Except for these small problems down here. But we're going to fix them here in a second, so don't worry about that. So I'm not sure what's causing them. Maybe it's a problem here with this web application, but that's no problem again. Don't worry about that. So instead, let's just start with our HTML part here. And so I'm going to use a figure with the class of pizza. All right, down in there, let's see what we have in there actually in our example. And now the tabs are gone. Okay, so let's bring it back to the way it was. So we have this entire element here, which is this figure, which is a pizza, right? And then in there, we have this element for the image, then this element, so this container, and then the element with the price, okay? So basically 3 elements side by side. So let's do that. So we have a div with the class of pizza hero. And now I'm going to introduce you to something new, because this way of writing a class probably looks pretty weird to you, right? These 2 underscores, right? And that is the so-called BEM methodology, where B stands for block, E stands for element, and M stands for modifier. So our block here is pizza, and then each of the elements in there will have the block name on them, so the block will always be there, then 2 underscores, and then the element, which in this case is the hero. And if we have multiple elements with the same name, but we want, for example, one of them to be slightly different, so be a bit modified, we can use a modifier by using dash dash, for example, type 1, something like this, okay? But here we just have our block, which is the pizza, and then the element is hero, okay? And this makes it a lot easier to write CSS class names. Instead of having to always come up with them, we have this system that makes it a bit easier for us to always name our classes like this. Okay, then in here we will have our image. So where does this image come from? Well, I'm using it from the very popular website called unsplash.com. So unsplash.com, and there we have tons of images that we can use. Okay, so I just used this pizza one. And if you want to find it, you can just type in pizza in here, and then it's gonna come up somewhere down here, I guess. Yeah, here we go. Then I'll just click here, and instead of having to download it, I will simply copy the image address and paste that one here. You see, and so now it will basically get the image from this URL. All right, so that's the image. We should probably give it an alternative text saying that it's a pizza, and then also a class name so we can actually style it. And this one is called, and again we have the pizza block here, underscore underscore image. Okay, very simple, very straightforward. Then next up we have the content, so the part in the middle where we have all the text and all the description. So this is a div with the class of pizza content. Let me just write it here. Content. And then close it up. And then the last part, which is the price. Go ahead and copy this one. So pizza price. And actually I can already type the correct price in here, which will be $11.99. Okay, and let's now style this a bit, starting with the image here. So on responsive images, or in responsive web design, usually, we always want to give it a width of 100%, all right? And then down here somewhere, we have the content and the price. Okay, so pizza content and pizza price. And so now let's start using Flexbox for the very first time. So we're going to do that on the pizza element. And now remember what I said in the slide about the Flexbox properties, that we can define each element as a Flexbox container. And so that's what we're going to do here. So this pizza element here will be the Flexbox container, and the three child elements, which are the hero, the content, and the price, will be the flex items that we then can align using Flexbox properties. Okay, and to define a Flexbox container, all we have to do is to say display flex. And then, like magic, all of the elements will appear side by side. Okay, so automatically everything's now side by side, like this. So, awesome, that's really a great first step already. Of course it needs a lot of work still, and so let's continue with that. And so I'm gonna put all of these selectors here now. So we have pizza hero. Let me actually copy that, so I don't have to write it out all the time. So we have the pizza hero, then we have the content, and also the price. Give it quickly a background of white. And the last one has also this gradient. So this linear gradient. But it actually doesn't go to the bottom right, it should just go to the bottom. Okay, now you see it starts with the green and goes down to blue. All right, and all of this here still looks a bit weird, so let's get rid of this HTML here. Actually, all we really want to style here is the body, so it's no problem to do it like this. And so that looks a bit better already. Let's then define some properties for the pizza container here. So a max width of 800 pixels. So this card should only have 800 pixels. A border radius of 4 pixels, and then also a nice box shadow. So that looks a bit nicer. All right. So 30 pixel, and you can experiment with this as you wish in order to see a different results. So RGBA 0, 0, 0, and 0.2. Okay, so basically this is the shadow in the X direction, so like this. This is the shadow in the Y direction, so basically from top to bottom. This is the amount of blur, and this is how far the blur should come out of the element, basically. And then finally, this is the color, so a black with a 20% opacity. And you see that now we have this nice shadow here. So that's for the pizza element for now. Let's now fix the worst problem that we have here, which is this all too big image. Okay, so this pizza hero here, which is the element that holds this image, which has a width of 100%. All right, so this pizza hero, we want this to only have about 50% of the width of this entire container. So what could we do? Well, we would go ahead and say width of 50%, right? Or 45%, let's say. But when we're dealing with Flexbox elements, we're not doing it like that. Instead, we're using the flex property. And the flex property can take 3 values, as you can see from your cheat sheet. So from this slide that I told you to print or to create a print screen. So you see that we have flex grow, flex shrink, and flex basis. And flex basis is where we define the width of the element if we want. So it's totally optional, but in this case, that's what we want to do. Okay, so we say that we want flex grow to 0, flex shrink to 1, which is the default. And then here, instead of auto, which is the default, we want 45%. Okay, and so now you will see that it only occupies 45%. Okay, then for the price, we want to do something similar. So 0, 1, and then the width. Remember, so the width is the third value here. And for this one, we want to have a width of 50 pixels. So it doesn't have to be percentage, of course. Okay, so now this has 50 pixels here. Perfect. Now, how do we actually make it so that this other element here occupies the rest of the space? Well, that's where the magic of Flexbox comes in again. So it is this pizza content here. And now what we can do here is to allow the element to grow as much as it can. And so here we're going to use flex, set it to 1, and that's it, and wait for it. And yeah, so now it has all the space that it can occupy. So what's not in the pizza or in the price will now be occupied with the content. And if this sounds a bit confusing, then please just look at the element table that I showed you before. Okay, so again, we have this flex property where the first value is flex grow. And in this case, we don't allow the element to grow anything. Then the second one is shrink. And we could also actually set this one to 0 because we don't want to shrink this element. It should always just be 50 pixels. Okay, but in fact, many times this doesn't make much of a difference. So here I'm going to set it to 0 as well because I don't want it to shrink. Okay, so that's what this 0 or this 1 means. And finally, we define the flex basis, which is basically the width of the element that we want. But we can also not define all of this, but only define the first one. And then this defines the flex grow. So having flex or having flex grow equal to 1 is actually the exact same thing, but it's a good practice to use it like this. Here we could also use a flex basis like this and set it to 45%, just like this. But again, it's a good practice to always just use the flex property. I'm not really sure why, but that's how it's been defined. Okay, so the magic here again is this flex set to 1, which will make it so that all of the space that was empty before is now occupied by this element because we allow it to grow as much as it can by using flex 0. So if it was 0 again, now we would have this. But with flex 1, it grows as much as it can. So let's say we had 0 here, and then the price, we would have the 1 now here, and you'll now see that it occupied all of this space here. So from here to here, all of the remaining empty space. Right? But we don't want that. We want it to be here. And so that looks a lot better now. All right, so this looks quite nice already. Let's get rid of this space here, and all we have to do is to say display block. So we had that problem in the other project as well. So always set images to display block. Okay, so let me now show you a little bit more of the Flexbox magic, okay? So remember that I said that there's always a main axis and a cross axis. So the main axis is in this direction here, that I'm moving the mouse now, and the cross axis is perpendicular to that, so from top to bottom, usually. We can actually change that, but more about that a bit later, okay? So this is usually the main axis, and this is the cross axis. And we can align items along these axes, okay? So let me show you that on the pizza element, okay? Just let's get rid of a bit of this padding here, decrease it to 50. Okay, so that's better, gives us a bit more space again. Can also decrease it here again, and so yeah, that's better now. Okay, now if we want to align these items along one of the axes, we do it always on the flex container, okay? And that's why in the property overview, I have some properties on the container side and some properties on the item side, okay? So on the flex items, we use properties like flex, okay? So remember, Pizza Hero is a flex item, and so that's where we use the flex property. But the flex container is the one where we have display set to flex, and this is where we can align the items. So let's start with something called align items and set it to center. And let's see what happens. And here you go. So you see that now all the items are basically aligned along one line here. And so they are aligned along the cross axis. So on this cross axis here, if you imagine this axis, they are now in the middle, so in the center of the cross axis. Okay, so that is align items center. So align items is always along the cross axis. But there are actually other values, again, as you can see on that cheat sheet. So align items can also, for example, be flex end. And so now they will be moved all the way to the end. Okay. There, of course, we have flex start, which is basically the top. And so they're moving to the top of the cross axis. Okay, so again, we are talking about the cross axis here. Okay, and the default here is stretch. So if you don't specify anything, they will be stretched like this. And so they basically stretch and occupy all of the empty space that there is available. Now, if we want something to behave in a different way, we can also specify the alignment on one item. And in order to do that, we use align self instead of align items. So align items does it for all of the elements that are in the flex container. And if we want to then change one individually, we can use align self. So imagine we wanted to do that for the price. We could simply say align self, and then this one here to center. And only this one will then be centered along the cross axis. Okay, so just like this. Now we don't want that. I just wanted to show you that we can actually do it. Okay, and so that actually gives us a nice tool to vertically center elements. So let's now go ahead and center this container here in this viewport, so inside of the body. So how are we going to do that? Well, it's very simple. We can simply turn the body into a flex container. And now this element here will be the flex item. Okay, and if we want to now vertically center it, all we have to do, as we already learned, is to use align items, which in this case is just one, but that's no problem. And it will now be centered. And you see, as I'm changing the viewport, it always stays in the center. Great. So you see that it's perfectly acceptable that a flex container contains only one flex item. Okay, so it's absolutely no problem, works just like this. And actually we use it all the time like this. So we talked about aligning items along the cross axis, but what about the main axis? So this axis. That is where the justify content property comes into play. So align items is for, and I'll actually write it down here, is for the cross axis, and justify content is for the main axis. Okay, so let's now again use center. And what do you think will happen? And actually, very simple answer. It now centered this basically horizontally along the main axis. Great. Now here we could also use flex end, for example, if you want it on the right side, and flex start for the left side, but that's not really necessary. There are some other possibilities and some quite important ones, but they only work if we have multiple elements, and so I'm going to show them to you a bit later. Anyway, I believe that these three properties here, or actually these two here, they are the single most important properties that you need to understand in order to use Flexbox. So if you know when to use these two properties, you will be way on your way to start using Flexbox in practice. And I know that this is a lot to take in and that it probably sounds a bit confusing, but remember that this is just a crash course. I just wanted to introduce this technology to you with a nice and simple small example project. But you should definitely go ahead and experiment and try everything out on your own after watching this video, okay? So we're going to come back to these properties here later, many times actually, because we're going to use lots of flex containers in this project, okay? I'm just noticing here that the border radius is not really showing, and that's because the image here is actually overflowing its container now. And so we did this before in the other project. We just had overflow to hidden, and that will basically clip out these overflows. Okay, so let's now take care of this price here. So this should actually have a white text and it should be rotated. So basically written vertically. Okay, and so in CSS, there's a property for that. And it is called writing mode. Okay, and so we can say vertical right left. Just like this. And so just like that, our text is now written vertically. You see that even the cursor here changes its position when we hover this text. Okay. Should also have a white text. So white and a font size of 18 pixels. And now we need to use the magic of Flexbox again in order to center this text in its container. Okay? And that's something that we didn't talk about yet, which is that if you define an element as a flex container that has actually no elements in it, so like in this case it only has text, well then this text basically becomes the flex item. So if we now say display flex, and we say align items and set it to center, you will see that it now centered the text. And actually it did it in this direction, but that's because we're writing the text in this different orientation. So if we got rid of this piece here of code, so if the text was just normal, then we would see the normal behavior of it being centered along the cross axis. Okay, so vertically basically. But since we are changing the writing mode here, that also changes the direction. So the cross axis is now this here, and the main axis is in this direction. So justify content to center it in both directions, and now you will see it right in the middle. So perfect. So you will see this pattern many times where you define an element as a flex container and then simply align items and justify content both to center, and that will center all of the elements right in the middle. Okay, so that looks already pretty nice. Let's just take a quick break here, and maybe you can review the code that we wrote already and go over that property overview again to better understand the properties that we used so far. But the main thing that you really need to understand is the axis, so the main axis and the cross axis, and how we can align different items along these axes. And so for that, we so far used align items and justify content. Okay, so let's take a break and come back in a second to then create this middle part here using a lot more Flexbox. See you then. Welcome back to the second part of this quick crash course to Flexbox. So this is where we left off in the last video, and we already have the hero part and the price part ready. So now we're going to worry about the content. And just as a reminder, this is what it's going to look like in the end. Okay, so this is our reference, and so let's now recreate this using, again, the power of Flexbox. Giving us some more space here, and I will start with the markup for the first part. So in the content, I'm going to create the pizza title element. And in there, we will have the title and the two tags that I showed you before. So let's actually take a look at that again. So this entire element here, this will be the pizza title, okay? And so this will be the heading, this part will be the heading, and then these two tags here. Okay, so we have an H1. And this one is called pizza vegetal or vegetale, I don't know. And let me add the small emoji here. And if you're on a Mac, to get this emoji window here, you just have to type Control Command space, and then where is that? So that's the one I'm looking for. On Windows, I'm not really sure how to do it. And actually, if you don't like these emojis, you can just skip them altogether. Okay, I find them fun here in this user interface. Instead of using real icons, I just use these ones. So that is the H1, and then let's get these tags. So pizza tag, and as you may remember, there were two of them and they had different colors. And so now I'm going to use that modifier as I was telling you before. So we have pizza tag to style both of them, and then I'm going to add a more specific class to each of them. So this one is going to be the pizza tag, then dash dash 1, and the other one, as you can guess, will be the number 2. So you want to say that it's a vegetarian, and also that is Italian. Okay, so that's it for the title. And so let's now go ahead and actually style them. So pizza heading, and actually I'm missing the pizza title. Let me just go ahead and copy these. Title and the tag. And also tag 1 and 2. And these will only have one line of code, so all right. So first of all, we want to have these three elements here side by side. Okay, and so by now you already know how to do that. So all we have to do is to decide what the flex container will be, and that is of course the pizza title. All right, so that's the element that contains these three. So pizza title will be display flex. And just like this, they should be now side by side. They don't really fit because this text is super large here. So let me actually go ahead and decrease that in the heading. So font size 20 pixels. Okay, and now as for these tags, let's also just style them, and we're going to take care of the alignment and all that stuff a bit later. All right. So for these, we want a font size of just 10 pixels, so kind of small. We want them to be uppercase. So uppercase. Their color should be white because each of them will have a background color. And so for now, they will kind of disappear. So let's actually go ahead and give each of them a background color. The first one is green, the second one is blue. So where are we? So background color is this one, and here we have the blue one. All right. Now let's just give them some padding. 2 pixels on top, 7 on the sides. And some border radius. Something really large, it doesn't really matter. All we want is this exact look here. And now finally, some spacing between them. So I'm going to give them both a margin left of 7 pixels. All right. So that looks great already. Now what we want is these two on the right side. And of course, they shouldn't stretch like this. And that's the easiest part, right? Because remember that the default value of the align items property is stretch. And that's why along the cross axis, they are now stretched like this. So we need to go to the flex container and say align items. In this case, of course, we want them centered. And so what happens? Yeah, now they're really nicely vertically aligned with this title here. So without Flexbox, you would now have to like go ahead and add some margin to the top and really guess how you want this to look. But like this, it's so much easier. We don't have to guess anything in order to make them vertically aligned. All we have to do is to write one line of code, and that's it. Really straightforward, with really just a small amount of code. Now before we move on, let's give this entire container here some padding. So it's the pizza content. So 35 top, bottom, 30 left and right. And now all we have to do is to actually make these two, so basically push them here to the right side all the way that they can. And there are two ways of doing this, so let's think about it. Well, first we can make it so that this title here, this heading, occupies all the empty space, right? And that would automatically push these two to the right side. Okay, so let me show that to you. So we could say flex 1, and then just like this, you saw that these two were pushed to the right. Let's actually take a look at that in the inspector. So in the Chrome DevTools. So you see now it occupies this entire space here. When we remove it, well, then it only has this space. Okay, Now this is not ideal because actually the element should kind of really end here, okay? So this h1 kind of should end here, where it does end actually, and not expand like that all the way to the right side, okay? So instead what we can do, let me bring that down here a bit. What we can do instead is to give it a margin right and set that one to auto. And that will visually have the same effect, but now you see that that extra space is actually a margin, right? And that margin will always automatically take all the empty space and occupy it, okay? So let's say that this entire element here was a lot larger, like 900 pixels. Well, then you see we have a lot more space here, and all that space is now automatically occupied by that margin right set to auto, right? Let's get rid of that here. Of course, we want 800. Okay, so that was just to demonstrate it to you. So nice. Again, we used Flexbox and a couple of techniques to very easily achieve this great looking part here of this component. Okay, so I hope you really start seeing how handy this actually is. Okay, so next up, we just have this small text. Let me actually go ahead and copy it. And then finally, we will have these icons here with this data. So right after the pizza content, we have a paragraph with the class of pizza description. Then the text and close it. So pizza description. And I think there's something wrong here. Oh yeah, so I put this paragraph outside of the pizza content. And so now we basically have 4 flex items in this pizza container, but that's not where I want this to be, obviously. It should still be inside of the pizza content. So right after this one actually. So let's see. And yeah, that looks a lot better. So let's just give this a font size of 14 pixels and then give some margin to the pizza heading, or actually the pizza title. So margin bottom, and let's say 20 pixels. Okay, and so finally let's create an element which will then contain these 3 elements here, okay? So these 3 like data about this pizza. Okay, so that is going to be called the pizza details. All right, and now in there we have then 3 pizza detail, so without the S. Okay, so 3 paragraphs basically. So 1 pizza detail, and now I will have a small span here for the emoji, so I can give it some margin to the right. So span class, actually just going to call it emoji. Okay, and the first one is the pizza emoji. And here it is. Close that one, and now we say that it has 850 kilocalories. And now let's just close it and copy this 2 times. So now let's use the clock. And here it is, saying that it's going to take 30 minutes. And then finally, we have the star, basically for the rating. So we have 4.7 out of 5. All right, so pizza details. And pizza detail. And also 1 class for the emoji. So first of all, put all the 3 side by side. And nothing could be easier than that, right? So display flags, and bam, here we go. Okay, now let's style the text in there. So we have a font size of 15 pixels. Have a text transform of uppercase to give them this modern look. then a margin to the right of 20 pixels. We can also make them bold by saying font weight 700, and that should be enough for now. And we want these icons here actually a bit bigger than the text. So let's say font size 20 pixels, and I'm doing this so that we can use some more flexbox. Okay, margin right just 3 pixels. Okay, but now you see that they're not really aligned vertically, right? So this is not really fine. So in here, in pizza details, we should fix that. And again, that's very easy. All we have to do is to say display flex. And of course, they are already side by side. And now just say align items center. And here we go. Okay, and this already looks good. We could now experiment some more here with flexbox. For example, let's say that we actually want to center all of these flex items inside its container. So the container is pizza details, right? So let's say we want to center them along the main axis, so in this direction. So we could do this and say justify content center, right? And so that would look like this. But there are actually more properties that I haven't talked about yet, so let me show them to you. So another nice thing that we can do is to basically divide the empty space that is left between basically the gaps of these items. So let me show that to you. So justify content, and it's called space between. And so you see that now this element goes all the way to the right, or actually to the left. This one here goes all the way to the right, and then the space here in between them is the same. So this one is centered, and so we have now the space all around these here all the same. Okay, so that is space between. There's also space around and space evenly, but I don't think these are really useful. Let me just show them to you very quick. And what that does is that each flex item will have the exact same space on its left and its right side. Okay, so space between, I believe, is the most useful of them, and actually you will use them from time to time. Okay, now in this case we don't really want any of this, we just want them to be in the beginning, and that is basically the default. So flex start would put them exactly where they were. Of course there's also flex end to push them all the way to the right side, but that's also not really what we want. So we can just get rid of this, because the start, as you know, is the default anyway. Okay, and now we're almost done. All there is to do is to push this entire element here, so the pizza details, all the way to the bottom as much as we can. Okay, so how could we achieve that? Well, it would be really nice to use Flexbox for that, right? Now, the default behavior for Flexbox is to put the elements side by side. And so we can push, as we did here, these elements all the way to the right side. Remember, we did the margin right and set it to auto here on this element, which then pushed these two all the way to the right. But up until this point, we only did this in the horizontal direction, which is the default, but we can change that. So we can actually make Flexbox not go from left to right, so put all the elements side by side, so that the elements go one after the other, and so the main axis, which was originally in this way, will then be from top to bottom, like this. Okay, so let me show that to you again, and in order to do that, I will now set the pizza content, which is this entire white element, I will set it to Flexbox. So where do we have that? It is the flex content. So I will say display flex, and what happens now by default, it will put all of these elements side by side just as we expected, right? Because that's the default behavior again of Flexbox. But let's now actually change that, and we do that by using the flex direction property. And the default for flex direction is row, and so that's why we get all of these elements here in one row. But we can also change it to column. And then it's gonna look like this. So basically, it's gonna look exactly the way it did before, okay? But these are now actually flex items that we can manipulate. So we could now say, align items, which is along the cross axis, remember, center. So what do you think will happen? Yep, so it centered these along the cross axis. And since our main axis is now this way here, the cross axis is this way. All right, makes sense? And so that's why align items now works in this direction here as well. Okay? We could also do justify content and set that one to center and try to guess what's going to happen. Yep, it's going to put all of these elements in the center along the main axis, which now is, remember, from top to bottom. All right. So that's one very important aspect of Flexbox as well, that we can change the flex direction. We can also do like column reverse, for example. And what that's going to do is that it will reverse the order of the elements. So we had this at the top and this at the bottom, and so now it's inverted. All right, but we simply want it to be a column. Now what we really wanted originally to do is to push this pizza details here all the way to the bottom, right? And so let's do that. So pizza details. And can you guess how we're going to do that? It's actually very similar to what we did up here in this pizza. Oh, what's that? All right. So as I was saying, it's going to be in a very similar way to what we did up here. Okay. So all we have to do is to say margin to the top should be auto. And just like this, it should actually work. Well, it is in the wrong place. So of course it's not in pizza detail, but in pizza details, because that is the flex item, right? So margin top, and there we go. So this margin here is now automatically calculated by Flexbox in order to occupy this, this empty space. Let's actually check that out here using the DevTools again, and you will see that we have all this margin, as you see here in this orange color, all right? So that is the margin that is defined by margin auto. Okay, and so that was the whole reason why we actually used Flexbox here on that pizza content. Because without Flexbox, this margin auto doesn't even work like this. So if I would simply remove it from here, so if this was no longer a Flexbox item, well, then it will simply look like this again. And so I think with that, we're actually done. What we have now here looks exactly the same as it does in here. So let's count how many times we actually use Flexbox in this kind of small component. So 1, 2, 3 Flexbox containers, 4, and 5, and actually 6. So you have defined 6 Flex containers just in this small component. And that is enough to show you how powerful and how useful actually Flexbox is to lay out the elements on a page like this. And as your websites grow, you will see yourself using it all over the place and all the time. Okay. Now, as an exercise, you could try to recreate the exact same thing, but without using Flexbox, and instead using margins and floats. And you will then see how much more code you will write and how much longer it's going to take you and how much more difficult it will probably be. So if you have the time, that would probably be a great exercise. Now, as I said in the beginning, in this small project, of course, we barely just scratched the surface of Flexbox, and there's so much more to learn, many more techniques and all the properties that it includes. But in this small video, of course, I couldn't do all of that because that requires an entire new course. And that brings me actually to the other course that I have here on Udemy, which is called Advanced CSS and Sass. And it teaches you all these new properties that I talked about in the beginning of the video, or actually in the last video, and so much more. So it has 3 different projects where you will learn to use all these advanced techniques. You will have one project that is only just for Flexbox, where you're going to code a huge design using Flexbox, and then also a project just with CSS Grid to learn the most cutting edge layout technology that we have right now in CSS. Okay, so give it a try, and if it sounds interesting, then of course I'm more than happy to welcome you in that course as well. So that's all I have to tell you for now. I hope you liked this video, and see you next time.
Hello everyone, it's Jonas, and I am back with another bonus lecture for this course. And I know that many students have been waiting for this one, because in this lecture we will finally make our contact form work using some very simple PHP that I will provide you along the way. So but first, let's distinguish here between the client side and the server side code. So far, we've been using HTML, CSS and JavaScript which is code that runs in the browser, which means that it's client-side code. Now, on the other hand, we have server-side code, such as PHP, Microsoft.NET, or the Ruby on Rails framework, which is code that is executed on the server. Client side then interacts with the server side. In our example that we will work on in this lecture, the browser will send our form data to the PHP script which is on the server. This script will then send an email and return a success code to the browser. So this means that this will only work if you already have your website hosted on a web server in the internet. So this will really not work on your local computer. So again, you need to have this online in order to make this work. So this is our HTML file, and maybe you will notice here on this side that I have these small icons now, and they're really handy to distinguish between the different file types. And this is just a small brackets plugin which is called brackets icons. So you can just install it and see if you like this kind of icons here. So let's just go down here to our form. And yeah, so here it is. So we will use a PHP file, which will be a script hosted on our server, which will be called mailer.php. And this is the script that will be executed once the user clicks here on this submit button. So I will now take a look with you at this PHP script. I already wrote this, and it's available for download right from this lecture. So as this is not a PHP course, I will not teach you step by step how to write this code, but I will of course go with you through this script so that you understand the basics of it, so how it works. So here in this first part, we have 3 variables, which will have the name that the user enters into the form, the email address, as well as the message. And these functions here, they basically remove the HTML tags and the white space from the variables that the user enters. So and then next here, these variables will be checked. So if the name that the user entered is empty, or if the message is empty, or if the email address is not valid, then we will be redirected to our website with this success code here, -1 in this case, and we will see later in the lecture how to handle this. So we will handle this with an error message. And after that, the script will be exited, and yeah, that's it in that case. So this is what happens when there is an error. So in case they're not, then the script will be executed further down. So we reach this point here, we need to define the next variable, which is the email address that we want the email to be sent. In this case, this is my email address, hello@webdesigncourse.co. And the next step will be to define the subject of the message that will be sent, of the email that will be sent. And next, just the simple content. So here we use these variables that we defined before, the name and the email and the actual message, so that we can build a nice email from it. And next we need to define email headers. This is something that is part of every email. It's not visible to the user, but it's part of an email that is sent. And then finally here is the most important PHP function, which is mail. It takes the recipient, so our email address, the subject, the email content, which is this here, and the email header. So these 4 variables are used by this function and are then sent to hello@webdesigncourse.co. So you will of course update this to the email address that you want the form to send the emails to you. This is actually a bug here, don't need this. All right, and finally, after sending the email, we will redirect to our website, this time with the success code 1. So this is the success code and not an error code. So, and after that we have this little part here, and what this does is to go directly to the place in the website which has an ID form. So let's just quickly add this one in the HTML file. So I will put this ID right here where I want the code to go then. So probably here is a good place. No, maybe better here actually. So ID will be just form. All right. So as I'm still here on my computer and didn't upload anything yet, I'm not able to test it so far. So I will now quickly make the success and the error boxes that I mentioned before, so that we can give the user a nice feedback telling them that their mail was sent or that there was some kind of error. So I will do that right here at the beginning of the form actually. So we use a simple div here, and I will call this one form messages. And we will do a separate classes for the success. So in this case, in the success case, we can say something like, thank you, your message has been sent. And now we can just format this in CSS like you're already used to do. So form messages, sorry. All right, so let's give it some width. Let's say, for example, 70% for now. And we want to center it. Margin 0 and auto. Oh, one more thing that I noticed here right now is this red icon here. This is yet another brackets plugin, a very handy one. It's called the interactive linter. I will just show it to you so you can install it for yourself, because I really recommend you to do it. It is this one, interactive linter. So you install it and it will help you avoid bugs in your code. So in this case, it knows that I have some mistake here, and so it puts this little icon here so I can immediately find the error. And it also gives me this warning icon down here. So this is really great. It's really helpful and will help you making less mistakes basically. So then again, back to our code, and now the icon is gone. Now everything is fine. So we can continue here with the code. Give it some padding, like 10 pixels for now. As always, we design in the browser. We just do some default styling, and then after that, we see how it looks, and then eventually change it if necessary. So we can have a nice border radius as well. Let's say 3 pixels. And then probably margin to the bottom of, I will try 20 pixels. So let's take now a look at this. All right. So all the website as we know it. And here's our little box. So something doesn't look so good here, but let's take care of that later, probably. So now I want some background color here, and I will say that I want a green color for the success message and a red color for the error box. All right, so let's then define the success class. And all we need here is actually the background color. Sorry. Success. So the background color, and we want a nice little green. So I will just some random color so that I can now hit Control E or Command E on a Mac to choose that green color. So I should probably use one of the tools that I showed you before for choosing this color, but right now I will just pick some green color from this color picker here, and later if you want you can then adjust it for you, a green color that you like more or that is more suitable for your website, whatever. So let's just see how it looks like with this one. Does it look like anything at all? What's wrong here? Yeah, here it is. Of course, success was misspelled, so now it should work. All right, so it's a nice green box here. Maybe we could even make it transparent so that the map is still visible. Maybe this looks better. So again, I will hit Command E, and then down here I choose the transparency level. 0.9 could be great. Maybe even 0.7 just look like. Oh, that was too much. So 0.8. Yeah, let's leave it at that. You can always change it if you feel like it. And now we need the same thing for the error. We'll just call this error. And in here we will use red background color. So again, just pick some random color, and then here some nice red. All right, and then some transparency. And just to see how this looks like. Or we can actually put the same box below, like this, because we will need it later actually. So this could be like, oops. Something went wrong. Please try again. So let's take a look at that one. That looks nice actually, but the text here should be a little darker. Actually, in both of them. So let's just add color 333. So this is a very great text. This is the most dark text that I ever use. I usually never go darker than this one. Yeah, that looks better now. So now let's just hide one of this one, and then we can change the height of this entire row here, so that the contact form fits the height of this again. So I'll now comment this code here, because we don't want to see it for now. And now we can go here to it should be the map box, but I'm not sure. Yeah, it's the map box. So I will change the height of it, say to 600 pixels. And then again, I will have to change all of these, but we already see that it's not high enough. So let's change it to 650 pixels. All right. And yeah, it looks better now. So let's now increase the map to 650 pixels, as well as the form box to 650 pixels as well. Yeah, now it looks better. Now let's just for a second look at what's happening here. And probably we should just put this message here into its own row, such as we did with each of these elements here. So we have a row for this, for this, for this, and we will now use a row for this one, and this will hopefully solve this problem. So this, yeah, of course, should of course not be in this row, but instead it should have its own row. And of course this one goes also here. here we go. Looks much better. And actually now we have this weird space here. But I think it would be best if we actually increase the margin of this message box here. So let's say to 30 pixels. And this was probably a little bit too much. I will decrease it just 20 pixels and then take another look at it. Yeah, so now it's better. Now, the next step will be to show these two boxes according to the success or the error of the mailer.php script. So if you remember, in here we pass this code. This is a variable called success, and we define it as -1 if there's an error and as 1 if there is success. Now what we got to do is to include PHP right into our HTML file and then work with PHP here. And how do we do this? We just write like this, PHP, and then here we close it. And brackets doesn't like this, and it's actually right, because now what we have to do is to save this as a PHP file. So as long as you have a piece of PHP inside of your HTML document, we need to call it a PHP file. Alright, so the rest of this is still HTML, of course, but now we have this little piece of PHP here. So now these comments are no longer valid because these are HTML comments and not PHP comments. Alright, so what do we do here? We say that if the success is 1, then we want this message here to show, and if the success is -1, we want this message to show. So how do we do that? We just write if get success is 1. So again, I will not worry here about syntax things, because that is not my goal with this course for you. Alright, so I will just show you how to do this. And to display text with PHP, we use the echo function. And now inside of this echo, we will put all of this text. Right? And all of this text needs to be in quotes and then a semicolon after it. Since we also have the quotes here, we have to escape it. This is how it calls in PHP. And for that we use this slash. So this way PHP doesn't interpret it as a real quote. So if the success is 1, then this HTML line will be outputted by the code. And now we just have to do the same thing for the -1 part. So if it's -1, then we want this text. And here we need to change to error. Format the code nicely. And yeah, that should be it probably. So I will now upload this with this extension that I showed you before. And now we just need to wait a little bit. Alright, here we go. And now I'm ready to open it. Here we go. So now it's time to test the thing. So something is wrong here, and there's actually a good reason for it, because what we want to do now, what we want to open here is the index.php file. The problem here is that they're both the .php and the .html file on the server, so now we would need to go ahead and delete the old .html file, and then everything would just work fine. I will not do that now. I will just open it like this, so I directly open the index.php file that I want, and everything looks the same, of course, but now down here it looks great. So this bug that we had before is now no longer here. So let's just try this out. So here, just some random email and hey test. And now there's actually some bug in the code, as we can obviously see, so nothing's happening. So I will just go back and check my PHP file. And yeah, what I immediately see that here is the semicolon missing. So now I'll just upload this again, and here we go. So let's test this thing now, and hopefully everything will work just fine right now. So hey test message. Alright, so this message got sent. So no error here and everything worked as expected. So down here we have our email. So name Jonas, email test and message hey test message. This is exactly the text that we put here in our script. So you see the subject is new contact from name, which is Jonas, and then we have the name, the email, and the message exactly as we have here in the script. So I hope you can make this work for you now. I know that this was an important part for many of you. So you had a great website and a good looking form, but it didn't work, and now you can make it work. So if you have any questions about that, or if anything doesn't work, or I don't know, if you face some kind of problem, please just let me know in the comments and post a new discussion, and I will try to help you as always. And yeah, I hope you like this bonus lecture, and see you in the course forum. Do you want to sell something on your website? Maybe a digital product like a course or an ebook, or maybe a subscription plan? Then this is the right lecture for you. I promised you web design guidelines in this course, but now you even get some guidelines to actually improve your website conversion rates on top of that. So let's go. First, you can offer your visitors a free gift in order to build trust, instead of trying to sell anything right away. A very popular choice is to give away an ebook for free, such as this website does. If the user likes your book, he is more likely to buy anything from you after that. Of course, you should have a strong call to action button on your website where you want your users to click. But instead of showing it just once, you should repeat it in more places on your website. The more often, the better, but obviously without spamming and frustrating the user. This website, for example, has the same call to action button here in the middle of this big image, and also in the navigation bar. And they probably also have it on the very bottom of the site. Now, assume you have a sign-up form on your website. But how good is a sign-up form if nobody sees it? That's why so many popular websites and blogs use a pop-up box like the one you see on this website. All this does is to ask for an email address to sign up for a newsletter. And I know these pop-up boxes can be quite annoying for the user, but they are still so popular because they actually convert so well, which means that they do work. There are many solutions that offer you pop-up boxes like this for free. In your call to action button, you need to tell your user the benefit of clicking that button. This is extremely important. This website does a good job doing this. Instead of saying something boring like click here or sign up, they tell the user he should try the service for free. That works much better. So always use a verb which describes the benefit the user will get by clicking a button. If you want your user to sign up for anything, don't ask him for more information than you need. If you don't need phone numbers, address, or whatever, don't ask them for that information. The user doesn't want to go through too many fields in a form to achieve something. So forms with fewer fields definitely convert better. Social proof is a great persuasion tactic that can really help you increase conversion rates. This can be done in form of customer testimonials, if you have any, or showing that other companies use your product or service. And this tactic is so incredibly effective because customers are actually more likely to trust others than to trust you. So use this whenever you can. Two very effective techniques that you can use is to create urgency and scarcity. Urgency is when a buyer feels like they need to act quickly, and it's used in order to make people act now rather than later. The Groupon website does this by saying, hey, this deal has limited time remaining, so buy it now. So you can use words like now, hurry, instant, and immediately in your call to action buttons in order to make users act. This technique, together with that very big and clear call to action button, is extremely effective. Now, scarcity is the feeling that a product or service is in short supply and about to run out. And when there is less of anything, we actually tend to value it more. So this technique is also used to make the user act and buy something now before it runs out. Amazon does this quite well by saying, as in this example, that there is only one iPhone left in stock. So, urgency and scarcity. Use them when you can, and your website will probably convert better.